Okay, everyone, we are on the air. Let me get the side chat up here. That's open. Hey, Elizabeth, let me go ahead and send out a few invites while we're getting underway here. Let's see. I'm just gonna, hello everybody. Just sending out a few invites here. If you want an invite, just just let me know in the side chat. I'll be checking out in a couple minutes. Jen and Rosie, invite. Let's see, Fearless. And I need to check a couple other things there. Hi everybody, happy hump day. Window open here. Always in the beginning of the Hangouts, you've got to do 6 zillion things at one time. Just sending out invites.
Hi.
Hi, Deb.
Hi. Oh, I'm so glad to see you.
Yeah, we're glad to see you too. Happy Hump Day. I know we got a lot of stuff to talk about, so.
Yeah, it's been a hump. While you're getting all the people in here, I'm feeding the dogs, so I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, they're almost done. I made them chicken and sweet potatoes.
After the day you had, shoot, take your time.
I love you guys. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, we love you too. I'm still sending out some invites. Reply that. This thing is really slow tonight. Oliver, if you're there, I'm sending the link to you. Don't get pissed if I don't hit you on the first go round. My memory's not that good. Hello, Missy Jen.
How
are you?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm sending out more invites. Let's see. I wanted to ask the last RV motorhome camping. Under her, just on the off chance she wants to come in. I think Jimmy's up in the cabin, so I don't think he'll be joining, but just in case he's hanging outside of a Starbucks or something. Because he's got the withdrawal, he's got the chat withdrawal. Hi, Irene, I'm going to be popping an invite out to you, best to you and Joe. I don't know if it's as hot as there it is right here today. I mean, it was murder. I was out framing installing the new garage door. The video's going up now. That's probably why I'm a little slow here. I'm uploading that and running a Hangout at the same time. Let's see who's on the side. Hi, Deb. Deb DRN. Les G. I got you covered, Les. Give me a second. Les G. Les G. I think it was hot everywhere in the country today. Okay. Happy Hump Day, everybody. Got them out. Anybody else wants a link just posted in the side chat this evening? Going to take a bet. Hi, Debbie. I'm going to pop a link your way. Debbie Ariola. We're going to go at least till 11, which will be, this will be a 6-hour probably hangout tonight. So feel free to jump on and off. Let me get Debbie Lynn in here. Too many Debbies, huh? Got, who else we got? Let's get Shay. Our house, in case she wants to come on. Oh yeah, David Cover. That on there. Hi everybody. Hi Aaron. The door looks good. I'm just. Oh, I'll tell you, Irene, it was a killer today, doing the door. But I don't think my day can compare to the day that RV Debs had. I mean, it was brutal in the sun, but it turned out real good, huh, Jen? Oh, I see Jen's getting something to eat back there. So. Okay. I'll get to. Be underway just a couple more minutes. We're already live. I don't want to leave an open link because sometimes it just goes crazy with people coming in it after 5 or 6 hours, and I don't want to have to move people down. Take care of Oliver here. I know Oliver wants to get in.
Hi, Deb.
Hi, Deb. How are you, sweetie?
I'm good. Hi, Jen. We're trying to see you all in here.
Yeah, I think Jen, she had something she had on the stove or something, so I think she's doing that. Anybody tell us out any other names? Let me get Dory Lynn in here if she's around. Irene, your link should be there if you want to come in.
Deb stepped away. I just want to hug Deb. Poor Deb.
Oh yeah, I'm just giving air hugs all day long here today. Of course, I was doing the garage work, and I had Jen kind of communicating with Deb. Hey, David. Hello, David. Yeah, Irene. Hey, Brian, how you doing? Anybody else that wants a link, just hit it up on the side. I'm still sending out links. Links are Rama here. Just checking my Gmail. Terminus. I would be happy if he came on my Hangout. I spent some time on his Hangout. So, Deb, what did you do today? Deb in Kansas?
I went grocery shopping, went and bought dog food, brought the bag home and in the house myself.
Wow. Well, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really, really good.
Yeah, you look good. You look like you're feeling good.
I just get tired is the only thing, but that, I've got to keep moving to build that up. So.
You look high energy right now, I'll tell you that. Let's see.
Well, I'm winding down, but I've been doing a lot of stuff. I've been rearranging my house and organizing stuff and getting this room cleaned up. That's been a big fat deal, but.
So you're getting stronger. That's the good news.
Yeah. I haven't been able to do stuff like this in forever, so I feel great.
I'm very happy to hear that, Jen, and I think about you often and always in our thoughts and prayers and stuff. So
thank you very much.
Anybody else?
Deb, are you back yet?
I'm coming.
She's feeding the doggies. I can't rush her today after the day she's had. Man.
I just eat chicken and sweet potato.
What a beautiful. They eat better than I do.
Oh man.
Oh boy.
Deb, I just want to give you a big old hug. I'm so sorry you're having to go through this crud.
I'll send Wayne out one.
Hold on.
I feel real bad too. I want Deb to hold fire so we can get the whole day today because I was working in the garage.
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah, we want to hold fire on your story, Deb. I think a lot of us want to hear a little more. I'm really shocked at this Irene person. It would be that cold.
She was mean.
And I don't know how many years you've lived there, but wow.
She's only been here maybe a year.
Okay.
So, but I've always got along with this woman. I pay the rent. You know, it's a lot rent. You have to pay a lot rent. And there's like a prospectus, they say, that we all sign. Of course, you never read it, but I signed it.
It's like YouTube. Hey, Irene. How you doing?
Hi. I want to hear Deb's story.
Deb's story. We're all hanging on pins and needles. I just want to hear.
Well, you know, it was like a shock to me because it was very hard. It's been so hot and humid, and I can't take the heat. And I went and got the trailer, and the guy took me around. I felt like I was in another world. You know how you're listening to somebody, but your mind's going, "Oh my God, I'll never remember a damn thing." And he took me around outside, and it's hot. Even BJ, who never complains, was sweating too. You know, so I got the tour, and wasn't real thrilled with the way that they did it. And the final bill was over. Final bill is $2,139.81.
That was the RV place, Deb?
Mm-hmm. And they put a bike rack on.
Yeah, can you hold fire on that just a couple minutes?
Yeah.
I really want to sort of front and center your story today because I think we could all learn a lot from what's going on with you right now. I know I could. So, Irene, how was your day today?
Oh, it was a good day. It's very, very hot. You know, how hot is it here by you?
It was really hot today, but it's cooling off.
That's the good thing. It doesn't cool off in Florida.
How did you do with all that carpentry work out in that heat and sun?
Yeah, I did okay. It's all just putting up the video now. It'll probably be live in about a half hour or so. It's just processing now. We got it done. And Missy Jen,
that's great.
Yeah, Missy Jen was a great help today. Yeah, Francis, I think I sent you a link if you want to come in. Hello, we got Elvis Travel in the house there. Let me make sure I got this out. David Coburn, how you doing?
I can't complain. It's been a good day.
That's great.
Good. You're getting closer to hitting the road yourself.
Yeah, we're getting most of the stuff done, packed up, and we're just 2 steps out the door, might as well say.
Yeah, do you have a lot of stuff?
A lot of stuff in the storage unit.
Okay. How much you gonna be able to take all of that in your RV?
No. Most of it's going to the storage unit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're going to Florida,
right? We're going to stay about 6 months to a year at the RV park and make sure it's the motor's sound and everything before I head out.
So you're going to be staying in Ohio?
Yeah, down the road here, probably about a mile away. And
okay.
Like I said, I'm gonna make sure. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I thought you were immediately hitting the road or something on July 4th.
No, I want to make sure the transmission and the motor sound before I go up on the highway, especially with my old lady being in the vehicle. I don't want to end up breaking down and end up her panicking.
What?
Just the side chat is on. It will stay on. Elvis Travel. I don't boot people out of the side chat. So you guys you're on your own. We haven't had any issues with that for a long time, so that's fine. Is that Rosie or?
Yeah, it's Rosie. I'm gonna go see what she's up to.
Figures.
She probably wants to bite the landlord.
What a goof. I couldn't believe that. So, Irene, I'll be thinking about you tomorrow with your procedure coming up. I know you can't be on long.
No, I'm not going to be on long. I have to go to bed early. I have to wake really early. But you'll see me on my back tomorrow. Yeah, for a while. I'll get up again.
As long as you're still breathing, we'll be happy. You know. Hello, Francis.
Hi.
Rested?
Oh, yeah,
yeah, I took a nap earlier. I went out this morning and went to lunch with a friend, but it is so hot out there. I took a nap, and then I got up a couple hours ago. I watched a couple of videos, and RV Dev, and then there's this Mr. Vlogger Frog. Oh my God, what an idiot! I mean, RV Dev, how did you feel about his video about you? I thought it was kind of insulting, really.
Which one? He has two of them.
Yeah, he was talking about with a guitar, and you're in California.
That was the first one. I didn't mind it.
What the hell is he talking about? Doesn't he make?
I know he doesn't really listen to me. He kind of thinks he remembers everything, but that's all right. I didn't mind that. I didn't mind that. What I did mind is underneath it, it said about my husband, and that was rude. I mean, he was saying, you know, that I don't even remember. I just remember thinking that was a bad thing to say. But you know what? It's kind of like.
Well, how would he know that? Did you used to post videos or something?
What do you mean?
Well, let me put it this way, Francis. If you're on the panel here,
well, I've been posting.
He's always in trolling the side chat. So
yeah, that's what I think he does. Just kind of hang out and gets whatever's happening, you know.
He kind of gleans information, even if it's wrong.
Yeah, even if it's wrong, of course.
Yeah. It's satire. Hey, Debbie Lynn in the house. Hey, Debbie.
Hi, Debbie Lynn.
Hey, Debbie Lynn.
Rosie, you know all of his aliases, though, don't you?
Oh, yeah. He has like 8 or 9 different channels that he trolls with mainly. He has 2 obsessions, RVs and the trans community. So he hit a grand slam with that.
He did 2 videos. The other video is me at the beach in California.
Oh, I didn't see that one yet.
That one's kind of funny. I don't care. You know what? When somebody copies you, it's a very good form of, you know, compliment. Yeah. I just take it like, if I'm important enough to him to make a puppet, all right. So
yeah, no, isn't it weird?
He's wasting his time, but if he feels good about it, it doesn't bother me. And I don't think he should hit below the belt and talk about my husband who passed away. But, you know, it's okay.
That's pretty easy for him to say stuff like that.
Yeah, that was the only thing. Otherwise,
I don't appreciate his humor at all, believe me. I'm not the kind of person that kind of likes that kind of bullshit.
Making fun of people?
Yeah. Yeah, if he ever did that to my face...
I don't think he would do it to your face.
Yeah, well, not too many people got the balls to do anything to my face. I probably get a lot of people that talk behind my back.
Go.
Well, you know, I don't make threats, okay? But if I get angry, I can, you know, take care of myself. So I won't usually start anything. I'm usually the person that walks away, but you know, some people can be real jerks. But I don't like being coyote ugly. And I watched one of his things. He was saying about Rosie, that Rosie blocked him, and he shows the computer screen. Says, "See, Rosie blocked me."
Yeah, it must be a different Rosie O'Kelly. You know, I mean, I don't know. There's probably 8 or 9 out there, and I just think
what a bunch of petty bullshit. I mean, why would anybody?
Well, because I'm actually in his head. It bothers him because I've never mentioned him on my channel or anything, and it really bugs the hell out of him. So.
Yeah.
So that's why he does it. I'm so numb to seeing myself on his shit. I don't even, you know.
Yeah, I'm not letting any of that get. There's more important things to get to you.
I mean, if you saw the one today, it was kind of funny with all of it, you know, with us on there, and had a mandel on the carpet, the Oriental rug and stuff, flattened out and stuff. I thought that was pretty. Some of it's funny, but most of it, the humor escapes me. But it is what he it is what he is. So.
I wonder if he's going to do a Debbie Lynn.
Oh, he's already done me. He's already done me.
Here's something about your camper, okay?
Yeah,
like,
he's already done
me. A tour about your camper, all right? You know the panel. It's got the lights and it tells you what the level is in your dirty water tank and your gray water tank and all that stuff. Well, I camped for 5 years in Tingsboro, Massachusetts. I mean, there was 5 feet of snow outside.
Oh, Lord.
And I built the skirting. I put a plywood skirting all the way around, and my son helped me. We wood screwed it in. I put 2x4s.
Oh, that's good.
All the way around, you know. But still, even then, the tanks were freezing up in the wintertime, you know. And anyways, I think the second winter I was there, my black water tank froze up. I mean, when that thing freezes up, there's no place for it. Can't go out.
You keep going, yeah.
So we tried to thaw it out and everything. It still wouldn't work. So my toilet backed up, and it got to the point where you couldn't do anything with it. It's all full, right?
Yeah.
So I had to call a plumber in. They took the tank off, everything. I got a new flush toilet, like a handicap toilet. So I didn't have a black water tank anymore, right? So really, it's not like a travel trailer because you ain't got a tank, right? But I didn't care, so I was in this campground for 5 years. So anyways, it cost me $2,500 to have that plumbing job done, you know?
Wow.
And then when I became disabled with heart failure, I couldn't live there anymore because I lost my van. I didn't have any transportation. So I ended up, that got repoed, and oh God. So, you know, it's just a pain in the ass. So you know what? Don't ever come up north with one of them things during the wintertime. It ain't gonna work. But
that's what I thought. You know, when like when Amanda was thinking about staying in Nashua over the winter time.
Oh yeah.
And RV prepper Wayne thought that's not a good idea because you know, with the cold. So the same thing would happen to you.
Right. Well, I was living 5 miles from Nashua. In fact, I lived about 2 miles from the Merrimack River. That's the river that goes through Nashua. So Nashua is just across the line on the other side of the river from where I was. So. But yeah, it's a miserable thing. And you know what? The walls are like 1 inch thick, and I was going through 30 pounds of propane. Every 3 days I had to get my bottle filled. So you like,
oh God.
I had 3 bottles. So every week I had to go up and get, you know, I was getting like 2 bottles filled every week. So
that's a lot.
Oh yeah. So you know, you go through about $200 worth of propane in a month just to heat your camper. Okay.
Did you have electric heat too? I mean, could you have got, or would that not have worked?
No, it didn't have electric heat.
Because I would have probably.
I did have electric hookup, but that didn't heat the camper. I had a propane gas stove and lights. Well, the electric, you know, I mean, electric was just basically lights, because, you know, and the refrigerator. The refrigerator ran off electricity, but. So, you know, you run off electricity as much as you can. And the hot water heater, you can flip it over to electric, too. So that's what I did to reduce the amount of propane I was using.
We've never used furnaces in our campers. We've always used electric heat, the space heaters.
I have a little space heater.
Mm-hmm.
I have one of those fireplaces, you know, the kind of big fireplace. I can't even bring that with me.
Oh, why?
Did you get moved in that? I saw your video. She can't do that.
She did it.
That part's over with. We just need to go.
You know what happened? Well, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Deb, I'll tell you, we love to rehash it.
We want to hear what. Yeah, I was going to say we want to hear whatever Deb wants.
I'll tell you.
I want to roast Irene. You know.
Yeah, I'd like to roast her
Not
myself.
that Irene, not our Irene, the one in the park.
You know, with the Irene.
I just got goosebumps. Just scared the hell out of me.
Okay, so I got my travel trailer yesterday.
Oh my God.
No, geez,
and that was hard enough. Just you know, going around the thing. It's hot. It's like, you know, you might as well be in an oven, only with water dripping down. So I went through that and brought it home, and we couldn't figure out. That was the first trip. We could not figure out how to get the sway bars off. So instead of getting them off, we took the whole hitch off, which weighs like 50 pounds. And you know, I'm not supposed to be lifting, and even she couldn't do it. So I had half. Then we had it not. Then it wasn't even on there. So now I could have kept it all on because I moved it. That was like an extra thing I went through for nothing. Then this morning she comes over and says, "You got 30 minutes to move this."
God.
30 minutes. I said, "Well, I can't move it because the hitch is off and I can't put it on." And I kind of showed her the sway bar and the hitch.
Yeah.
I'm like, "Give me a break, Irene. I've never done anything to you. What is wrong with you?" She goes, "Okay." After she kept saying 30 minutes, I said, "There's no way." Okay. And then she goes, "You got 2 hours."
For what would have happened?
She was going to get the. She said, "I'm going to call the fire department and the police, and they will get. You're blocking the road." I go, "I'm not blocking the road." She goes, "Well, there are people that are saying you're blocking." I was not blocking the road because it's half on my property, half onto the road. People can get around, you know. Anyway, I didn't want to fight with her, so I called up the RV park that I'm going to be now living in for a while, and they said, "Come on over early." So I called her up and said, "I can't move till 2. She goes, "Well, thank you for letting me know." I said, "Yeah, thank you." And we moved it. It was hard. I did put some clothes in before. You know, I was thinking I'm going to, like, leave my camper out in front for a few days and take my time. Me and BJ would just take trips, put the dishes in the dish place, No, I have to pack everything up in bins and boxes.
It's just insane. I mean, how many years have you been? I don't mean to interrupt you.
I've been there 5 years.
And they can't even give you a break, and you're going out, and you.
I said to her, "What if I had a moving company come? I've seen the big moving trucks." She goes, "Well, they don't. They stay 2-3 hours and they're gone." She thought, you know, you're going to stay here because I had electric running and AC because it's hot in the trailer, you know. Anyway, so I moved it today to the RV park, and I backed it in this little space, but I did have a guy going, "Turn your wheel to the left."
That's good.
Turn your wheel to the right. Yeah, and it worked. And I backed it in, and I hooked it up with my new surge protector, and I turned the air on full, and I brought water with us, of course. I even poured ice water on my head. I was, like, really feeling sick. Yeah, it was horrible. But
I hate to hear that. I would have told her where to go.
I wish that I had someone here that would have told her.
I mean, has anybody ever heard of such nonsense when you've been a good person in that
I
park?
have been a good person.
Ridiculous. That's
I
really
sold the house, you know, to people. She made sure. She goes, "You make sure that they get approved by the office before you sell them." And, you know, I moved into this place, and then I went to the office with my husband, and then we signed up, you know. So the people that are moving in here, they did it. They went to her. They got approved. I did everything by the book, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to cause anybody any problem. I will talk to the owner of the park. I have his phone number. I want to find out if it's his doing or if she's just a stone-cold bitch.
It's like with me, Deb, over here at the homeowner association in the subdivision I lived at. I had the one of the guys. He walked up to me and said, "You have to pay $30 yearly fee." I looked at him. I said, "I got to do what?" I said, "I don't have to pay you a damn penny. I'm not going to. You don't come to my house try to force money out of me. I'll give you 3 seconds to get off my property right now."
Wow.
I can't stand that bully bullshit. That pisses me off.
She was a bully. She was definitely being a bully.
Well, everybody, let's vote. Everybody thinks she was being a bitch. Just raise your hand. Here we go. Okay, the vote is in. There we go.
Elvis, I want to tell you something because Elvis just said that there's 2 sides to every story, and there is. I am being very honest. I live in a mobile home park. There are no RVs. This is not an RV park. It's totally like places that don't move.
Okay, mobile home. Yeah,
they're not movable. Yeah, these are not movable. And I have property, and I own the house, and I have a right to a certain amount of footage on each side. Like you get 2 feet on each side of your house. So, you know, I wasn't bringing a second trailer in.
It was so weird when I heard that. When Jen, I was out in the garage doing the framing on the door and installing that, and Jen's like, "You would not believe what I just saw on the video."
I was real upset.
RV Deb. Well, then Jen got very upset. So it was really goofy that somebody could be that cold.
And luckily, Dory Lynn, you know, we all know Dory Lynn. Yeah. She's not always on, but she's a good person. She, out of the clear blue, she says, calls me on the phone, and I have to move this thing. She says, "I'm on my way. I'm 5 miles away, and she lives about 6, almost an hour away, really, about 50 minutes. She says, I'm on my way with Dave. The guy knows everything about kitchens, and he just came on, and it's like my Prince Charming. Right. And he showed me what I was lacking, the knowledge. You know, now I know how to get the bars off.
Can I ask y'all a question? Are y'all getting a lot of in and out on the voices and so forth? And because I'm getting out real bad.
A little bit of distortion.
I'm pretty good on this end.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their volume muted, so I don't hear any feedback or anything.
No, I'm not getting feedback. I'm just getting distortion real bad.
But you know what's really nice? It's really nice that I have even though I have to go through a move now. It's nice that I know it's all set up. The sewer's in, the water's hooked up. You know, it's all electric included. The lot rent on this is $535, and that includes everything, even Wi-Fi. And God knows how good the Wi-Fi is, but
yeah, I was going to ask you if you tested the Wi-Fi.
I couldn't get on because I didn't have a password, but now I have a password. So tomorrow, tomorrow I'm going to bring some more stuff over, and I'm going to sleep over. I'm bringing my pillows, bringing my dogs, I'll probably get something food, you know, and I'm just going to hang out there. And I will take videos.
Yeah, take videos.
Yeah, it's got a lot of stuff I want to do to it. Kind of blah the colors. I'm gonna definitely, you know, cover the upholstery. And,
just before you, RV Debs, Nicole sends you her love and wishes she enjoyed your. Enjoy is probably not the right word, but she.
Well, maybe that I'm sharing and she got to see it.
Exactly,
you know, I really let you guys see.
Yep.
I just was beside myself, really, and tears. You know, I miss my husband so much, especially when there's something a man that he would do so easily.
Right.
You know, and I know I have to live my life now. It's hard not to have a partner. If you didn't have Jen, if you didn't have Rosie, you know what I mean. It's a very heavy, empty feeling.
Right.
Yeah.
And I've been strong. And even this Irene bitch, she knew all about my husband dying. She came to my yard sales. She knew I was buying an RV, and she never said once, "Don't park it here."
God.
So, and the only thing I can think of is that when I got up this morning, I put the slide out, just so I could sit in there, because the TV is blocked. When the slide out is in, my TV is blocked. So I slid it out, and sat there for about maybe a half hour watching TV and checking out, getting on Wi-Fi there, and then I guess I shouldn't have put the slide out, but.
Well, do you think your neighbors complained, or you think she just got a bug up her butt that she was just gonna?
She said you'd be surprised at all the people that. Well, my next door neighbor on the right, they're not there. They didn't even. It's empty. The people across the street, there's one man that lives alone. The people next to him they only come in the winter. A lot of people are snowbirds. I just don't see and the FedEx truck came right by me. So it was, I don't know what it was, but man, what a day. But and now I have to figure out, how do I get all this stuff? It's not that much. I mean, there's no furniture, but. You know,
I just think in a couple months, you're gonna look back and laugh on this day and just think that was you know. But I'm just as shocked at how heartless somebody can be when you're, you know, I don't know if she knew about your hernia, but you know, you're basically alone doing that, and then just to be like that, I mean.
And I told her, I said, I have a hernia, I cannot pick that hitch up and try to put it in. But anyway, you know, I have a friend in his name is Michael. He's listening right now. He's from California. He tells me now, he comes on and he listens to my chats and to my vids, and now he wants to know Rosie, so I know he's coming in today.
That's great.
You know what he said to me? He said, Debbie, and I've known him since I'm like 12. He said, you sure got a lot of people. I read about 15, 20 comments. I got tired. I couldn't read anymore. I said, this is the most beautiful thing that's ever really happened in so many years, to have so many connections And I mean, truly, I know there's a lot of people that are fooling around and liars and creepy ones.
Yeah.
There are a wonderful bunch of people right here. Really care.
Well, and that's very true. I don't think you can sit on these panels month in and month out without establishing some type of connection with people. And you know, like Francis, what have we known each other? 5 years, Francis, or something? And,
no,
3 years?
2 years, Tom.
2 years, okay. Yeah, all right.
I knew Jen before she went to surgery, so I think I've known Jen for 3 years. But
yeah.
You started doing your videos in 2013, right? In January?
Yeah, January 2013, yeah.
Yeah, that's when I started doing them, but I didn't know about your channel till like 3 or 4 months later.
Right.
You were up to
Glad I found
500. I never went back and looked at the first 500 because you just put out too many. It's hard to keep up.
Oh, I know. I'm over 2,800, but I'm just saying that, you know, you establish connections with people, and of course you care about what's going on. Nobody wants to see that. And the topper on the cake with you, Deb, is the hernia deal, and I'm thinking, oh, wow.
And it really makes me so kind of sick, actually.
Yeah.
It does. It pokes out right around the belly button, and it's like, I don't want nothing to happen, you know what I mean? I just kind of want a smooth sail for a few months.
Yeah.
So I was looking at the hitch on the back of your truck there. I used to have a pickup truck, and basically it's like a square tube, and you slide the thing in, and you put the pin in, right?
Yeah.
And the ball is attached to this like thing that slides into the hitch in the back of the truck, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the ball is what you lower the hitch on the trailer down onto.
Yeah, and you lock it down, and then you put the sway bars, you tighten them. And
okay, but how are the sway bars attached to the hitch on the back of the truck, though?
It's on the side.
You just showed how to disconnect them from the trailer.
The hitch that I had on my back of my truck for my last trailer didn't work. They had to take that out and put this heavy-duty sucker. I'll get a real close-up shot of it. It's really thicker and bigger, and I guess it has the things for the sway bars, and they go right in, like they kind of attach themselves. But you have to tighten them, and then you have to have this bar. If you lose the bar, you're screwed. But I think you can. Here's your bar. Put it in a safe place. It's like a bar. It makes a good hit. But anyway.
Yeah, you want to make sure you put that in a safe place.
Special place.
Lock it in a box and hide it from the world and leave yourself a note where you hid it.
I know. I've got to figure out where everything is. It's like, oh, Lord.
Without that thing, you're lost. Yeah, you can't put those things back on.
There's compartments in the camper. You could probably, that slide bar, the stabilizer bar and the hitch thing for the trailer, you could probably put that under your bed. Where the bed
I just left them. They're heavy. I just left them.
You can open up and you can slide that and it'll be under your bed. Okay, but you can access.
I have a lot of room under my bed. That's something I'm going to use for storage. But you know what? The bars, I just put them kind of under the hitch. Like, I don't think anybody will take them. But
it looked a lot more complicated than I imagined it would be. I thought that you just lowered the thing down and then just raise it up. But there's these bars that you got to lock on the side and all this.
That's so that you don't sway, you know, in the wind.
Yeah, that's an anti-sway stabilizer.
Yeah.
And it's going to be good when you're like on the highway. It's not that.
Yeah, that's what it's for.
You know.
So it doesn't. So the trailer doesn't start weaving at high speed, especially when you're going downhill. You don't want to get too fast going downhill because that thing will start swaying back and forth and wipe out.
Well, right now I have I got to fix the brake controller. So I've been driving, you know. Hold on a second.
Sure, Deb.
Right back.
I'll mute your mark. Go ahead.
Wait a minute.
My trailer was 38 foot wide long, and that was a lot bigger than hers. But I never had to move it because I bought it and they moved it from the RV dealer into the campground and parked it and hooked up all the sewage and everything. The campground did that for me.
Hi, Mel.
Hi, Mel.
I gotta get.
I'm not going to stay on long. I just want to say.
Okay, Irene. Good luck to you tomorrow.
Thank you. I just want to give Deb a reminder. I know she's on the phone right now, but Joe and I had taken a ride, and at one point that that line that controls the brakes, it kind of slipped down off of ours as we were driving, and it shredded the line.
Oh wow!
And it wasn't fun, but you know, he was able to fix it real quick, and I made him like not Velcro, zip tie it up so it wouldn't do that again. But if you could just let her know so it doesn't happen to her, she's got enough.
Irene, was that the male plug that slipped out of the what's shredded on that?
Yeah, it somehow it came out. He said that he plugged it in and didn't think to push it in like all the way because he was busy with something else in his head or whatever. And just make sure that it's in well. But I told him I wanted him to zip tie it onto the frame so this way it can't drop down anymore.
Right.
And,
wow.
Hey, Rosie.
Yeah, Oliver.
Y'all cutting out in and out so bad. I can't make out what anybody's saying. So
Why
I'm
don't
gonna get off
you
here.
just try close down and reboot and then try to join again. You got the link. Just try it again.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna listen for a minute. Reboot my computer.
Because we hear you perfectly here, so we got.
I don't know what's going on. I can't make out what anybody's saying.
All right,
I'll
just
scroll
try it
back
again.
a little bit.
Yeah. Link is out there if anybody else wants to join. Hi, Mel.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. How you doing today?
How you doing?
Hi, Mel. Hi, Mel.
Hey, Francis, could I ask you something about? I was sending out invites when you were talking about wintering. I assume that was in Massachusetts. Was that in Lowell, Massachusetts, or?
Well, Lowell's the city. You mean where I was camping?
Yeah, where you were camping.
I camped on a lake in Tingsboro, and it's called mASHUP Lake. And on the east side of the lake is Dracut, and on the west side is Tingsboro. So I lived about 2 miles from the state line with New Hampshire. So north of where I lived, 2 miles from where I lived was the state line. It was Hudson, New Hampshire. Hudson is on the east side of the river, and Nash was on the west side of the river, I think. Is that right? Yeah. It's the Merrimack River. Merrimack River goes from the White Mountains up in New Hampshire, goes down through Concord, Manchester, Nashua, Lowell, ends up going down through Lawrence and out into the ocean up by...
I was asking about the winter time, though, the experience. What were you talking about? I only caught it out the corner of my ear. I was
well, I bought the trailer in May of 2006, and I gave it up in April 2011. I was in it 5 years. So I did 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I did at least 5 winters in that sucker, okay? And when I became disabled, I didn't have enough income. My air conditioner broke. I went through a whole summer without an air conditioner, and those things are like a frickin' toaster if you don't have air conditioning. I had buckets of water. I had my legs, and I'm disabled. Okay, I can't. I was filling up buckets of water. I had a bucket of water for each foot, and every hour I would just dump the water out and then put cold water in it, and then take showers. You know, I mean, that's what you had to do. I mean.
Yeah, what about winter time? You said you had a freeze up?
Yeah, my dark water tank froze up. I had to have all that removed, and so it was just a straight shot. When you flush the toilet, it goes right in the sewage pipe. Oh well.
All right.
It was kind of nice, actually. You know, it had a real toilet, not one of those camper pieces of shit. You know?
My brother lives in a fifth wheel most of the time for his job, and he lives in Billings, Montana, and they've got all that snow this winter, you know.
Oh my God.
And he's got a 4-season.
Oh. Well,
you know, it's got like extra insulation. The bottom of it's heated to keep the pipes from freezing.
Oh, okay.
You know, they call it a 4-season camper. I mean, that's not the brand of it, but that's what they call it because they've made, you know, insulated it for all 4 seasons.
Right. Well, I put wood skirting around it, but you know, I mean, I lived right on the lake, and the lake is a mile across. Okay. So in the wintertime, you get these cold winds coming across the lake, and you know, I mean, the skirting tries to keep the cold out and the heat in, but I mean, hey, it only works so much, you know, and then
yeah.
So
okay, we got the beauty queen, Corey. Hello, Corey.
Yeah,
hey,
anyways, I'll never stay in a camper up north ever again. It's just too much trouble. I did it for 5 years. Okay, I'm a nut. Okay.
Yeah, anything to do with plumbing in the wintertime in a camper is usually not a good deal.
Yeah, I would think that with freezing and the risk of all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing, Corey?
I mean, if you're just passing through a state or whatever.
Yeah, I just don't know how people do it. Keep winterized. I mean, it's really tough. But a 4-season one would have heaters, I guess, down where the lines go through.
Heaters on the bottom for his pipes and stuff like that. And
right.
I don't know. He said he never froze up this winter. They had some other problems with, you know, just from electric, from the weight of snow being on lines and things like that. You know, they had some problems like that. But he said his heater, his water never froze up.
Yeah, I was wondering, Corey in North Carolina and Debbie Lynn in South Carolina, y'all ever get freezes up there in the winter time or snow?
Oh yeah, I hate it.
Where I'm at, I don't.
Okay, how about?
It'll get bad.
Yeah, you ever get cold? What do I wonder what your elevation is, Corey, where you are in North Carolina there. I mean, for winter time? Okay.
I have no idea.
I mean, are you in the hills or are you on flat country down in that area there?
Oh, yeah. There's no hills and mountains and stuff right through here.
Okay. Yeah. I'm worried about people wintering in RVs and that kind of stuff. But
right.
Did you see RV
Deb's?
Yeah. You see RV Deb's vids today about her situation down there in Florida.
I hadn't really been on a whole lot today. Okay. I've had a busy 2 days, so yeah.
Always. You grandkids over again, or what are you doing?
Yeah, well, yesterday evening, my grandson cut his foot in the yard and took his toe off. So we had to take him to the ER and get stitched up, and that was traumatic. And then this morning, my daughter found one of my dogs tangled up in the arms of our machine, our elliptical, and having a seizure. And then when she got her out, she had 5 more. Well, when she woke me up, she had 5 more. By the time she was done, she was pretty much brain dead. I had to have her put down this afternoon. So really, kind of really sucked a little bit last 2 days. I think I'm gonna run away from home. Run away. But,
I'm sorry about your dog.
Yeah, I mean that's 5 and 6 seizures in a day. I mean, wow. It's
just back to back, and I think her oxygen had been cut off for a while, caught in the arms of that elliptical.
Man.
Yeah.
What did child cut the foot on in the yard?
Well, no, we didn't know what it was, and then today he finally said, "I'll show you." And he walks us out there, and it was the post hole diggers laying on their side. We didn't know that they were out there in the yard.
Oh, wow.
And when he ran by, his foot went up against it and just sliced it. I mean, it was gross. But yeah.
And your neighbor's dog got bit by a snake again.
And the neighbor's dog got bit by a snake while I was at the hospital last night. Doug calls me and says, the guy next door's dog got bit by a snake again. He swelled all up, and I was like, I can't leave. I'm at the hospital with the boy. So when I got home, first I had to find a store open at 1 o'clock in the morning and buy what I needed. Then I rushed home and I gave it to the dog, and he's fine today. He's fine. So yeah, I'm running away.
Geez, was this the same dog that got bitten the last time?
Yep, same one.
I wouldn't even think that you have a lot of snakes down there, but God, it's the second time.
Yeah, they're bad right now. This time of year, we don't know why, but this year they're worse than they've been probably ever. The copperheads, they're bad. Wow. So.
And what do they do? Just come out of the woods, or just
Yeah, he's got them right up against the trees. So I'm like, you need to move the dog, dumbass. Move the dog.
Oh, Lord, this is
and they don't learn either. I have a dog that used to get skunked all the time. I lived in a little bitty town, and these skunks would wander the town at night when everybody was in bed. And my dog went after this stupid skunk. Well, I don't know if it was the same one, but she got skunked twice. And that burned. It was in her face. That burns them and everything. And she didn't learn. She did it again. And she would have done it again and again and again if I didn't keep her on a leash then from after that, when I would take her out.
Yeah, Debbie Lynn, were you telling me the small dog can get killed by skunk spray? Or somebody was telling me about that.
No, I never said nothing about no skunk spray.
Yeah.
I bet you could, because it's really like a
Oh, I smell them when I go down the highway here, and somebody ran over one with their car. They really, really stink. I'll tell you, it stays with you if your wheel hits it. Wow, you're gonna smell that for like a week down there. But,
well, I got some stuff with the vet that took most of the smell out of it. You know, after like 2 baths or 3 baths I gave her. But then still, every time she'd get wet afterwards, you could still smell
tomato
that.
sauce. You gotta wash it with tomato sauce.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Tomato juice.
Tomato juice or something? Yeah.
Tomato juice will take care of it.
Yeah, the acid kills it.
Yeah.
But we don't live there anymore, so thank God that doesn't happen here in our neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, it's just weird in Corey's place down there that I don't know. I'd be worried going to bed at night. One of those damn things. You better check your bitch down real good in there when you lay down. I mean, I'm just thinking, good Lord.
Well, they can't get in here for sure. Everything's pretty tight here. But when I have to go outside, that's when I lose my shit. I get scared. I'm like, I'm gonna get bed.
But your lady cave is like a couple hundred feet from the house, isn't it, out there or something like that?
It turns out it's about 130 feet.
Okay.
I'm just real bad about estimation, so I had it estimated much farther. I guess that's the girl gene. I don't know.
The girl gene. But do you have air conditioning in that, Corey?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, you'd probably be dying if you were just in, is it under a tree or out in the open sun and it sits there?
It's directly beside my favorite tree, weeping willow tree.
Oh,
so
okay.
I've got some shade.
Nice, because I know it gets hot down there in Carolina and everything down there.
Yeah.
You get a lot of humidity and all that. Do you have those doors closed, that front and back door?
Yeah, it's, you know who it is.
Yeah, it's a motorcycle dick. I'm just asking if the door's shut. Keep the noise down.
I got the door to the airport closed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a flyover over there. It just sounded like it was really, really close there.
And then we've got the other guy had his alarm honk, honk, honk.
Yeah, the apartment building across the street. The alarm went off.
It was actually the next door here in his driveway.
No, I mean, didn't we hear the alarm for the apartment complex?
No, that was here, the neighbor on the other side, in his driveway. There was a car going off.
No, I meant this afternoon when I was putting up the door, we heard the fire department came down.
Oh, yeah, the ring, ring.
Yeah, I thought the bank was getting robbed again on the corner. You know? I don't think they have any money left At bank, they get robbed so often.
Yeah, they only keep $25.
That's it? Yeah, they only keep 25 bucks in there. Well, it's exciting. Look at Debbie Ariel's picture there. Looks like the sun rays coming in. Looks pretty cool on her.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Somebody who opens the door to heaven.
I hope that was a come to Jesus moment right there. Happened right there. Damn. Who's next?
Come into the light.
Yeah, come into the light.
Sorry.
Hey, Deb, welcome back. Welcome back.
Yeah. That was
Corey didn't hear you about your misadventures.
Oh, such a day. The good news is it's over.
That's good, yeah, because we have a new candidate. We have a new candidate for RV Bitch of the Month, so. And
I know.
She doesn't even have
really,
an RV.
Everybody should write the Tarpon Air Mobile Home Park in Tarpon Springs.
Yeah, I think I'm going to. Did you say you were going to talk to the owner of the?
The owner of the park's name is Ben, and I have seen Ben. He doesn't necessarily hang out here, but I am going to call him. Because when you call the park, it says if it's an emergency, call Ben. And I am going to call Ben.
Yeah, maybe call him and just say, I'm on my way out, so I just want to tell you what the hell. I mean, just to bring you up to date, Corey, that RV Debs went to get her trailer today, and she finally got it down to the house, and the woman, what is it, the manager told you?
She's like a manager, and she's only here like 4 hours a day.
Told her you got a half hour to get your rig out, and you didn't even have the hitch on it.
No, and I couldn't move it if I tried because the hitch was off. And I told her that, and I told her I had a hernia, and please don't upset me,
Right.
And she's like, I'm gonna have to call the police department and the fire department because you can't have this. And it was not blocking. People could go around. It was plenty of room. Anyway, then I said I can't look. I don't have. I showed her my hitch was off. She goes, you have 2 hours. And at that point, I kind of came in and cried to everybody.
You live there 5 years, and they just give you your marching orders like you're. Well, I hate to say it, like you're a piece of shit down there, and that really bugs me.
Well, like I can be here through July, without her. But she didn't want anything parked in front, and I tried to explain that I was going to leave it as soon as I could. But anyway, I moved my travel trailer to this little RV park, and it's got a pool. They're very nice, and everything's included in the price. So for the month of July,
awesome.
I'm set. Now I'm gonna try to find an inexpensive couple of guys that can help me because really, a friend just called me to say, I saw your video. She's in town. She said, I work all week, but I'll come on the weekend. And then I thought to myself, my friends are going to die of heat.
Well, their friends are, I mean, if we were there, we'd be humping the stuff out with you, that's for sure,
That's what friends are for.
That's what friends are for. I don't, heat or no heat, that's the way it goes.
That's right.
It was so hot, but you know what happens when your friends are helping you? You want to help. It's like, I can't not help. You know what I mean?
You just buy a couple 6-packs, and then everybody's moved in. And sorry, Francis.
Well, I'm going to get some help from somebody called True Trans who's here.
Everybody needs help occasionally,
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So whoever it is, I haven't met her yet. Whatever, but she wants the couch. So I said, well, you can get my bed on the truck. I'll move the couch. You can take the chair, the table. I got a TV that's on its way out. So, hey, whatever you want, we'll take it,
That's nice. Well, I told BJ, the lady that's helping me, I have to leave certain furniture here because I sold it furnished. But I'm going to give her the fireplace. I already gave her a beautiful igloo ice chest.
Wow.
And whatever else she wants. You know what I mean? She is really helping me. And I kept telling her, how much do you want for your help? I want to pay you because I don't really know her that well. She came through Kathy and Mark, my best friends.
Yeah.
Lived in their part.
I'll bet she won't take a dime, you know.
Yeah, she's not. She doesn't want to. She said the only thing I'll take money for is if I come in and clean your house when it's all done, so that the people have a nice.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
And I said, no problem.
That's nice. Yeah.
You don't think you'll need that igloo ice chest though? You can't like bungee it to your.
I already gave it.
Oh, okay.
But I do have another one. I have one on roll that you roll, you know.
Yeah, because they're nice. You know, I love that.
I know. I've given a lot away. I gave all of the tools that were left, all the HVAC equipment and gauges, I gave to somebody else. I'm just glad I can.
Other assholes car. Hold on. Car alarm.
Well, I thought it was your bird.
So Deb, you're in a mobile home there?
Where I live now, it's a 4-street mobile home park right on Lake Tarpon, and they're all kind of funky. It's nothing
what
fancy.
What kind of mobile home do you live in right now?
A 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom with a Florida room and a patio. And
so is it a single wide or a double wide?
It's a single wide, but it's got a Florida room that makes it like double in the living room. And I did have you guys. Well, I don't know if anyone saw it, but I did a video when I was selling it. And I walked all over the whole house.
Oh, okay, all right.
It's a nice place. It's got a kitchen that has like a 12-foot counter.
Oh, okay.
People like, like an island with the sink in it. And so anyway, the people that bought it are happy, and I'm happy that they're nice people. Nice people.
It was kind of smart to sell it furnished. Then you don't have to worry about dealing with all the furniture and all that kind of stuff.
Well, she said. Then they decided, well, we don't want the refrigerator, the dishwasher, or the washer and dryer, so you can move that out, right? I'm like, oh, great, right?
Thanks.
You know? So, well, BJ said she has friends that have no money and they need the washer and dryer. I said,
wow,
it's theirs.
Great deal.
The refrigerator, too.
Wow.
So, going to other people.
Deb, that's why I'm saying, when people offer to help you, especially if they go out of their way to call you and offer their, take it. If you trust them, take their help.
I definitely do.
It makes them feel good, too.
I told the lady that just called on the phone, someone I worked with like in the 80s, and she lives kind of far, but anyway, I said to her, you know what you can do for me? You can come over on a weekend when you're off and sit and have a barbecue with me. That's what you can do for me.
That's the thing.
That's all. I really, I'll get this going. This is gonna.
Well, I think tomorrow night. I think your Friday morning video will be what a great night you had in your RV.
My little RV and my little smart TV, and I've got Pandora and music.
Yeah, there you go. It'll be like a total flip the other side of the coin after this nightmare of doing that.
You know what they told me though, that I can't run the air conditioner and the microwave at the same time.
Yeah, it's too much of a draw on that 30 amp. Yeah, you can't do it.
Kind of weird, So I may not be cooking in the microwave while the AC is. Forget that.
That's a good idea. You can probably just shut it off for 15 minutes or so and do your microwave.
Something easy.
Yeah, because those things are like 30 amps, and if you put those two together, you probably need 50 amps to handle all that kind of stuff.
I got my little. I even bought a fuse tester.
Good.
I have. I got a fuse tester. I've got a level. And my trailer was level.
How about your water pressure regulator, your own?
Well, I didn't have the right one. I think I still have it, but I can't find it. The lady at the RV park said that their water pressure, nothing to worry about.
Well, it's good practice to have one.
I'll get one. I got to make sure.
You never really know. Your rig is new, but I knew somebody hooked up an older one and didn't even know that it was supposed to be fine. It still blew out the lines on that.
I got the surge protector. That cost me $100. And that's a cheap one.
That's a cheap one?
Yeah. There was, I went to, what's it called? Camping World. So, and I need a surge protector. The guy shows me, this one's $100. And it only is good for one boom. If it booms, you got to buy another one. Although I bought 2-year plan, so I don't have to buy another one.
Yeah, how common is that?
Yeah, the other one's $150, and you can hit it more than once. And the third one was like $280. I don't know what that one does. Maybe it takes you out to dinner. you know?
It can take 3 booms.
Oh, you know.
Should have a lifetime warranty for that price.
Yeah, it is. Probably is a lifetime warranty.
Yeah,
I
because
did buy the warranty for $10.
Chris Travels is selling all that stuff on his stuff.
His is not cheap, and I wish I would have ordered
not
one.
cheap. Yeah, it's not cheap.
They're like $200 and something.
I know, and he had some special deal he was running in March or something when he just picked up the distributorship with him.
Well, I figure this one's good for like one blow, then I can go get with my receipt. I've got my little, then I get another one. Right. And then if that goes, I'll do the good one with Progressive.
Yeah, I wonder how common it is to have a surge in an art. Is it any more common in a park? I mean, in a home?
You know, I've never worried about it before, but you know, in Florida, we do get a lot of lightning strikes.
That's what I was worried about.
That's right. So I have to have one here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is different than, like, you can have a surge protector that goes to your TV, you know, and your stereos or whatever.
Right.
And that's different than the one that goes to the pole where your electric comes in.
My mom, she has a lightning rod on her house because her the lightning struck and it blew 2 flat screen TVs out because they weren't on surge protectors. So she went and got a lightning rod.
I lost a TV once.
She was pissed because she had only had the TV for like 8 months.
Yeah, this was a new one too. Boom, you know, and it's gone. There's nothing. It's gone.
Every time I go stay there and I stay in the guest bedroom, there's no TV in there because she's like, I had to get the TV for the living room in my room. I don't stay in that room, so that one's not really that important. I'm like, thanks, Mom.
Yeah. I don't have a TV in my new bedroom because I only have the one, and I might find I might find a little tiny TV that I can.
They've got such good deals. My 13-year-old for his birthday, all he wanted, we got him the PlayStation 4, so he hooked. He needed a TV, and you know, so we went to Walmart, and I think it was $119. And it's a 26-inch TV, flat screen.
That's nice. I think I will pick eventually. I'll pick.
Because I was not
going to wait. See, I don't get any money till these people that come down here between the, I guess, the 1st and the 10th. They owe me like a half of my money, so I'm like waiting for it. But you know, it's going to happen. So
but it's definitely reasonable. I mean, I guess as time goes on, they get cheaper and cheaper. Or going into a pawn shop. I mean. They always have flat screens and stuff like that in there, but
I just want a little one for the bedroom so that it can, because there's this little shelf that comes down. It's perfect for like a little personal TV.
Should might be even cheaper than that. I mean, I don't know, his is, well, it's 26 inches, whatever that is. But we didn't want to get him anything super nice because he's 13 and he's disruptive. So
yeah, he just needs to play his games.
Yeah.
Do you have a tablet, Deb?
No, I have a laptop, and then I have my Note 4, I mean.
A lot of times I take my tablet and watch, well, I guess it's not TV, but TV shows.
Yeah, well, I don't even think I want cable, because I think Wi-Fi will give me, I might have to pay for Bright House to do my own Wi-Fi.
Roku is where you can stream shows.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
that's
you need that to do Netflix. You need
that's what my mom. Well, she's got Direct TV, but she's also got that Roku, so she's got Netflix.
Yeah, well, she's got a smart TV, so she doesn't need anything special for her TV. But for her bedroom, if she wants a little personal TV back there, she'll have to have.
I'm hoping I don't need anything that the Wi-Fi is good. I'll let you know. That tomorrow is when I check the Wi-Fi out.
Yeah, you can watch it on your tablet because you're already online. I don't know. I'm thinking of.
I got a smart TV now, so I can watch YouTube.
Yeah, how because my dad's got one, and he was like, Melanie, the next time you get a TV, you got to get a smart TV. I'm like, he's like, It's got Wi-Fi, and I'm like, what?
It's just like a computer.
Yeah, I don't even understand it. I mean,
I don't get it either. He tried it. My dad's almost 60, and he's trying to explain us.
Well, I just got mine, you know, and I have an antenna that you wind up, and I got a lot of channels. Just, you know, I think it just picks up whatever, and then a Wi-Fi. You hit this button. It's called I forget the word, but it's online, and it brings up the screen that's got YouTube and Netflix, all of them. Now you have to have a password, and I could not think of my password. When it was sitting in front of you. I know.
You couldn't
frustrating.
Well, that was when I had the trailer in my house because I was going to use my Wi-Fi, and I was like getting right into it, and then the password wasn't working, and then she came and busted my bubble.
Smart TV like a hotspot then, kind of?
I don't know whether it'll enable your Wi-Fi from wherever you're getting it.
Yeah, it just picks up. It's a smart TV.
I don't know. Michaela's the technical geek here. What's a smart TV, Michaela?
What happened? What? I'm sorry.
What's a smart TV? You're our technical geek is here. What is a smart TV?
Well, my friend has it, and it actually lets you broadcast through your Wi-Fi, like Netflix, YouTube, all that good
Google,
stuff.
Right there.
I'm not too sure. I don't have one myself.
I do. No, I'm saying I was, and the Google is. That's what comes up in search.
Okay.
And the only problem with a smart TV is you've got this like remote control, and you're sort of using arrows to go to the numbers. But you can buy a what do you call it? A
remote keyboard.
Yeah, so that's what I need.
Well, that sounds good. The only thing would be a smart TV, a dumbbell for me.
You should be able to do the Google Plus Hangouts through that too, because that TV has a camera.
I know. I don't know if my TV has a camera. I don't think so.
I don't remember him telling me about a camera.
I didn't see a camera.
I don't know about.
I am gonna read. I'm gonna read the manual and find out though.
What brand is it?
Samsung.
Samsung. I think that's what my dad's got too.
Samsung does.
It might have a camera in it if it's Samsung.
It's like 32 inches because that fits in the hole.
That's great.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And that's fun. I mean, I'm splurging, but I'm leaving two beautiful TVs. I mean, let's see if I can show you.
You can't use them or sell them, huh, Deb?
Do you see?
Yeah, Craig, it looks like a 48-inch or something over there.
And then the bedroom has a little smaller, but not much smaller.
Right.
You're including that as well?
Wow.
TVs?
Your mic is muted, Deb, so I don't know what happened here.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, they're getting a lot. They're getting a lot of my memories. I'm leaving a lot of
They
things.
get it for a good. Was it a good price to be getting all this
Well,
stuff?
you know, the truth is that Florida's a pretty right now. You know, it's hard to sell. There's a lot of people selling, but I was very fortunate because I made a little money from when I bought it 5 years ago. I made like $6,000, but I did put a couple thousand into it. I painted it, and you know, I actually put more than that into it. We put carpeting in, and a water heater during 5 years, you know. But yeah, I got my money back. Let's put it that way, and a little extra.
Yeah, that you're definitely lucky because you know
And
that.
it's only a mobile home. It's not worth a lot, believe me.
I thought they always don't they always depreciate, not appreciate?
I think it's just a matter of the condition of your home and what it looks like. You know, some of the homes in the park, they're not worth more than $5,000.
Okay.
You know, and then other ones are $25,000 because they've really done something. Yeah.
I always thought it was like a car. Like as soon as you drive it off the lot, a brand new car, then it's.
Well, it probably is kind of like a car. I don't know.
The analogy, I'm not saying it's a car.
Well, anything you buy and then you sell it again is going to be like, even to buy a diamond ring and try to go sell it.
Yeah.
No, really, you go buy a beautiful piece of jewelry that they said was worth, $4,900. You take that same piece of jewelry, and it's what? What do they offer you? $500.
Even if you have the receipts and everything, I know we went on a cruise last year, and I like had to have a souvenir, so I made my husband buy the ring for me. But it came at this point, so every time I wore it, I scratched my son, I scratched myself, and I'm like, I can't even wear this ring. And it came with the paperwork and everything showing the estimated value.
Yep.
But luckily on the cruise ship, you get a year to return it. So I was still I went to the pawn shop, and this is like a $300 ring. They wanted to give me $20.
I tell you, this
I had the receipt and the thing, the appraisal thing saying, well, it's got this many diamonds, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get a hold of the cruise line, and I had to ship it to them. And it was like 3 weeks later, I got my money back. It was like 10 months later.
Well, that's good.
Because I kept it in my jewelry box, but it.
Yeah, if you can't wear it, my goodness.
Yeah.
I like to always wear rings that are flat. I like the minor cut. Like here's this is a minor cut.
I like the minor cut. They're not. They're nice.
Deep in. They won't flip off.
Yep.
Here's another one. I only put this ring. My husband. Let me get it off my finger. This one came from Saudi Arabia. It was a puzzle ring, and when he first wanted to be with me, he threw it to me, and it was all apart. I had.
No!
I know, and he goes, "If you."
You're like, what is this?
Yeah, I was like, just a two. And he goes, "If you can put this together, you can have it." That was pretty raunchy. I sat up in bed until that thing was together, and then I ran to where they solder it, and I put my dad's diamond in it so that it was never going to come apart again.
Back it up a little bit. See, I like unique pieces of. That's why I got that one ring, because it was I had never seen anything like it. I like things that are different. Everybody else has. I like that.
Thank you.
I've got a $7,000 solitaire. It's probably 50 years old, which is why it costs a little more than what you would find now, because it's a super old stone.
Oh, I bet it's beautiful.
Wow. I can't even get $500 for it.
Crazy.
That bothers me.
I mean, I'm not going to sell it. That's my wedding set, but
No, I know what you're saying.
What size is it, Corey? What size?
3/4.
Wow.
3/4 carat.
I got ripped off big time when I was really needing money. I took a lot of the jewelry that my mom left me, and oh my God, they just rip you off left and right, really.
Yep.
More or less, they sell it just for the gold. They'll just melt it down.
I took some gold in, and they picked out all the diamonds in this one ring that was my mom's, and I got a little bag of diamonds and sapphires. And when I was in this Golden Diamond Source, the big TV show, they come on in, bring in all your estate jewelry. We give you the top dollar. They give you the top dollar, all right.
Yeah.
But I said to the guy, listen. Here's some beautiful diamonds, and they're old diamonds and gorgeous sapphire. He goes, I got 100 bags of them. I'm like, okay.
And
he didn't want it, He's like, oh, I got a bag of those.
Wow, you think that they'd want more because it's antique, estate jewelry, that's crazy.
I have one ring left that was my mother's, and it's gorgeous, but I don't wear it because. It's too much. You know what I mean? Too much.
Too blingy?
Yeah. Yeah. I think I could be murdered just for my ring, It's not worth it.
Yeah,
but I got it, and that's something I didn't want to sell, so I didn't sell it.
Some of the estate jewelry is so much nicer than what's got, especially some of the diamonds from before they were natural. They weren't some of the synthetic diamonds that are on the market.
I know. I would like to show you guys this diamond, but I'm afraid that since we're live and there's a million people out there. No, I don't think I'm going to put a target, and it's not that great.
Yeah, don't show all your stuff online.
Corey was teasing too. Oh, look at mine.
Well, they're going to have to take
No, I was showing her that I don't wear it ever.
Oh, okay, yeah, she doesn't wear it either.
I don't wear it unless I go out.
That's the same thing with me. My wedding ring is in my jewelry box. Unless I leave the house, Even if I'm going to the grocery store, I won't even put my wedding ring on. Like if I'm going somewhere, I don't know, dinner or
I wear my
something, then I'll put it on.
That's my wedding band.
That's pretty.
It had one that went with it, and I did get rid of it, but it used to make my fingers kind of itch because I can't wear doubles. It's just too.
See, mine. I'll have to show it to you.
Show and tell.
Show and tell time. Get your diamonds, ladies.
Yes. Mine's in the house. I'm not going to get shit.
I didn't think Corey was going to budge.
Wait a minute. I'll get
Get on the
He'll bring it.
Talk. There we go.
There he is. Look, he must have
beautiful.
known.
That's beautiful, Mel.
It's 2 rings, but
it's beautiful.
I got the bottom one spinning all the time, so I just had them solder.
Yeah, it's so elegant looking.
Them together.
It's beautiful. Hold it up again. Let me see it again.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, that's lovely. Yeah, isn't that elegant? I love that.
See, I don't like anything super.
Let me show. Well, let me.
I didn't want a gigantic.
Show it again. Hold on a minute. I'm sorry.
Show it again.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's very pretty.
Isn't that beautiful? I love that.
Well, I got like kid hands. I got small hands, so I didn't want. I mean, I could have got something bigger, but
I don't think.
I don't like that whole.
I like delicate jewelry.
Yeah, I don't like big. You know, I mean, it's like something out of a.
And the lady at the jewelry store, she was like, it's better to have a smaller diamond that's good clarity than a bigger diamond that's bad clarity. So that's.
I mean, I see some of that big hunkin' jewelry, and I think like Sunset Boulevard, Gloria Swanson, some craziest movie star from the 1920s and 30s, you know, with all the bling and all the crazy shit on it. I'm like, oh, I don't like that look at all. That is a beautiful little elegant ring that you have there, Mel. That's lovely. Love that.
Pretty.
Love, 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 love that.
Really nice.
Thank you.
The best part of the ring is the person that went with it.
Oh yeah.
Deb, I don't want to forget to tell you that Patricia Carpenter, you know, they come into the hangout.
Yes, yes.
She put a couple of videos up, and one of them is about Wi-Fi, and they're having a little problem, but they think they know what it is. But it was something that I thought about you when I watched that video. Is maybe, you know, you might get an idea for them because you've been talking about, you know, wanting to make sure that you have a strong Wi-Fi signal.
Yeah.
So they're doing a video of something that they're trying, so you can maybe get some ideas or whatever from them.
Yeah, I thought Wi-Fi always seems to be the biggest element of pain almost when you're traveling and doing RV living, is having a decent Wi-Fi, because you can't really depend on McDonald's and Starbucks and that crap when you're out at an RV park. That's why. Curious, Deb, what your signal's going to be like if you try tomorrow evening to, you know, while you're hanging out and chilling.
I know. I'm looking forward to it. I really think that'll be fun. Yeah, and it's sort of a nice little place. Everybody was very friendly, and you know, there's. I'm real close to the pool, but not that close, but close enough to just, you know. Yeah, I'm looking forward, and I think it's neat because there's a lot of trees. So I even have a little bit of shade, not enough, but.
That'd be good. That's with Florida heat.
It's awful.
Yeah, does the place you're staying now have a pool? This place?
No, we just have the Lake Tarpon, which is a huge lake, and they've got 2 boat ramps to go use your. You know, a lot of people here are fishermen, like to fish. No, I wish it did have a pool. So I'm kind of glad to get out of here.
Yeah.
There's like no manager you can talk to. I mean, because when I saw your video, like, that's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, my mom's
the manager. That's the manager.
Oh,
and I'm going to try. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the office tomorrow and video her.
Oh, you should.
Yeah.
I'm going to have my walk-in.
There we go.
I'm going to say, I want to thank you so much for making me move out faster than I had to, and how rude you were. And I don't wish you anything but the best. You just get You need to get exactly what you deserve. God bless you.
Oh, God, that would be so great.
That's what I always say when someone's mean.
Yeah, may you get exactly what you
Debbie, please, please, please do it, please.
Yeah,
I want you to see this face.
You're gonna get what you deserve. You're gonna have it coming.
I think I'm going to make sure to give us the address, and then we won't use the last name. We'll just say Irene, manager, whatever it is.
That's all you need.
We'll
It's very small.
We'll all write her
How could you be so mean? Why are you
so cruel as you are, Dan?
I know exactly what I've gone through, you know.
It's insane.
And she knows, right?
Yep.
Yes, she knows all about my husband getting sick and the hospice coming.
It's unconscionable to.
I know, and she had a real strong face. Like she wouldn't. Like normally she smiles and phony, but whatever. But this time she had the stone face, and she had this Mexican guy that like does the lawns and stuff with her in the golf cart, so that there was a backup. So as soon when she left, the guy, the Mexican worker, he was there. I go, wasn't that the rudest thing you ever heard? And he went, oh, no, I can't say it,
Yeah, I mean,
I understand.
He was probably
have papers, no.
Yeah.
I'm lucky to be here.
Oh, and there's a lot of that in Florida too. There's a lot of that in Florida.
No se habla inglés.
Well, he didn't want to he heard her. He heard her.
What?
You know what? A lady came by who lives behind my house, and she's a wonderful person. I don't know her very well, but she brought me this right at the same time.
Nate, is your YouTube on?
Shane, turn off your channel.
Yeah, it's Nate. Yeah, turn down your YouTube side.
Yeah, Nate's still got it on.
I've got no YouTube on. The only I got on this my Google Plus page.
Okay, we're getting feedback. So are you gonna put your camera on?
My camera should be on.
Yeah, I'm just getting your icon there. So.
This is what she came and she handed me today. This lady, my neighbor, who I don't know real well, but she has. It's a stone with an angel.
Pick it up a little bit.
Nice.
That's so
Oh,
nice.
that was nice.
And she handed it to me while this lady's telling me to move. She was upset too because hey, you move, you got to get a trailer to move.
Right.
I said to her, how am I supposed to move without a trailer?
I mean, I just can't tell you how shocked Jen was when she saw your video this morning. To just.
Oh, Jen, you're.
I was ready to go through the walls.
That's what I didn't get. What was the rush? Yeah,
I mean, you think your neighbors would have been that bitchy about somebody?
No, but you know what I'm going to do is when Mark died. There's like a Sunday, kind of like a chapel meeting at the clubhouse, and I don't necessarily ever go there, but they every week came and put a beautiful card at my door every week for a year. And then I would go down and visit once in a while, and they're nice people, and I'm going to go visit them. And I'm going to let them know what happened too.
She's the devil, behold, she's the devil.
I'm going to go in her office tomorrow.
Yeah, I just think you go to a meeting and say, y'all were so great, and it's just shocked me.
Yeah, I'm going to say exactly that. I'm going to say, I got to tell you, Irene, I moved my trailer under duress. I've almost had to go to the hospital for my hernia.
Right.
You gave me such anxiety, and I don't know how you could live with yourself. I don't know how you could live. I'm going to have, and she's going to go, are you taping me? I go, yes, I am.
Yeah, videotaping.
Yes, I certainly am. You are a bitch. Bye-bye.
Am I better now?
Yeah, well, I don't know if you're better, but you're here. How you doing today?
Surviving. Trying to get this damn door lock switch fixed on the pickup truck, and it's causing nothing but trouble. I replaced the actuator, and then basically you press the door lock. When you press the door locks on your car, they're supposed to lock. Well, they don't. They unlock themselves back. Then when you put the remote,
get the hell out there and fix it.
Yeah, only if the guy that wired the alarm system into this vehicle, I could say it's like taking a bowl of spaghetti and dumping it like all over the bottom of the floor and everything. It's like,
oh wow. And
then I can't find my freaking voltmeter because we got like a shed tent. Our shed looks like a tent. I have to show you a picture. I have to put a picture on here and show you guys.
Is that what I got? A voltmeter? Is that or is that different?
No, voltmeter is good just to make sure you got something live and what kind of voltage it's carrying, so you don't explode a light bulb or something like that. Or
I have a fuse tester. That's
yeah, fuse tester too.
Yeah, what do you call it? That? Call it whatever you want to call it. It's okay, Ma.
That's what a fuse.
Mom said hello to everybody too.
It's real good because if you can test which fuse is the one that's the problem, and then you have your 15s and 20s. I'm all ready, girls.
Yeah, why do I get this feeling like the next vid Friday morning comes out of Deb is, oh, I got to tell you about the night that I had last night.
Oh, what a night!
I cooked a little dinner and I sat there with the air conditioner on
and I don't have to worry about paying for the air conditioner.
And I got a great signal on Wi-Fi and I couldn't believe it.
The lady at the desk said, did you leave your air conditioner on? I thought, uh-oh, you know. I said, yeah, but I put it on low. She said, that's okay. It's all included. I'm like, oh.
Wow, that's pretty awesome.
Well, I'm moving in. I'm moving in. You better keep it count for me.
Turn the thing off before you leave. Oh my goodness, oh my God.
That's one of the plus sides, though, is that you get to leave your air conditioner on.
Yes, the air conditioner.
You have to keep turning it off and on.
Yes, the air conditioning police. Did you turn everything
the hell with global warming, you know? Like,
what are you doing? What are you doing? Where are you going? Did you shut everything off? Let me check everything, make sure you did everything properly before you leave the
premises. You wake up Friday morning and there's Ivory has a new job managing your park over there.
There's this vent in my bed.
Shut that air conditioner off! From 7
like a bad Hitchcock movie. Everywhere you go, every park, it's the same woman comes down. Can I help you? Oh, it's you again. Oh, get that trailer out of here. You got 30 minutes.
That's a bad dream, really. That was a bad dream.
They have a video like that on YouTube. A guy, I gotta find it. That does car crash discovery things, and the guy was fighting with his landlord. He's like, well, either you get this trailer out of here, or I'm gonna pull it out of here with my, his John Deere tractor. And the guy's like, okay, fine, I'll get it out of here. This guy comes up with like a little Mazda 3, like a little piece of, like a little peanut car, trying to pull this trailer, and I started laughing. The front end ripped out from underneath the car, and I was like, "You're gonna pull a." It was funny. The video, the guy comes, he's like, "Now I gotta pull your car and your trailer and your other car behind it. 'Cause you had a car behind it that was attached with the trailer, that was pulling with the trailer." I was like, why don't you take the SUV that's on the back of the trailer and hook that up to the trailer and then put the piece of junk in the back? But no, his dumbass did the hillbilly style thing, and the whole front end of the car, all you see is the rear, the front wheels just go right underneath the car. Just like, I was like, who's gonna pull a 20,000-pound trailer plus a 7,000-pound vehicle with a car that weighs like 3,000 pounds?
Some people got no sense. They have no way to evaluate the pulling power or something. They just think anything can pull anything, and then they rip their whole front end out of the vehicle.
It's hilarious though. It's like watching those movies, like those old movies when the people when they put the chains on the rear end and on those cop cars. What was that movie that when they ripped the chains out on the rear ends and the cop cars?
Yeah, that was American Graffiti right down in Petaluma. They filmed that, and then they filmed that, and they had the chains on the back of the axle, and that police car took off.
They ripped out the
whole bottom off of it. Yeah.
I know. They did that, and they did that in Gone in 60 Seconds too, and they were doing it with Nicolas Cage with that Mercedes.
Yeah, so that's some crazy with people. I mean, you probably find a lot of YouTube videos of crazy RV crap that went on out there, and overinflated tires and all kinds of calamities and crap.
I mean, well, it's funny. I mean, when I was working, because I went to school for ASC training for when I was working for BMW. I mean, I know I'm not judging women and,
Well, what's AFC training? What is that?
For basically working on cars. Work at the car dealership. What do they call it? Automotive, whatever they call it, certification, whatever they call it. But this lady came in. She was like, "Oh, I need to get an oil change done on my car." She thought she had lifetime oil in her car. Lifetime oil. Every 3,000 miles, every 5,000 miles, you're supposed to change the oil. Well. So she brings the car in. She's like, "Oh, I bought the car with 30 miles on it." And I was like, "Okay, fine." So I pulled the dipstick. There's nothing on the dipstick. I'm looking at the dash. She's like, "Oh, I came in like a year ago to get the oil change," and I'm looking like, how many miles did you put on the car in a year? She's like, oh, I put out about 20,000 miles on the car. I'm like, and did you open the hood to check the oil or the dipstick? She's like, what's that? I'm like, they said I had lifetime oil. I'm like, no, you have lifetime oil changes. You can bring it as many times as you want to get it changed. So I took out the drain plug, and cobwebs and spiders were coming out, and I was like, you're lucky. This thing probably had less than a quart of oil in it. She's like, oh, well, what do you think I should do? I was like,
how the hell was it still running?
That's what I said. I said to myself, and I was like, and then we got them putting the oil in the car. So I was like, well, I have to take a car for a test drive because after I do the oil change, I want to make sure the car's still running and everything's safe and everything. So she's talking. She's like, oh, well, can I go for a ride with you? I'm like, well, that's fine. You can go and ride with me. But we took that thing a ride around the block. We got halfway out of the car dealership. We got down the street. I gunned it. As soon as I stepped on the gas, I got to the stop sign. I stopped, and I was like, I'll gun it a little bit just to see if it's got any power or whatever, because it's a newer one. It was like a 2009. We didn't even get probably half a mile from the dealer, and the car fucking exploded.
Wow.
I was like, I mean, these people that come in when I was at work, I mean, the stuff that these people have to bring these cars in for. I mean, that guy's like, oh, I have a squeak that's coming from my front end. I'm like, well, where's the squeak coming from? Well, he's like, oh, from my prior suspension. I'm like, well, you know, the bearings go bad on the struts go bearing on the BMWs, and most some of the newer BMWs. So like, well, we could oil them, or we could order them, or you could, you know, put them in yourself if you want, if you have the kit or whatever, if you're mechanically inclined. Now, these people that come in, they just bring the car in, and it's like, oh, well, I'll just leave the car here, you guys can service it. Like, well, we don't have them in. I'm telling you now that you're going to either have to wait a week, or just leave the car here, and we'll give you a rental car for a week. He's like, well, I'll leave the car here for a day, and then you can order the parts a day. I'm like, you don't get it. They're not coming from, you know, freaking United States. They're coming from Germany. You know, they're coming from freaking BFE from the other side of the world. It's going to take at least 3 days to get them. It's going to take at least a day to get each strut out on the front end and take them out and change them these bearings and everything. The guy comes back the next day. He's like, oh, well, did you get the parts ordered? I'm like, I told my boss, I'm like, does this guy have any knowledge about cars at all? And then I was like, oh, you know, he's like, well, while you're at it, if you guys can wash my car and check my brakes and do all this, and that. I mean, I was looking at the guy like, you know, I was like, what am I, your freaking, you know, your slave? What am I, your, you know, whatever you want to call it? So my boss like, oh, we'll just do what the customer says and this and that. So I checked all the fluids. There was no radiator fluid.
Hi, Tim.
Nothing.
Yeah, hi, Tim.
Hi, Tim.
Hey, Tim.
Hello, how you doing?
Good. Good. How you doing? Did Elvis stop by yet?
Huh?
Elvis stop by yet?
Elvis ain't gonna come here. He's a pussy.
Here we go.
He's scared. He won't come by me.
Oh, hey.
He said he's coming by to check out your shop and take care of a pencil neck geek.
Yeah, he lost a good friend, Elvis did. I'd have been a good friend to him. You know, I'm a good friend to a lot of people, but when I wash these hands of them, that's it.
I told him to look you up and, you know, man up and contact him and say I'm going to come. He was in Marion, Illinois down there last night, so.
Yeah, no, he says I'm a
99% white, you know, Sam's Club.
Yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit. You know what? I don't care what anybody says. I think he's a racist, and I don't care. I'm just saying what I feel. But he needs a lot of help. He don't care what people think about him or nothing, so he won't get too far up here in Chicago. They'll eat him alive up here.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tim.
I'm sorry, but I tried to be that guy's friend. You know, he tells me I flip-flop because I try to tell the guy something and be, you know, this and that, and I'm done with him. I'm completely done with him. I got my Elvis troll over there in the side chat. I don't need him.
Oh, I'm not going to change the subject, but Rosie, did you get anything back on the thing we were talking about yesterday?
Not quite yet. I'll keep you posted on that, though.
Okay.
And I'm glad we talked to clear the air, so that was a good thing. We had that little misunderstanding. So, yeah, Tim, I don't know. I thought he mentioned to me that he was seriously thinking about looking you up there, and you know, just clearing the air with you. But I don't know where Marion is, but you know, I like the guy. He's funny, but sometimes you get that random stuff like. I had to laugh like 99% white area here with the Marion Sam's Club. I thought that was kind of random.
Yeah, that's actually, to be honest with you, that's what did it for me. I've been hearing this stuff always got to be ethnicity or something brought up in all of his conversations, and I just finally said, you know what, I really don't want nothing to do with him. I was actually going to go up and meet him because he wouldn't come here. He was afraid to come here. Which, you know, I'm nobody to be afraid of.
He's afraid to go to Walmart. Come on.
Yeah, Walmart. No, Sam's Club, right?
Yeah.
Sam's Club.
Yeah,
you know what gets me about him? He's constantly asking questions that are so dumb.
Yeah.
Like we're supposed to know everything about the percentage of whatever.
Sam's Club is a dangerous place.
Well,
I'm scared to go there.
Well, evidently not the one in Marion, Illinois there, so.
Well, I'm not here. Listen, I didn't come out here to bash
I
anybody.
was just saying, I wonder if he met up with you because he was talking about, yeah, I might go try to see Tim up there. And,
No, when he did that little thing today, about 99.9% white, so it's safe. About 3 times he did it, and then he finally tried to cover it up with some BS about, oh, but I'm not racist. So you know he
Let me guess, he has a black friend.
he ain't got a friend in the world. He does not have one friend that's walking on this earth. He's got some trolls. That's all he's got. But I didn't come out here to bash anybody. I'm
looking at RV Deb is kind of laughing here.
Because it's true. But it's pretty, you know, it's pretty sad. And I won't like hate him or anything. He's you know, if he wants to have a channel that talks about how great he is, that's fine. I'm not subscribed. If I want to see it, I can look it up.
Chicago morning, another little baby child was born.
Sometimes I look up his crap just because it's funny.
Okay, so you know, I was only asking if he met up with Tim. That's all. I wasn't talking about it behind his back. I only
and I'm not trying to be mean either.
No, it's just people like, well, you know, Rosie, they're talking about. I'm not talking. I only asked if he met up
love and harmony.
Yeah, he told me he was going to try to see if he could. He was seriously thinking about contacting Tim up there. And
Tim, good luck, Tim.
I don't need it. I really don't need it. I got lots of
bad guy. I haven't seen Drury around at all. He must have decided to take a
I don't know. Has anybody even talked to him or anything?
Yeah, I got texted him. He said because Bina was down there and Narsa, Elvis's nephew, that he was putting his attention on that as opposed to being on the Hangouts when he had visitors down there. So that was last Friday. So I don't know what this Friday will bring, but that's the last thing I heard.
Well, I didn't call up for help, you know.
He just, you know, I think he feels real bad. He'll be back.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yes, I did, Nate. Let's see.
He'll be back.
And I'll be back again this time.
Go ahead, Dad. Get that guitar out. Trim those nails and let's go.
Believe me, I love you so. Yes, I'm the one who wants you. I'm the one who wants you. Oh, 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 oh. Remember that song?
Yep. Yep.
Don't get me singing. I have to get drunk. And the only thing is I don't get drunk.
Maybe you need a drink.
Yeah, we've had enough of that here the last week. We don't need it. We don't need any.
I know after what happened the last couple of
my God, I gave up drinking myself on Hangouts. You know,
oh my goodness, for myself.
I gave up drinking on the Hangouts. That's for sure. So. Clean up my act.
You don't act like that, Rosie. You don't act like a fool when you drink.
Well, some nights have gotten a little bit crazy, you know.
Oh, come on, Rosie. We got to go back to the old days where we used to have fun. I mean, come on. I mean, like I said, like I told Rosie yesterday. I mean, when we used to hang out in Hangouts, things were fun and we didn't have to worry about anything. I mean, so much shit went on that I can't even count. I mean, it's just that the stuff we saw, the stuff we heard, the stuff that people did.
Well, at that time, you couldn't put them up. There was no connection to YouTube, and your Hangouts were just private. I mean, we used to hang out all the time with.
It was crazy. That's the stuff we did.
Yeah.
I mean, the stuff we did. I mean, it would probably be considered to be illegal. I think they would consider it now.
Yeah, probably.
It would probably be. That's probably why you got banned.
Well, which time? lessons I've learned. Every lesson the hard way.
5 times. Was it like 5 times? I think I like what banned 5 times.
Twice. Yeah, so it was
crazy. I got banned twice because when I was that one was Zoe was in the room and I forgot what I said, but then Zoe got pissed and she's like, "I'm going to record you." I'm like, "Well, go right ahead. I don't care." And 10 seconds later, poof, I'm out of the room and I come back in a half an hour later. She's like, "Well, how'd you get back in?" I'm like, "Well, I know how to change my IP address."
Yeah. Well, anyway. It was kind of her big bob on the sides, like, "Drink up, Rosie." No, I'm not going to be drinking up. And he used to keep counting my beers. Yeah, he used to count my beers on here, Tim, and I thought, geez, anybody starting to count my beers, that's a bad deal on Hangout.
Well, you know what we were gonna do? We were gonna film your video, but we're gonna re-record it. So every time you pop a beer in the corner, there'll be like a counter. So every time you pop a beer, be ding 1 beer, ding 2 beers, ding 3 beers.
I'll tell you, I took the lessons this week. That's it. I've seen the light. I've got religion now on that drinking thing. No. So maybe Friday night, but other nights, no. Tim, I believe it when I see it.
I saw the garage.
An Irish girl, right? Not going to drink.
I saw the garage door, and you put down hump day, and I was like, tomorrow's hump day. It's not today.
Wednesday.
Wednesday is hump day.
Well, that's what today is.
Hello, Nate. What planet are you on, Nate?
Well, you know, I mean, the way you had it posted, though, it was posted as my clock. It was posted as yesterday's.
Well, I don't know. I just put whatever stupid time Google, YouTube posted up is what I got.
Well, Google and them are from California, so they're 2 hours backwards.
All right.
Over there in sunny, they're
well, it was hump day where I'm at when she posted it, so. Yeah. I wasn't humping around, so.
We know,
it was a real hump day.
Yeah.
This was a real hump day.
I'll tell you, it was humping hot, too. I'll tell you that here. It was
humping hot.
I think the whole country was hot today.
Did you ever take an ice cold bottle of water and just pour it on your head?
Oh, yeah.
We
get the garden hose out sometimes when it's real hot. Or
today. I just poured it on my head.
We'll blow up the little pool and do a couple videos.
That's why my hair's so pretty.
Did you ever take a bottle of water and freeze it and thaw it?
Oh my God, Corey, your video is, I could not believe.
I'm not going to say what I did with that.
No, who said that?
She was looking at that water bottle like...
Everybody was like, "Why are you rubbing on that bottle?"
I couldn't even post the comment.
You know how the condensation builds up, and I wanted everyone to be able to see it, so I was just like,
I know, I'm like...
That was fun.
What the hell's with all the freaks, man?
I mean, the subliminal messaging was incredible.
I hope everybody enjoyed it, because I didn't even think about, you know.
I mean, how many people get an adult toy?
I know.
That was the perfect toy, that's true.
Oh, my God.
I could not have explained it. I had to do a recording, because I was like, I can never explain this. It's got to be seen.
Yeah, that's like Jesus on the toast. You just got to put it up there.
Yeah. Did you ever hear about the Mother Mary came from like a washing window in Clearwater, Florida? This high rise, and it got to be so famous that now there's actually a statue of Mother Mary.
What's the story, Deb? No.
It was just like somebody window washed, and the mirrored kind of effect made it look like a face of a woman, you know?
Yeah, they thought it was a Virgin Mary.
Yeah.
I never heard of that one.
Oh, I remember that.
It's still there, I swear. It's like a big old statue. And for days, people gathered all around the parking lot of this office building.
I forgot where it was at. My friend lives over there.
Clearwater.
Lakewood. Yeah, it's Clearwater. Because my friend lives in Lakewood, and he was talking about, like, are you drunk? He's like, no, I'm not.
And the people would sit there and just stare at it, you know.
People,
weird.
Crazy shit.
People are telling me about it.
Corey's video took the cake this week by a mile. I'll tell you
that gets an award.
I mean, I never know what the hell's going to come up on her channel, you know.
That's the ice sculpture.
Check this out.
You know what? I was only ashamed.
Look at what Corey's making at her house.
You know what? I was only ashamed of myself for putting it up when Irene commented on it, and I was so ashamed. And I was like, Irene saw it. No. She's so
She can take it.
I know, but she's so precious, and I just felt like shit. I was like, I'm sorry.
It's just an ice cube, that's all.
I know, but still, she saw it.
Believe me, she's seen a few of those.
I'm not even going to talk about ice cubes or ice bottles, because when I had my surgery and what they had to do for me, not that surgery, but what they made me do with an ice pack and an ice bottle.
Don't show us your scar.
Yeah,
I don't want to see it.
That's not that. What, Ma? I'm out of here. What? Hold on. My mom's gonna drink that liquid stuff for that CT scan subject. I'll be back. But no, I'm not gonna show the scar. I have to talk about a different story.
No problem. All right. So anyway, Corey, that was really hella funny. That video.
I thought it was pretty funny. I did. But I could have probably edited out, if I'd have thought about it, I could have edited out, stuff, but
No, I wouldn't have changed the thing. So, Tim, what's going on in the shop today?
Turn your mic on.
Your microphone's muted there.
He's just talking away.
No, he'll get it on. There we go.
Anyhow, that Chevelle that we painted in that about a month ago. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're great now.
Okay. Anyhow, we sent it to get some upholstery work done with it, and it just got back yesterday. So today and tomorrow we're going to finish that up and get it out of here. And then we got a couple motorhomes and boats we got to do some work on. Just slow and steady.
You got a good upholstery person there to do that kind of work for car seats and all that stuff?
Oh, I got a real good upholstery person if they sober up and long enough to get anything done.
As I say, if they don't drink up all the profits before they get done.
Yeah, I mean, that's really detailed work. That'd be very tedious, I think, to do upholstery work and all that. To have to.
You have a stitch that goes like this. It's like, hey, it's supposed to be a straight line. It's like, it looks pretty straight to me. Yeah, it's like freaking.
Yeah, it's like, where do you get that material for car seats, especially if you want it to be authentic? I guess there's supply houses that just bought old rolls out of production and just have that.
Yeah, you can still find it. He just bought a whole bunch of old 60s and 70s from somebody in Detroit, General Motors original material, in real good shape. So it's good.
Huh.
There's a lot of stuff on eBay. You can find a lot of stuff like that. My dad did stuff on cars. I mean, now they got that new stuff for the newer cars. You can just take the seat covers off and then basically throw them away and just actually rebuild the whole seat with the seat covers. And they're genuine, GM or Ford or whatever you want to call it.
Are you sure it's genuine or it's imported shit?
I don't know. It actually has the GM stamp on it. It doesn't have made in China or Tokyo or fucking India or wherever the fuck it's fucking coming from.
Yeah. Hey, Drew, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? Hi, Corey. Hi, Jen. Hi, everybody. Hi, Deb.
Hey, Drew.
Hi, Drew.
I was kind of like listening in before you were talking about tanks freezing up. And I just want to interject this, and I know this because I had to do it. In Flagstaff, I would have my gray and my black freeze up, and I was able to get foil mats that had a heater in them, and you would peel the back off, and you would stick them on. You clean off the bottom of the tanks, and you would stick them on there, and the adhesive was really good. You had to rub it a little bit, but then you'd plug it in, and they would work great, and they worked fine. They are available to heat your tanks and keep them from freezing.
Well, we were talking about people that would try to winter over in New England or something like that. I guess they still work up there.
In Flagstaff, it gets down to like 20 below zero.
Oh, wow.
You gotta move to Chicago then.
I never knew that, Drew. I never knew it got that cold.
Arizona?
That's cold.
Flagstaff, Arizona will get 10 to 20 degrees below zero at night.
When's that happen?
In the wintertime.
Well, I got a friend that lives in the town of Paradise Valley on the golf course. He says that the coldest it gets over there is like 45 degrees at night at one time, and he's like, oh, it's been about 65 degrees every night. I'm like, yeah, but how hot is it during the day? Oh, 110. I was like, I'd be.
It only gets down to about 40 here in winter time, 35.
Well, yeah, but Flagstaff is 7,000 plus feet in the air. I mean, you know, I could look out my window and see Mount Eldon in the end of July still have snow on the top of it.
Okay.
Now Eldon is like 12,000 feet, but you know, I mean, yeah, you don't plant anything in your garden until the end of June.
Yeah, my aunt used to live on Pikes Peak where they do the racetrack, where they do the truck races. She lives on the top mountain part. She's like, oh, it's 70 degrees and it's snowing out here. I'm like, what are you talking about? 70 degrees and snowing out there? Because, you know, I'm from Chicago and I'm used to the crappiest weather in the world. So yeah, so I went down there for a couple. I went down there a couple of years ago. She's like, "Look, it's 70 degrees and snowing outside." I was like, so the neighbors next door looked at me real crazy. I came outside in shorts and flip-flops shoveling snow, and then the one year I came back here when it was real cold, my neighbor was laughing. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing with shorts on in a 30 below zero day?" I'm like, I was in Colorado shoveling snow on a 70-degree day.
Jeez. And one other thing, real quick, Deb.
Yeah.
RB Deb.
Mm-hmm.
I know my timing is probably off. After the 4th of July, I can come up there to help you.
That's kind of you, Drew. But by the 4th of July, I'll be in my pool.
Ooh, there we go.
I'm gonna move out probably like Tuesday, Wednesday when I can book it.
Okay.
That's a nice offer, though. That's true.
It was a nice offer.
Well, I'm like just 2 hours south where I just don't have the cash to get there tomorrow.
Right.
That's okay. You know what though? If you ever want to come visit, you can come visit and come in the pool and have a good time.
That's everybody else.
You know, I'm really tight on funds right now till I get paid. So
that's
I understand that one.
My mom's here to say hi to everybody.
Hi, Nate's mom.
Here to say hi to
everybody.
Where's
Mom?
No, she's not.
Where's Michaela? What's her name? What's the M?
Oh, Michaela.
Michaela, where's she at?
She left. She had to get something to eat. So.
Oh, poor baby. Tell her to kick her ass when I see her.
Okay, I'll pass that along to her.
Or I'll let you guys talk. You can go game banger. Listen,
okay.
Go game banger, okay?
Okay. Well,
What?
I don't know about gangbanger.
Mom, how do you talk?
Mom, you better come over here. You know.
What are you all virgins?
Yeah, I'm a virgin. I feel like a virgin.
Okay. Oh, you Madonna now?
What a mom.
Well, it's been a long time. I think I'm almost a virgin anyway.
Full circle.
Oh, God. Around the world, huh?
Wow.
I love you guys.
Spicy mom night on Google Hangout.
Now you know where Nate gets it from, see?
Yeah, I know where Nate gets it from now.
You guys behave. I love you. I take care of my son, okay?
Yeah, of course. We always do.
You better. I'll kick your butts, I'm telling you.
I know. My ass has been kicked so much this week.
But you might like it if I do it.
I feel like a soccer ball.
Well, you might like it if I do it. It's a big beach ball.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Take care. So talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Who wants to talk to me?
That was interesting.
I was outside today.
Oh, well, I can't see.
Not your average mom.
Not your average mom. This is, yeah. What were you saying, Drew?
I was outside today. I was trying to work on make a little kind of like shed thing to house the generator for the house. Because I did the changeover switch if the power goes out or whatever for like hurricanes and shit. Pardon my French. And it was so I couldn't stand more than 15-20 minutes outside before I had to come in and cool off. It was so hot.
That's how bad it was for me today. Ugh.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, you're telling the truth. It is bad. It is. Really
I was
bad
just
out
like,
there.
I just felt like I was gonna have a stroke.
I mean, it was hot as hell here today, but it's nice and no humidity. It's cool.
Well, yeah. See, our humidity was like 75 or higher, you know. And when you start hitting 95 or 98 degrees, and then you add the humidity to it, it's like it's 104.
And the water just drips off of you.
Wow.
My clothes were like, I got in the shower, put on fresh clothes, And by the time I was out there doing anything, it was like they were. I might as well just not have done that.
Yeah.
I'm so glad at the end of the day. This.
Oh, I bet.
I do not have the heat on my hot tub, and the pump is only on 4 hours a day to circulate the water through the filter. It is 101 degrees in that hot tub with no heat hooked up.
Oh my God.
That is how it is. If you went right now into the Gulf of Mexico and swam, it'd be like going into a bathtub.
It would, or very close to it. It might be like 80, 88, 89.
I mean, it's nice. It's nice. It really is. It's kind of, you like walk in and you don't see any difference between the air and in the water.
You know, I fixed up the hot tub so I could get into some water and like cool off. When it's like 95, 96 degrees in the hot tub, that ain't cooling off.
That's cooking.
What is?
My friend in India says it's 141 degrees Fahrenheit today.
Oh my God.
And she says that she enjoys that weather. I was like, if I was out there, I'd be dead.
Yeah. That's fun. Let's all jump in. Let's all move there.
Oh my God.
I think we're all get to wear turbans and rubies on our heads.
That compensates for 140 degree heat, right? You like to get dressed up and wear even more clothing and stuff.
What's like her mom? Because her, like she believes in the ritual of wearing the uniform or their outfits they wear, but she doesn't wear the face mask. Like how they cover up everything. But her mom wears.
Well, are we talking about a burqa, or what are we talking about? I mean, we're talking, India is different. India is Hindu, and it's different than
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. They're Hindu. They wear their turbans and their uniforms and everything. Well, she was wearing, her mom wears the whole entire uniform that's black. And her eyes, the only all you can see is her eyes. Now, like, it's 141 degrees out there. If I was wearing black, I'd probably have a heart attack.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen an Indian woman with that on, at least out here in California. I mean, I've seen some women in burqas that are Islamic Muslim women, but I've never seen...
you see them in Florida with the burqas, too. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
I think the Indian ones are called saris, aren't they, or something like that?
Yeah, well, that's a very, you wouldn't think you'd think that's a comfortable thing, wouldn't you, Deb, a sari to wear? I mean, it doesn't look like heavy material.
More looser and softer.
Yeah, exactly. I don't
This is what she would
I'll have to let Tim McKenna weigh in on that. He's sitting there eating.
I gotta eat. I gotta take another damn freaking.
Sorry versus burqas. Damn, that's there. It's laughing.
Let's see if I can get this to show up or not.
Yeah, that's like a sari. What do you call it, Deb? Yeah.
That's the normal outfit, but the one that her mom wears is like covers up her hair and it covers up her whole face. All you see is her eyeballs.
That's pretty good. Well, I wouldn't want to wear that.
That's like the terrorist. You know what they show in those movies, like the terrorist wears and everything.
Yeah, I think that's burqas, that kind of thing.
Yeah, well.
Okay, I'll send Dano a link. Thank you for giving me a heads up on that. Anybody just post on the side. I tried to put out everything I could think of.
I keep getting all these ringing the invite.
Yeah, it's kind of like driving me crazy because he's trying to jump in on an older hangout, and so he's
all right. Well, I'm going to send him the link to this one. I know when you don't have an open link, but it makes it so much easier when you don't have to work.
I don't care what they say on the side chat about you. I like you. I don't know what their deal is.
No, it's fine. Nate and I had a little bit of a dust-up yesterday on miscommunication, but we got it all squared away.
Oh, okay.
Yesterday, so it's all good. Here's Dano.
Yeah, but now if we get the other person all situated, then we'll be doing a lot better.
Well, we'll do it. We'll get it ready. We'll get it done. I don't like to have people unblock this person's blocked this person and this person.
Well, I mean, like I said, now that the other person's out of the picture, I mean, not out of the picture, but like I said, now basically it's you and her, the only two that are left. I know I'm here for 5-6 years.
Okay. Yeah. So, Daniel, I sent you that invite link.
Yeah, he's in.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, hey, Daniel, how you doing? A hot day in Florida, I heard.
Oh, it's horrible.
What part of Florida are you in, Dano?
I'll be right back, everybody.
Just
are you talking to me?
Orlando area.
Oh, you're in Orlando. Okay, so you're in Orlando. Deb's in
Clearwater
St.
area.
Pete, and I'm in the Fort Myers area. So yeah, it was bad today. It was bad.
Yeah. Even the gopher tortoises were like, nah, man, I'm not going anywhere.
It's like really a lousy time to be moving around, you know?
Oh yeah.
Well, my friend's in Lakewood, a little town near Naples, and he's like, "Oh, you should come to the beach and let's go swimming." I was like, "Me and 100-degree temperatures? You want me to have
Burned up.
Well, not just that. The medicine I'm on for my surgery, I can't go out hot heat. I gotta put on my SPF 100 or whatever you want to call it, because if I'll be burnt up, I'll be like an Asian guy when I come on camera. I'll be so brown.
I'm like a lobster when I come out of the
Yeah, that's like that. What do you want to call it? Because the medicine I'm on, you can't be out in the heat for more than like 20 minutes. It's hot over here in Illinois. It was like 80 something today, but it was 100% humidity, and man, the mosquitoes were so bad that I had to go inside. I was getting chewed up inside. They're like, it's not even freaking raining. There's more mosquitoes out here than anything. But our town's too damn cheap. They said this year they don't have the tax money to spray for the mosquitoes. I'm like, you know what?
I don't have
the
any
money
here.
Well,
I have my mosquitoes trained to bring my paper in the morning.
I guess if I went down to the lake and hung out there tonight, I'd be bit up.
I mean, I'm trying to do it for the garbage cans too, but it just isn't working. They keep complaining that it's too heavy.
Well, they got these garbage guys over here. They have one guy that does our garbage over here. He's got that special lift. He can lift the garbage can with the truck with the remote control arm, and he makes $35 an hour. And he calls my mom. I gave him a bottle of water today. He's like, "Man, my back has been hurting. My back has been hurting." I'm like, "You don't even need to get out of the damn truck. All you got to do is use the remote control arm and throw the garbage in the truck, and you're done and you're gone." And I was like, "You're complaining about your back hurt?" And he said, "Well, I'm making $45 an hour. I might retire." I'm like, "Dude, you've only been doing it for 2 years. And you tell me you got a bad back. Like, either it's your old lady or you're freaking sleeping on the floor."
I rode the garbage trucks once.
So, Chillin', what's up with you tonight? Hey, Chillin', what's up with you tonight?
Oh, none much.
I couldn't remember your real name.
It's Melanie, but everybody calls me Mel.
Okay, Mel, I'll try and remember that, but I'm horrible with names. So what's going on with you?
None much, just hanging out in the hangout.
And how about you, Debbie? I didn't get a chance to hear from you much tonight because I was trying to listen on the side, but my roommates were here and they were all talking and stuff.
Which Debbie?
Which Debbie?
Not RV Deb, but Debbie.
Me?
RV Debbie.
Yes, you, Debbie.
My life.
I'm doing great. I'm
Cool.
doing really good.
And how about Jen? What's she doing?
Well, we did, I helped a little bit with the cleaning up after Rosie put the garage door in.
Uh-huh. Oh, I didn't get to watch that video yet.
And it's hotter than hell out here.
Really, you guys too, huh?
So...
Hey, Jen, is that a new poster behind you?
I've got a question for people.
No, that's been there. It's been there for a while.
What do you think's the best month? Like, if I started traveling in, say, August and September, what are good places that I'm not going to be so hot, but, you know, I don't know where to go.
Oregon.
I was going to say Oregon
Yeah,
or
I was going to
Wyoming.
say the Northwest.
Yeah,
Wyoming,
Illinois.
Yeah.
Hey, Mel, are you in Oregon?
Not really. Illinois last year was really hot. Last year it was hot here in August and September, so where I was at. But don't forget, you're south of me. I'm north. I'm near Chicago, so.
Yeah. No, I think I'm just going to head out to Northern California and up. But I got to get there. It's a long drive.
Head out to see Rosie.
That'd be a nice trip.
Well,
Yeah,
Wyoming
we're
ain't
gonna
bad.
drink
Wyoming
that
ain't bad.
moonshine.
Oregon ain't bad. Washington ain't bad.
What, Jen?
We're gonna sit outside on the fire pit and drink that moonshine and sing songs.
Yes. Indeed.
Nice.
Santa Rosa is a beautiful area.
Come here, get the moonshine, though. We got 5 1-gallon jugs of it in the fridge.
And, like, I've got friends near there, too. I mean, like, Mount Shasta's not far from there, is it?
I think it's probably like 150 miles north or something like that from here. So in RV terms, it's close.
Yeah.
You know, the 101 is a nice road to go down when you're traveling. Also, Route 1, the Pacific Coast Highway.
It's beautiful.
Is really spectacular. Really spectacular.
Yeah.
Nice.
If I decide I don't like really full-time RVing, you know, then I'll probably wind up parking my RV by my friend in Texas and like letting that be permanent. And then I'd just drive the truck and go, you know.
Right.
Hotel it.
As I said, I mean, where I'm at in the northern part of Illinois, the governor's getting ready to tear up 165 miles of interstate, and he's going to run all the tolls on the highway. So if you're going to drive your RV in your truck, you prepare to pay $5 a toll or $20 a toll before you know it.
Hey, Deb, did you ever go up to upstate New York in the summertime?
Rochester?
Or like the Adirondacks?
I've been up to New York and I did like a whole month in like July. It was hot. It was hot in Buffalo and Rochester.
Jesus, can I sit down?
Last July too, and it actually wasn't that bad.
Yeah, well, you know what? Some summers seem to be hotter up north than others.
Yeah.
Well, Dan, have you gone up? Dan goes up I think you got a place up there.
Yeah, we got a couple of cabins on Caruga Lake. It's like in the southern half of the Adirondacks. Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, New York's gorgeous.
Hey, Mel, are you from Oregon?
No, my husband's in the Coast Guard, and we were stationed there for 4 years. So
I lived in Eugene for 5 years before we moved here to Florida. So yeah.
Do you know where Astoria is?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's where we were stationed at.
Okay.
And
sorry, Mel. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mel.
I was just saying, my husband still has family that live there, so.
Dano, I never knew you lived in up there in up the coast.
Yeah, we lived in Eugene for 5 years. My wife was a manager of a radio station, and I was a DJ on another station. And then in my spare time, I was taking private pilot lessons, and I used to fly into Astoria doing that. So yeah, oh God, it's gorgeous up there.
It's a nice seaport town.
Yep.
All the cruise ships come in there too.
Yeah.
Because you were in, I thought Salinas was the limits of what you were doing in California when you were down there.
No, we left Salinas in 1990 and then moved up to Eugene, Oregon. And then from Oregon, we came here to Florida.
Okay.
I've been everywhere, man.
Doesn't Dan have the perfect disc jockey voice?
I like it.
It's an amazing
What
voice.
does Dano look like?
The handsome guy.
Is Dano from the videos, Dano?
Yeah, Dano B. I've seen him before. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, Joe. How you doing?
Hey there, Joseph.
All right. How's everybody doing?
Good. Nate, I'm just going to mute your microphone.
I'm on my phone trying to get on the computer, but there it is.
I'll send
Hang
you
on.
the link. Yeah, so you should be good to go.
It just popped up.
Yeah, Shay's mentioning on the side that Dano, like a voice like a DJ. He was a DJ.
Thanks, Shay.
You also called play-by-play for baseball, right, Dan?
Yeah, I sure did in San Francisco and Salinas both. I was a stadium announcer.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's really cool.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. And now with the bat, number 15, Dean. Reggie G.G. Miller.
You do your own echo, stadium and all that stuff. That's good.
Just a bit outside.
Yeah. Dan, you were building a house down there, weren't you?
Yeah, it's out in the country, so to speak, the country. Deb probably knows where Mount Dora is.
Oh, yeah.
That's where.
Oh, I know where Mount Dora is too. That's pretty up there.
Yeah.
That's a big art show. That's a really good place. That's where you can make some bucks.
Yeah, it's really pretty up there. Rosie, they just poured the foundation this week. It's like, come on.
Yeah, how many square feet is it going to be, Dan?
Right at 2,000.
That's good. Good for that's good. Somebody's feedbacking a little bit. Just make sure your YouTube side's turned down. That's all. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. So, have you gone up to done your New York trip yet?
We're thinking about doing that in like the next 2-3 weeks. We're gonna rendezvous with some other family members up there. It ought to be fun. We're gonna take the dogs with us, Lucy and Sophie.
Yeah, because I thought after last year, remember when you had all that traffic and all that craziness on your drive, and you said never again.
Yeah, well, never say never.
Do you still like your Subaru?
Oh, I love it. Subaru Outback. It's the best, Jerry, the best.
Just as another FYI, Dano is a pretty accomplished artist in his own right, as you can see with his
I just doodle around.
Is that your drawing?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. Cool.
Does some pretty
No,
stuff.
that's actually me, no.
Yep.
That looks like the actor guy.
Yeah.
That's Walter Sobchak from The Big Lebowski.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah, it does good work.
That was an awesome movie, by the way.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, he did a sketch of Jen and I. It was very cute.
Yeah, he did the Jen and Rosie logo for us.
You guys still have that?
Of course. We keep everything, yeah.
We will keep that till the day we die.
Yeah, we can use it as evidence against you one day, or else we can get rich on it one day, whatever.
That's right. That's right.
We never throw anything away around here.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, John Goodman, that's it. That's who I thought it looked like, John Goodman.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, too.
John Goodman.
Yeah, we spend half our time quoting lines from The Big Lebowski here. It's like one of the greatest movies.
That was a good movie.
They used to hang out in the bowling center all the time, and he carried his gun around all the time. It was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Drew, I wanted to ask you, when it gets real hot down there, do you have access to a regular pool, or it gets wretchedly hot? I imagine you have your air conditioner on. Does it stress the power company out there? Do they issue like advisories? Please cut back on your.
I don't know about it here. I mean, in the past they have, like 25, 30 years ago, but they're pretty prepared for it. And I put a new air conditioner in this house, an 18 SEER last summer, and then a week or so ago we had more attic insulation blown in. We brought it up to R28, which is about as high as you could go with the pitch of our roof.
Right.
The way our roof is, and still have some airspace above it. And now, today, by accident, my roommate left the air turned down to 76 instead of 78, and it was still cycling on and off this afternoon.
Wow.
So it's not, and before it was cycling on, it wasn't cycling at 80 before we had that done. And also my little air conditioner out here in the garage, because we had the garage done too, it's turning on and off now, and it didn't used to do that before until it got late at night. So it's really not that bad. And the generator that I bought and put the transfer switch in for will run the central air conditioning as well as the air conditioning out here in the garage and the rest of the house. Now, if we were to turn the stove on, we'd have to shut the air off. Or want to run the dryer, we'd have to shut the air off. We'd have to load, we'd have to manage the load. But I was really surprised that the generator I bought would actually run the generator, or would run the central air without problem.
Yeah, because what about your freezers or your fridge? I think that's a deep freeze behind you, isn't it, over there?
Well, that's a that's a side by side, but it was that all the stuff in the house was left on I just shut off all the 240 volt stuff, and then I gradually turned, like, after it was running for like 10 minutes and the house was on it and everything was running in the house, then I turned the central air back on, and you just heard it lag for like a split second to start it, and it was running, and it ran for like 40 minutes, and we were like drawing like 26 amps, and I know both refrigerators were running. I mean, they were physically on. They weren't just cycled off because they were cool enough. So, you know, I mean, we might have to turn the air off to run the stove or the dryer or the hot water heater. But all the small stuff in the house, we can run with the central air on the generator. So it's not really, you know, we really don't have that big of a load here. But, you know, when it gets really, really hot, I'm sure that they probably do. They used to. I just haven't, you know, I've only been here like 18 months, 19 months.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, you know, so basically what I'm getting prepared for is hurricane prep right now.
Oh, I would think with that weather and that heat, yeah, it would be a good year.
I mean, it's been like 8 years since they've had one here, so they're due. And so, like last month, you know, when I got paid, the first thing I did was went out and I spent $200 extra on canned good groceries and dehydrated stuff that you can just reconstitute with water.
Yeah.
And I figured there's 3 of us here in the house, so I bought 2 gallons of water per day, per person, for 14 days.
That's good.
And, you know, next month is I'm going to be buying like about 80 gallons of gas. Because last time they had a hurricane here, the people across the street had power. They lost it for about a week. But this house here and this whole strip right across the street for them was without power for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And the thing is,
we don't have any storms like that.
Well, I hope not too, but I just want to be prepared for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you know, it's like the people that live behind us, you know, our backyards back up to each other. So the people that live on the other side didn't have power, but the ones that lived on the other side of the street from them, they had power, but the people, you know, right behind us didn't have power. So it was like this thin strip through the village where I live that didn't have power for like 3 weeks, and then the neighborhood, the neighbor across the street was kind of, the people all across the street were willing, you know, and kind enough to run extension cords across the street.
Yeah, I've heard that
to the people on the other side, so they could run you know, a refrigerator, a window air conditioner, a light, a TV, you know, run a minimal load of like, you know, plug in the refrigerator for the day, and then, you know, at nighttime unplug it and turn on a light and a TV and heat your meal up in a microwave or something like that, or run a crock pot, you know, a slow cooker.
Yeah.
And then plug your refrigerator back in when you go to bed and run a window air conditioner. And you know, you would go down the street, I was told, as you drove down the street in your car, you would go thump 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 over all the extension cords. But, you know, so people are really hit. But, you know, I just wanted to like be prepared. So yeah. I've got a 7,500 watt that runs the house, and we still have a little bit of room to spare. And then I also picked up a 5,500 watt, and I needed to fix it, so I had to rebuild the carburetor on it. But it runs good, so I can run extension cords over to our 2 next door neighbors, and they can run their refrigerators and lights and no microwave. You know, so I'm just getting prepared for that, and I want to have enough gas.
Yeah.
You know, so
you know what,
you know,
you guys, you get prepared. That way, nothing will happen.
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly, but it's just nice to know that, you know, I'm not going to suffer. We might not run the air conditioner all day and just run it at night, but just keep the small man cave I have cooled down by a window air conditioner during the day, so we won't burn so much fuel, you know.
Right.
But at least we'll be able to be comfortable at night when we sleep, and be able to cook food, be able to take hot showers, that kind of thing.
Yep. Yeah. Survival.
The reason I was asking, Drew, is up here not so much last year, we haven't had the real heat, but some days when it goes up to about 100, 104 degrees, you might have 3 or 4 days in a row. They'll have these, what they call stage 1 alert from PG&E, and then they'll have a stage 2 alert, and they can add, they'll come on the broadcast on radio or TV. They'll ask you to please turn down your air conditioner or conserve power. And then there's stage 3. There's certain people that volunteer to have their heavy, like their air conditioning turned off, so it can't be, they can turn it off remotely from PG&E if they really get into a power bind.
Well, see, even 30 years ago, the power company was doing that here. So we already have the box installed on the house, and so it will. They can hold the air conditioner off as long as 30 minutes, and they can hold the hot water heater off as long as an hour.
David, can you turn? I think your volume's up on your YouTube side, either you or Nate. Could you
I ain't got nothing on. Just
I don't got nothing on at all either.
You must have TV on. Do you have TV on?
I ain't got nothing on it. Just right here.
I'm sitting right here.
Somebody might.
The only thing I got going is this thing, so I don't know what.
Drew, you got a TV on in the background?
Just turn it off.
Hey Blacktop, how you doing?
And my.
Hello. I'll let you get everything squared away. Right.
We never get stuff squared away here. Let's be honest.
Hi, Blacktop.
Hello.
Blacktop would call this a work in progress.
But I mean, here we already have that service, so like people sign up for it, and so they stagger the loads on that stuff. So we might turn the air conditioner on, and it might not come on for 10 or 15 minutes.
Right.
And the hot water tank you don't notice. And the thing is, I have that on a timer already for 2 hours a day in the morning and 2 hours a day in the evening.
Okay.
So even though they stagger it, we don't notice it, except for the air conditioning. And they have said that in the past, but they were doing that, and they were asking people to turn things off in Chicago. Because I was in Chicago, and they were having real problems they had like a 1.5 week long heat wave, and they had transformers blow out on the lakefront.
Yeah, I actually lived out there when that happened. We had to buy it.
And people were dying in their condos because they were afraid to go outside, and they were afraid to open the windows because they were old people, and they were afraid that somebody was going to climb a ladder up to the 50th floor and rob them or something,
Oh my God!
And the elevators weren't working in the building, so it's like that they couldn't make it down the stairs, they couldn't make it back up the stairs, and I guess they never thought of drawing a tub of water to get into to cool off and open your windows. In some of these lakefront condos.
That's really.
But some of those buildings in the city, you gotta watch when you have the windows open. Even if the elevators are working, you gotta watch with the suction stuff with those elevators in the city. And I was actually living out there with my aunt at the time, and that happened to us. And they told us oh, we'll run a cold bath or take an ice bath and sit there for half an hour and cool down. What do you do? But then my dad found that this guy had bought a 12,500 watt generator that was diesel powered. And I mean, we hooked it up to like 4 other people's units, and the city got pissed off about it because they was like, "Oh, you need a permit for that." I'm like, you know what? I don't care. If we die here, you guys are gonna be having a big lawsuit.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird. You don't really think of Blacktop's very handsome, isn't he? You don't really think about people up in high rises and stuff.
Yes.
And then when you stop to think about it, you're like, yeah, if they lose power, like Drew was saying, you got these towers. And I know a lot of people died in Chicago in that crazy heat wave that they had out there. But
that was like back in the 90s,
Yeah, you're afraid to be robbed. I mean, what the hell?
Well, you think they're afraid to be robbed. They won't open the windows, but they're on the 12th story. I mean, who's going to they don't think about that. But and don't think about running older people. They're scared. And I mean, I can understand that, but somebody needs to go in and talk to them.
Right, like the building manager.
Yeah. you know,
they wouldn't do nothing. When I was out there, they didn't really care. They just basically posted notes on like doors, basically telling people, you know, just like keep an eye on, you know, your neighbors or help your neighbors or what you do, or, you know, knock on your neighbor's door to check up on them. They didn't really. The management didn't care where I was at. We were on the 37th floor where I was at with my aunt. And they're like, oh, well, check up on your neighbors once in a great while. I'm like, we're the furthest unit. We're all the way down, like at the end, and basically we had like the hottest area of the whole building because we're like all the way on the other side of the building. And I was like, what are we going to do? If we knock on the door, you know, are they going to open the door? How do you know if they're not going to pull out a 12 gauge on you? I mean, you know, some of these old people are crazy, you know. You don't even know what's going to happen.
Well, you never think about it. That's how
got to be
thinking about that.
I'm about to bring my taser with me, so that if anything happens, you know.
You know, I mean, where I lived in Chicago, we never had that happen, but they were asking us to like keep our heavy load appliances off, you know, and I did, you know, until after the dark. When it turned dark, I turned, but I was way out, you know, I was way out by, you know, I was very close to what's the name of the town now? I can't remember. I was out by Devon and Elston and Milwaukee and Peterson, so you know I was way out there, and there was no dimming problems with lights or anything like that. I would turn my window air conditioner on for just my bedroom. I wouldn't cool my whole unit because we didn't have central air there.
Right.
We had window units we would put in for the summer, and then we'd take them out in the fall.
That's what we do here.
And I would just cool my bedroom and that period of time. And I was in a garden apartment. So it maybe got up to 78 anyway, you know, during the day. It would just get, you know, you would just run it to get the humidity out. So I would just leave my bedroom door open and it would cool the apartment down. And at night I would just close the door and you know, everything was cool. And, you know, the upstairs people would just run them in their bedrooms, not cool the whole unit.
Right.
You know, it's just, you know, common sense. You know.
Just wonder if there's any priority in the power grid for putting up, for taking care of people that are in high rises versus single or two-story.
Well, yeah, but the problem is they had a major transformer blowout that took out the whole lakefront from like Chicago Avenue or North Avenue north for like 8 blocks back off the lake. So it's like even the grocers that were there were just giving away their edict, you know, instead of it just going bad. You know, they were out in front of their stores handing out half gallons of ice cream, and you know.
Oh, that's gonna help.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
what you're supposed to do? Put it down your pants or what?
well, the thing is, at least they're feeding somebody. Something. I mean, you know, maybe the food won't go bad. I mean, you know.
Right.
Yeah, but would you? I don't know.
Because they don't have electric to cool it. So
let me just say, welcome to Lucky.
Hey, Lucky.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Lucky.
Hey, Lucky.
Lucky, what are you doing tonight?
Just a blacktop boondocker. When you come on here, you no longer fly under the radar.
Yeah, Drew. When we were living in our house, did you hear anything about the water shortage when it was getting hot? How they're only telling people they can only use like 5,000 gallons per month. And if
what
you
was
use
this? What year?
93 or 94. They were telling people they only could use like 5,000 gallons a month, and if you went over that, they automatically would fine you like $100 per whatever how many per gallon you
Where
use
I
over
lived in Chicago, because I lived in Chicago proper.
Yeah, see, I lived so we lived like in the outskirts. We were not that far from Lakeshore Drive, which is 41, you know. So, but we were on a house. We were, you know, when you go further into the city on North Avenue, you're basically in high rises. But we were in the townhouses / houses, if you want to call them houses, townhouses, where you got to go up like 20 stairs to be basically your first floor.
No, I was being bad. Was where, so 6,000 north, 6,000 west, and I mean, my landlord didn't water the lawn then, but you know, I didn't. I mean, I took a shower a day, and you know, I was in a 3-flat at that time. But I don't remember that. I remember it was dry.
Yeah, they were complaining about that. They told my dad, because my dad was washing his car because we had a driveway, and then the neighbor came by. He's like, "You can't do that. You can't do that." I'm like, "What's this crazy, you know, mofo talking?"
Well, the thing is, you know, it's like over in Cape Coral. which is across the river from me. They have a dual water system that was supposed to like end all the droughts in Cape Coral and all the water shortages. 25 years later, they got water restrictions again. One side can, if your house is on an even number, you can wash your car that day, and the next day it's the people on the other side.
Yeah,
they
can
water
it's the same thing with cut. They were actually had that problem with cutting the grass because where we lived, we had a cut. Your grass day, our garbage day was every Friday, and where I lived, how most towns have it. You get your garbage and recycling at the same day. But where I lived, garbage day was every day, and then every other Friday was recycling day. But when you cut your grass, the odd number of people could cut their grass on on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the even people could do it Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. And I'm like,
see, we have garbage pickup once a week.
Out of water.
What's that, Lucky?
I said, did you hear about the 3 towns that completely out of water in California?
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I'm sure there's people that are out there in California right now.
We still got people that are washing their cars across this power washing 3 and 4 cars every other day.
Well, power washing is probably better than running it with a hose.
Well, I know, but every other day, 3 or 4
Well, that's
cars.
ridiculous.
It just
I
gets a
wash
little
my car once a
ridiculous.
month.
It's the same guy that thought it's the same asshole that enjoys giving the neighborhood concerts every
Well,
Saturday.
he's not doing that anymore.
Well,
All of those people-
since you shut him down over there.
Well, I hope the city goes over there and shuts them off.
Oh, he's not
My
doing
neighborhood.
that.
The city didn't, but Jen did.
They all need to go watch Mad Max Road.
Well, I mean, I take my car to a recycled car wash that washes and waxes my car for $45 once a month, and they use recycled water.
Yeah, they got I seen that place. They got that place in the city. They got one in the. They got one of the. The only thing I don't like about it is that they screwed up my dad's tailgate on the pickup truck. When the guy washed it, he's like, oh well, we use recycled water, and then my dad just got the paint job done, and the guy's like, well, we need you to wash it down with a special kind of water, and I'm like, it destroyed the whole paint on the whole back end.
Okay. Yeah, let's get somebody else with a chance to stay. Yes, Lucky, you were telling us a bit. That's all right, Lucky.
I said that Jimmy sent me a deal. Said the 3 towns in California were completely out of water. They even turned off the canals that goes to them towns.
What towns?
He didn't say it's on his.
Oh. You don't know what part of California?
I'm out of water. They're going to have the driest year in California that they've ever had.
We're actually in fairly good shape up here with our reservoirs. We did get some rain over the winter. I think one of them's 80% full. The reservoir, one's 70, and one's like 50%.
Well, I think LA is having a problem, and so is San Diego in that area.
Right. So we also have a well here. We used to just we're not watering our grass. But we're just watering our. Jen takes care of the tomatoes and the tomato plants and fruit trees and some of our other vegetables. So we didn't want them to die.
Yeah. Your internet keeps cutting off and on.
Mine?
Yours is internet.
Yeah, yours does.
No, hers is, and I think yours is.
Yeah, I think mine is good.
She's been crystal clear all night.
Right. They don't cut off on any of the rest of them, just this one.
You better move your mic away a little bit. It sounds like you're breathing on it or something. Anyway, yeah, it's hot all over.
Good night, everybody.
Hey, thanks for stopping in, Dan.
Good night,
Thanks for stopping in, Dano.
Bye-bye.
Good night, Dano.
Best to Lucy and Sophie and Mrs. B.
So, Blacktop, what's going on with you?
Not much. Getting over the shock to my heart when I found out RB Debs was in trouble today.
Oh, we all did. We all did.
Is that the sweetest?
I was heartbroken. I really felt for her.
I was crying my blues. I had the blues, but you know how things work out by the end of the day?
I was glad Dory Lynn lived so close to you.
She did, and she really, and it was weird because last night when we unhooked the RV from my truck so I could have my truck free, little did I know I didn't need to do that. But I had it out, and it was like I couldn't put it together. I had sway bars, so I couldn't get them off. We took the whole thing out, this 50-pound. Anyway, but you know what? Just when I needed to get that thing hooked up, Dory Lynn calls me. She says, I'm 5 miles away. And I was like, thank you. And she brought a guy, and he was great. You know, sometimes you don't always get what you want, but usually you get what you need. And I have to say that the manager in my building will get what she deserves. And I guess I just learned, you know, to try to keep going with the blows, you know. Jeez.
Yeah, Blacktop, did you hear that part about the manager's like, you got a half hour to get that rig out of here? And she's like, been there 5 years. She's not any kind of friggin' trailer trash in there. I mean, this is somebody who's been a good tenant for 5 years. And you're going to throw her under the trailer like that?
And then she's like, I go, well, the hitch is on the ground. I showed her where the hitch was. I said, I've got a hernia. I'm not going to pick that thing up to try to put it in. And so you'll have to wait. And then, of course, I knew Dory was coming. And I said, I'm going to need some time. She goes, you got 2 hours.
Wow, it's weird.
I know.
You know, if I had the gas, I would have been up there. But I just...
You know what, though? Things worked out because now my little RV that I love is set up with the air running and the TV hooked up and the sewers lines, you know, there. And okay, it's a little weird not to have loaded it up first. That's what the idea
the
was.
shock is that you were expecting to do that. Now you had to flip your plan around.
Yeah.
Because of this, and I don't think any neighbors dropped a dime on you myself. I just thought the heat, she was a bitch today, and that's that.
I think she saw the slide out this afternoon. Or not this afternoon. It was the morning. And she must have thought I left it like that, but I didn't. I had it closed up, of course, during the evening. I mean, you know, I don't want anybody to run into it.
Right.
But, you know, I'm going to show you how it was. I wish I would have taken a picture. I was so upset. I didn't have a chance because I would have showed you the way it's parked. It was fine.
I don't want to step on anybody, but I'll be back later if the room's open.
Thank you, Nate.
And I'll see you soon.
Left a message for you on the side. Thank you. Yeah, we got a seat open. Anybody wants to come in on the outside, but that was really the rudest thing that I've seen in a long time.
Me too, and I tell you, what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I told Rosie and everybody, I'm gonna go into the office, and I'm gonna have my you know, the camera on my selfie.
Right.
And I'm just gonna go in there so y'all can see this woman, and I'm gonna confront her because my trailer's gone, and I'm gonna tell her that she's the meanest lady I've ever met, and I just hope that everything you really deserved you get.
And I hope you call the owner and let him know what how classy she was today in your situation.
It was unbelievable. And,
well, you know what, Deb, what comes around goes around.
I know.
I might not be around to see it, but she'll get it.
The only reason I want to go in the office, though, I wouldn't normally go in there. I'd just say screw it. But I want you guys to see this face. I think y'all deserve to see the lady that. Then you can all write cards and letters. I'll give you my address.
Oh yeah, I want to have her address. I'm gonna pop
problem.
up a note in a Slack moment at work. You bet I'm gonna send.
Yeah, because she doesn't. You know, she's getting kind of old. And matter of fact, I just heard that they sold my RV park.
Oh, okay.
They sold it to another owner that owns other parks, so it's gonna stay a park.
I mean, the one you're going to.
No, I'm talking about this where I live now.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, the owners just sold it to another park owner.
Like I said, I thought you meant the new place, and then you come out from Friday morning, and there's Irene. I'm your new manager of your RV.
I hope she loses her job.
Groundhog Day all over again.
She's supposed to be a tough bitch, and she is.
You guys ever seen that show on, is it, I think it's TLC, it's called Welcome to Myrtle Manor?
Yeah, that's a cute show.
That's what this kind of, like, what you're telling me about. This is what I'm, like, picturing. Like, the lady with the cigarette.
She's like
that. Like, that's what I'm, like, envisioning.
You're going to have to get out of here.
Yeah, driving the golf cart around.
Yeah, but not quite. But she's, you know, in her 60s, I think. She's
You should have just,
blonde hair, you know.
Just kicked her in the balls.
Well, it's just so weird. I mean, it's not like you're trying to camp there and boondock at the place.
Yeah,
You're just trying to load up your stuff.
She knows the whole year, my whole year since my husband passed away. She knew I was buying another trailer because I sold the other one. She knew everything about what I was doing, and she still did it. And I don't know why, other than she said everybody's complaining. Like, there's no neighbors; they're all up north. Honestly, I have one neighbor that's year round, and he's an old guy. And if he complained, okay, but that was the only people around.
Yeah, I don't believe a lot of people would have complained.
No, I don't think so.
I'll tell you, I'm still kind of shocked.
My one neighbor, the one that gave me the little stone with the angel, she came over to see to look inside. She wanted to see my trailer, but I let her go in and look. I said, you better look now because it's leaving.
Yeah,
well, I wish I had done a month or a couple months ago so I could save some money so I could have picked up some of those tools your husband had. Because I would love to get some of that stuff back. And he was a refrigeration and air conditioning tech, and that's what I did for 35 years.
I just gave a bunch of stuff to, well, I gave it to this guy that helped me, that does my lawn. I've just given everything up. I have to get it out of there, so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I understand, but I
had it for a long time on Craigslist.
Hey, Nicole.
Hi. Oh, sorry.
Good morning.
Hi. I have a really sore throat, so I can't really speak.
You better get the bourbon
hot tea. A little bourbon in the hot tea.
Yeah, better get the bourbon out.
Yeah.
Wait, did somebody say bourbon?
Yeah, that's a blacktop right up there.
Yeah, a little bourbon, a little hot tea, a little toddy.
I'm having a hard time making up my mind what kind of bourbon to have.
Oh my goodness, a hot toddy sounds so good right now.
How many times do you have?
It's a Buffalo Trace night tonight, blacktop.
I would love to have one.
I had that the other night, and I wasn't overly fond of it.
I wasn't either the first time I had it. I thought it was not my cup of tea.
It won't go to waste, mind you, but I have a new bottle. It's Jefferson Oceans. Apparently, it's aged on a ship.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, that was their niche, to take their barrels on the. I remember reading about that distilling company, because there's so many new distilleries that have opened, craft distilleries and stuff, that the competition's starting to get a little fierce. So their thing was to take their stuff into charred oak barrels and put it to sea for some period of time, and then sell that. Kind of weird, but I guess.
What's the point? Does it make it taste different or something, or?
I thought it's marketing myself, so I'd be interested in what Blacktop says about the.
The thought process is, when they char the barrels, the outer layer, or the inner layer of the barrel, but the outer rung of the barrel gets saturated. By it sloshing constantly at sea, it's constantly churning inside those barrels.
Right.
Then they pull the barrels, they let it settle, and they filter it and bottle it. I bought a bottle about a year ago. I haven't opened it yet. Maybe 6 months ago.
Interesting.
I'll be back, Rosie.
Yeah, I'll have to look for that. That's very interesting to me. I mean, it seemed like a marketing gimmick to me, but who knows? I'll be interested in hearing if you like it or not. Why have you delayed trying it?
I have about 30 bottles of bourbon. And I only open one bottle every once in a while, and then so I have like maybe 10 bottles open right now. Okay. I don't drink a lot of it, and I'll have like maybe 3 fingers once a week, twice a week, depending on the the situation. So it just hasn't been in the line to open. I also have a bottle of Blanton's. What's that? Widow Jane. Those are in line to open before that one.
Have you ever heard of Pappy Van Winkle?
Yes. Trying to get a bottle now.
Yeah, good luck if you do. Let me know.
You collect bourbon? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, we're talking about Pappy Van Winkle, which is like the most exclusive. I think an average liquor store might get 1 or 2 bottles of it, and that's it.
Yeah, the other one that's hard to get is the Forster's Birthday Bourbon.
Mm-hmm.
That's another one that's hard to get. I've been asking my guys to try to get me a bottle, and most of my packs, I like small package store liquor stores. I don't like the big supermarket style.
Mm-hmm.
And he's trying to get it, but he's like, I'm kind of a small mom and pop shop. These guys, I asked for 2 bottles, and they don't even want to give it to me because they think it's just going to sit on the shelf. And I'm like, yeah, but you don't understand. You get 2 bottles, I'll buy the 2 bottles when you get it. You want me to pay in advance? I'll pay in advance.
Right.
Those 2 bottles, I'll have those 2 bottles for 10 years. I'll have them, for a long time. But hi, I'm John. I'm an alcoholic. Just thought I'd let everybody know. Just kidding.
Well, I like my bourbon too. That's for sure. I guess I always go back to the Jim Beam as just my go-to shop.
Hey, Rosie, have you seen the new Jim Beam that's come out?
The Devil's Cut, or
the one with the apple?
No, I haven't seen that. Nope.
I wish I would have brought you the 56 T-Bird with Jim Beam in it.
Oh yeah, that would have been
I
awesome.
sold it. My dad, that was a collection of his. But oh man, if I'd have known you, I would have given it to you. I would have brought it to you.
Well, that would have been a really cool. Some people actually collect. There's a guy that comes in here, RV after 10. His name's Charlie, and when he's on, it's like a blue light, and behind him he has this whole liquor thing, and it's got to be maybe 100 bottles of stuff, and you can see Maker's Mark and all these bourbons he has on there. It's really kind of weird. But, Mel, do you drink at all?
Just on occasion.
What's your drink of choice?
Probably Fireball.
Okay.
What's that? What's a Fireball?
It's whiskey, and it tastes like those hot tamales. Tastes just like hot tamales.
Cinnamon, like a cinnamon flavor.
Yeah, I'll do a shot of that, and then I'll have a glass of Dr. Pepper as a chaser, and I drink it.
Wow.
My husband mixes it with Dr. Pepper. I don't like doing that. I like to take a shot, and then a shot, and then.
Yeah.
I like tequila. I think it's got a good.
I can't do tequila.
I like the salt, and then the lime and the.
Yeah, I got a bottle of Patron or Silver around here somewhere on the side. I'm looking over there, but I don't drink on hangouts. Okay.
What's the one you get from whatever they have in Mexico? That was really good.
There's a couple of them. There's Herradura, and
it was clear, and it was in this like hand-blown glass.
And
it was good. We went to Costa Maya.
Take a look at this, Mel.
Oh, Patron.
Is that it? The Silver Patron?
No, this was in like a really unique.
This is like a hand blown, and it's hand bottled. You can see the number.
But it was clear.
This is clear. This is clear.
And it had no kick to it. Cozumel.
Oh, Cozumel. Okay, because every liquor that comes off of any still is always going to be crystal clear, no matter what it is. And then they can add things or put it in barrels, and that's when it picks up the color to it. So, yeah, it's interesting.
They were letting us have samples of that stuff, and just the little samples, I got a buzz just drinking those. So.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember Bob the night he was in here on Hangout on a Friday night, and he was drinking his aunt and his mother's vodka with his drinking screwdrivers, and he got drunk on Cam, and his aunt and the mother came in and bitch slapped him off to the computer, and he got knocked on the floor. This is like a 40-year-old guy in here drinking away, and his aunt and mother just went ballistic on him. And he was drunk on the floor, like curled up like in a fetal position. they were kicking his ass and everything on there. It was really, and this was all being broadcast. This was Rory's hangout like a month ago.
I think I remember that. I must have probably already got off because I remember I was drinking too because I have a bottle of vodka that's sitting in the freezer, and I'll drink vodka with cranberry juice and a little bit of Sprite. That's how I like to drink it. And I remember him saying something about drinking. I'd never seen the guy before, but.
I mean, it was funny as hell, and it was all going out real time on the air, which I thought was funny. And we were all giving like a play-by-play commentary. The whole thing was, and there's Bob down again. Here comes his aunt. Look out, Bob! Right over her shoulder with the spoon. Get the hell off of that thing. What is this? And she looked down at the cam, and looked in. What the hell are you doing here? Are you watching porn? What the hell are you doing? You ain't telling me you're broadcasting. Yeah, we're on YouTube. You turn that damn thing. She knocked that damn webcam.
That was good.
We're all screaming, no! We're all like, no! At the top of our lungs, screaming at the thing so she can hear, don't turn it off, keep it on.
She just grabbed the bottle out of his hand.
Oh my God, she was so PO'd that when she came in and saw him drinking what the hell was he drinking? It was either Icelandic or something.
He was doing like he was doing
or
vodka and orange juice.
Yeah, but I mean, he was just whacking away. He was whacking away the drinks like crazy, like every 10 minutes. I mean, it's just crazy. What my God, I never saw. I mean, I've seen okay, let's face it. We've seen a lot of weird crap on Hangouts now. we could have like a top 10 gallery of weird shit that we've seen. This would definitely be in the. This would definitely be in the hall of shame with that. God.
Has he been back?
He's not been back since. And you know the thing that really scares the hell out of me? He's an airline pilot too.
Oh God!
He was supposed to fly out the next day. On that, and there's.
Oh my God!
Thank you, Chris. He was drinking Absolute vodka, and I think what a waste on this guy. I'm not sure. I think he was like one of the little commuter airlines or something like that. He was crazy. Crazy.
Scary.
Oh, God. Just to see him in a fetal position on the, don't hit me again, don't. Kicking the hell out of him. Like, man up.
He fell on the floor, remember? He fell on the floor.
He went right off of his stool. All of a sudden, we saw the aunt and the mother come in the room, and I'm thinking, oh, shit, now Bob's going to get it.
Are you sure it was the mother?
Yeah, or somebody. And they saw him drinking that stuff, and they just went off on him like crazy. God, that was funny.
Speaking of Southwest Airlines.
Really?
I applied with Southwest Airlines 15 years ago. Guess who got a letter this week?
You.
Yes.
They finally got the process.
What'd they say?
They asked me if I wanted a job. I was like, no, thank
really?
you.
What did they want a job?
Oh.
Pilot.
Are you a pilot, Drew?
Yeah, I hold a pilot license.
Wow, awesome.
So they're looking for like just any pilot, huh? That's kind of scary.
Quad. I'm a commercial carrier license. I have one. In Chicago, I flew a little bit, for a few of them.
Wow.
But
I'm impressed.
I couldn't take so much time being away, This weekend stuff was okay, but it's like all of a sudden I got stuck somewhere, couldn't get home to work. My normal job, it's like that was it.
Yeah, I guess it's not for everybody.
But yeah, I got a letter the other day. I'm like, I called him back and said, take me off your list. That was like 15 years ago.
Yeah, it's worse than being a truck driver. You're always gone being a pilot.
Yeah, it's weird that they would have had that 15 years and then pulled it out of their back pocket.
Well, the thing is, I called the lady and then she said, well, we've tried to get hold of you like 5 or 6 times. Well, I never got the letter. I never got the call. So I don't know, you know.
Be nice. Kevin Mullally says he thinks he would avoid your flights.
Well, that's fine. I don't care.
Be nice now. Be nice. I'm sure Drew's a top flight pilot on there. So.
Especially when he was doing it.
Yep.
Well, I had 25,000 hours in, you know. So, you know.
It's insane. I mean, when you say, was that big jets or propeller prop planes?
No.
Okay. Not either, huh? All right.
No, what happened back in the 80s? It was back in the 80s.
Okay.
And I don't want to talk about it. It was nasty.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Didn't mean I was just impressed that you were a pilot. It's just another thing that amazes me about your background and everything. That's really cool.
Oh Lord, I wish they'd give up talking about my boobs in the side chat.
Well, you keep lifting them up and out. You know what are they gonna do?
Well, you know.
The hell, you know.
Nah,
hey, if you got it, flaunt it, right?
Yeah, she's gonna send me a hate message now on my.
No, don't worry, Rosie. I'll get you when you least expect it.
Yeah, how's Milo doing?
He's all right. He's asleep at the moment. He's actually getting a lot better.
I didn't think he ever slept there with her. It was just like always gnawing on your leg or something. What is it? Oh yes, there's my 4 roses. Wow. Do you ever have the? Sorry to interrupt, Nicole. Do you ever have the 4 roses reserved?
Not yet. Sorry, Deb. Not Deb, but Rosie. I would send you over some, but.
Yeah, I gotta send you. Figure out how to get you some of this bourbon we make here. Thinking that's.
Well, I was just gonna say I want some of that Rosie Gin Reserve.
There we go. I mean, we're not in the business anymore, so the price of the collectability is going to skyrocket on it. So grab it while it's hot. Hey Nicole, did the weather ever cool down there, or still?
No, it's 4 a.m. and it's boiling.
The boiling to Nicole in the UK is 70 degrees Fahrenheit. So.
Get it right, 73.
73, sorry. Can you imagine 73? Like you wake up in the morning here and it's like
I live in England. We are like surrounded by clouds and fog. There's not really much else that goes on over here.
Hold on 1 second, guys. I have a phone call to make.
Oh, sure. Just mute. Okay. I don't know if you want me to mute your microphone or not, Blacktop, or you want us to weigh in on your call, whether she's hot or not. Hi, Blacktop. Look at the man.
I'm waiting for Corey to pick up the phone.
Oh, okay. So that's what you're allowed to call her, but geez.
Wait, I forgot the 900 extension.
Yeah, we should make random calls one night on here on the panel. Hi.
Oh my, that would be so much fun.
I know. Hi. Is Bob there? You mean Bob, my husband? Oh. Never mind. Poor Bob.
Hey, Rosie, did I tell you my news?
No, tell me.
I'm going to, well, I don't know when, but I'm coming to the USA.
God almighty, when?
Well, I just said I don't know when. But
I mean, this year? Or,
no, it won't be this year. It will be next year.
And where are you going to go to? Do you know?
I'm going to do a little tour, I think, of everywhere and go and see everyone.
You coming out to the rancho?
Maybe.
Hope so. That would be awesome to have you out here.
I know there's a few people that I want to see, and yeah. I mean, you know more personal things of people I want to see, but I won't say that on chat.
Of course, I'm just saying, but I think I'm excited to think that you might be coming to the U.S. I think that would be amazing.
Well, I'm thinking kind of like flying to South America and then like going road trip kind of thing.
By yourself?
What do you?
No,
whoa, 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 whoa! Back up, girl. What do you? South America?
Yeah, I'm not gonna say where because people will just know straight away where I'm going, and I can't say that on public
No,
chat.
just what's the? Do you know somebody in South America down there?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you're laughing like I should know, and I forgot. Now you're gonna be pissed at me.
Oh shit.
Well, listen, guys, I need to bail out.
Okay, Drew.
But I'm back later if I can't sleep.
Yeah, the link is here. This will be running till about.
Good night, Drew. Thank you for help. Thank you for offering.
Yeah, we're halfway through. We got about 3 more hours here. So.
Well, if you RV Deb, if you need anything, I will give my number in the side chat. Write it down. And if I can get there, I will help you. I will do anything I can for you.
You're so sweet.
That's great. Yeah, come on back, Drew, if you feel like it later. So.
Well, it depends on whether I fall asleep or not.
Okay. Well, if you can't, we're here. So.
But let it be known, I love you all, and I really enjoy this.
We love you too. You're an amazing guy. Every time I think I know everything about you, then you come along with something else like that and just blow me right out of the water with that stuff. We'll talk sometime about that. I'd like to hear that. So, I know I owe you a phone call. It's just I wanted to get this damn door in and all that kind of stuff. So.
I understand. I know you have a lot on your plate.
What?
I get that. So.
No, but his things are looking a little better. I'm off next week, so that's the good news. So
there's a nice group of drinks right behind there.
I was just going to say, Blacktop, this is going to make your night. This is very much like.
I just wanted to tell Drew I'll send a drone over in a little while to check on him, make sure he's okay.
Oh, please do. I would love to see it. We're going to have lightning flickering around outside, you know.
You guys get storms every day. Hey, Charlie, say hi to Blacktop Boondocker here. He is a aficionado, and I was you must have heard me talking about you earlier. Were you listening on there?
I'm on all the time, Rosie.
Well, it's just look like you ought to give the bourbon tour sometime, Charlie.
Yeah, well,
I would like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I might have about 15 bottles of bourbon, but they're all Rosie's favorite.
Yeah, all my bar brands there. I see you got some scotch up there. You have it organized by drink type? Okay.
Not really. You know.
I see your Johnny Walkers and stuff up on the left-hand side up there.
Yeah, I do like Johnny Walker. I don't drink that much of that stuff. That's mainly
I'm
for
not a
family.
Scotch drinker myself.
Nah, that's mainly for friends and family and when we have parties and stuff. I'm mainly a beer drinker when I am drinking, but now you're not drinking. Now what am I going to do?
I know, Charlie. It's like people are tempting me on the side. Oh, how long is this going to last? You know, Rosie will be smashed up on a hangout, and Lucky will be, no, those girls just get drunk on there and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I heard RV Deb wanting to give you her T-Bird.
Yeah.
I showed you mine.
Yep.
I will somehow get it to you.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And Deb, RV Deb, the other night when the ship hit the fan with the young lady, I watched that whole thing. It was sad. And I don't want to be beating the dead horse here, but when Jen started talking to her and Jen was in tears.
You got me.
Yeah, it got me too. And then today, you got to me too.
I had a bad one.
And I don't want to cry here, but I'd rather fight a bear. But you guys really pulled my heartstrings. And
you know what? Jen and I are very honest with our feelings and our emotions, and I couldn't help. I had to share because I have a lot of people wondering what's going on. And
yeah. And,
but I'm getting through it.
I'm about 20. I guess I'm about 2,700 miles away, or a little less. I don't know. But the wife and I, we've been there to help you. Believe me.
I know. You know, there's so many beautiful people that I have met on here. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah. There is a lot of good people. I don't do much writing. I'm a
no,
bad
it's good, Charlie. I like it when you come in. I always send you a link automatically now so you can join. I think you're a great guy.
I think you're a great
Charlie
guy.
lost his nephew a couple weeks ago, so he went through a tough time.
Yeah.
Too, so,
But I don't even know what to look for in links. To tell you the truth, my big computer's over here. I'm looking at myself now over there, and I get on
you're actually better on this one, I think, Charlie, than the other other one.
Looks good.
Well, I don't even know what to touch on this, and if you send me a link, I don't even know how to look for it. And
well, you must have gotten it because I don't have a public posted link. I sent out the invites because I don't want the whirling troll spaceships to come flying through. People coming through telling me I'm a fat tranny. I already know that.
Or the Arabs coming in and pretending to be Arabs.
Well,
I don't need to tell them. I mean, I already know that shit. I don't need to hear it.
Well, when I saw Blacktop, I met Blacktop the other day. I guess it was on Wayne Hangout. So I do know Blacktop a little bit, but and I've seen I watch his videos. I'm subscribed to him, and
he's like our Clark Gable kind.
He's pretty cute, isn't he?
He's a good guy. Yeah, and when I heard
when you get older, you can say that to guys. Because,
But when I heard you mention my name and all, I had to get the wife's laptop over here.
Oh yeah, Charlie, we need you in here. I'm here every Wednesday night. You better be in here, and you better showcase a bourbon a week up there for us and tell us all about it. So
I got her come over with her laptop. Now she's on a different laptop, and so I don't touch it. But she knew how to get me on with this, and I'm glad to be here with you guys. And I do love you all.
We're really glad to have you in here.
Good to have you,
Jimmy Rance, don't bullshit. I sent you a link. You have it. I know you can't come on till after midnight with free Wi-Fi over there. So
is that what it is?
He's at the cabin now. Now, we were on with Jimmy last night, and he gave us an evening tour. I guess he was, I don't know how he had the strength to do it. Terminus had a hangout. And we were on that with Jimmy and Andre. I don't know if you all know Andre from Montreal. He was on there too. And Jimmy was showing us around the inside of the cabin there, and it's really beautiful. I mean, it's a really nice place he has with the back deck and everything on in the kitchen. And good on him. I'm glad he gets away from this stuff for limits to time on YouTube and all that. It's good for him to get the mountain air and enjoy himself. So.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys do it.
Awesome. Well, I love it. I'm just an internet whore. I mean, I just like being on here and chatting.
Look at the bags under my eyes. The bags under these eyes. That just started with you guys. And look at me. I was only 17 years old when I first started watching.
Yeah.
Now look at me. I'm 18.
Oh, my Lord. Well, I'll tell you what, just to update on Amanda, she's doing well. We text every day, 5, 6, 7 times a day. She's doing good. She's taking some time off. She was watching baseball games. And,
she took all of the hangouts down, didn't she?
Yeah, sort of pulling her head out of the mix a little bit. And
good.
She was drinking Gatorade and stuff. So I'm very, very happy. She has. I did send her the link if she wanted to come in tonight. She's more than welcome to, and I don't mean to offend anybody that may be on here, but
no, she's always welcome.
Yeah, I just wanted her to know that, as I said before, I'm not going to let her drift into oblivion and stuff. So she's. I think she's good. In a lot of ways, it's kind of like. You can't tell somebody how to use YouTube because people want to do their own things and run their own stuff, and I appreciate that. But I want her to also be healthy and have success in life. So
definitely, she's too young to waste away.
Yep.
Yeah.
She's young, so
the only reason that we all say these things is because she shares them.
Absolutely. I don't trash talk anybody. If I talk about anybody, it's in a positive way on here, and I'm very happy that she seems to be doing good and pretty darn happy right now. So I'm hoping that the good times roll for her in a major, serious way. So she might stop by. She said she would probably come into the side chat, but she's been catching up on her sleep and eating and doing a little more than.
You need some sleep with all the hours she puts in, that's for sure.
Exactly. So I was happy about that.
Yeah, I wish her the best. And yeah, if anybody needs to stop drinking, she should stop or really slow down. I mean,
well,
I got enough.
I'll tell you what, I took the hint, Charlie, because I'd just come home to these hangouts, and I'd be shocked. I'd look over at the countertop, and Jen would come up, and there would be 10 cans of beer, empty cans, up on the top of the counter, and I'm just thinking to myself, man, I can't do this.
Well, that's not terrible. I mean, I
but
like
a Friday night I can do it, but when it
Yeah,
starts coming into Wednesday night and Tuesday night.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you know, a couple beers is okay. I mean, like I told you before, I have a half on tap over here.
Right.
I got enough booze behind me here and in front of me over there. I could probably drown myself, you know, and die with drinking all this shit. But I don't
Share
drink
it, Charlie. Don't drown yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can tell that that's like your prized possession. That's like beautiful.
Yeah, some people collect Pez dispensers, you know.
Oh yeah, Zippo lighters, yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah,
my dad had a bar full of all kinds of liqueurs and liquor.
I have bottles back there. I bet you're 40 years old that haven't been opened.
Wow.
I'm serious. I got a VO bottle back there that the label's turning colors. Like my daughter's what's Francis, 44, Fran? 44, 45. I got a bottle back there that hasn't been opened since her christening.
Charlie, you're a prepper.
Yeah.
People are going to want to have you in their cave.
People will love you, okay? When the darkest hour, they're going to love you. No.
Yeah, you'll say, like, listen, you got water? Cool, got some food? Well, I got...
Yeah, yeah.
When the shit hits the fan, people are going to reach for the bottle, and you're going to be...
I'll tell you what, you're going to have some kind of currency there, Charlie.
Yeah, you might have to have a gun in front of you.
I got a friend of mine, every week, we call it Thirsty Thursday. He's done work, he comes over. And we might have 3 or 4 beers apiece and shoot the crap, you know, and then he goes home, and I might turn on YouTube. Well, ain't no doubt about it, it's always on.
Well, it's funny as hell, I'll tell you. So you'll be all set. You'll be all set. That's good currency when the shit hits the fan, I'll tell you, because people will definitely want to forget their troubles.
Yeah, somebody told me I should gather my bottles up and take it to Alaska. They say they'll pay $400 or $500 a bottle. I thought, nah, I don't think so. You know, you get
really? You're giving me some great ideas all of a sudden here in retirement. $400 or $500 a bottle, huh?
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that even on one of the Discovery channels, you know, but they're not allowed to have booze in some of them little.
Yeah, some of those towns it's illegal.
Let's load up that RV and go up to Alaska. Not to south.
Not a good idea for you, Rosie. It's like the double whammy, you know. Distilling alone is not exactly.
This Blacktop's going to correct me.
Only one.
Okay, well, look, I'll tell you what, Blacktop. You're welcome to come down here and grab the spoon and spank me anytime you want. Tell me what I shouldn't do on here, and I will listen to you, okay?
As long as I'm taking crates back with me filled with mason jars, I will spank you for hours.
Oh, Lord, you'd love our stuff. I mean, Francis has had it. Another gal friend of mine, Tara Williams in San Diego, they enjoyed it. So, yeah.
I tried having it.
Yeah, I can't get it past the English custom sticks up there trying to get that stuff into there. You know, they open everything that comes into there.
You have to put it in mouthwash bottles.
Yeah. That's the first thing they open. Oh, Lord. Jimmy, I sent the link to your Facebook. Yeah, you always got to be different, right?
Hey, Rosie.
Yes.
If you ever want to do a hangout, we could do a back-to-back brewing if you'd like. I don't know if you do the mash out with the turbo yeast or what you do, but I brew a lot of beer, wine, and mead. So.
Okay, well, you got to check out my. I did a 2-hour moonshine hangout a couple weeks ago, and it was really good. We talked about the mash. I use Red Star yeast, is what I use. It works so good, and it's so all temperature good. Yeah, we could do a hangout just on bourbons and beers and all that kind of stuff. So
I'll be a taster.
Yeah, Charlie.
Excellent. I just bought a couple live USB extender cables. They're 16 feet each.
Wow.
So that I could bring the webcam outside to do a brew session or something like that.
That would be great. That would be great. Hey, Jimmy from the cabin. There we go.
Hey, hi everybody.
Hi, Jimmy.
Hi, Jimmy. You get some rest today, Jimmy? I'm sure unpacking and doing all the crap you had to do up there today.
No, I've been working. I'm damn near too tired to even talk, which is amazing. It's a miracle. I've been working working in the yard, working on the vehicle, working on fences, just staining stuff. I just look horrible. But I thought I'd come hang with you just for a little bit. I'm at the very end of the month, so I have some bandwidth left over, so I really need to kind of burn some of it.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great. Lucky for me, Jimmy.
Yeah. I get some new bandwidth in about 3 days. Debs, I almost cried when I watched it. I know you're probably sick of hearing about it, but I watched it just a while ago. It tore my heart out to see you like that in number one. Yeah. And then film number two, video 2, I felt so much better. And thank God for Debbie.
That's why I did the second one, to let you guys know that it was not so bad anymore.
Oh, I felt just wretched. I mean, just horrible. Because I know what it's like, and that stuff's hard, you know.
It was real hard.
And I know
it was
that
so hot. It was so hot too. And then this lady comes up and says, "Get out of here in 30 minutes." I'm like, I finally got the trailer to my house, right?
Yeah.
I set it up though now, so I'm good. I'm good.
I'm not a lawyer or anything like that, but I really think that RV lady gave you some outstanding advice. I don't think they can make you just jump like that. You do have rights, renter's rights, and
I guess I guess it's because it was a travel trailer, and I had it hooked up to electric, of course, because it's so hot. I don't know. I really don't know her real reasoning behind being so mean. But I was telling everybody that tomorrow I'm going to go to the office with my what do you call it, selfie pole, you know. And I'm gonna go into her office to show everybody what she looks like. And I'm kind of going to confront her because now the RV's gone, so I did my share. But I'm going to tell her that, you know, what.
Look, in Tarpon Springs, I have a guy down there. He's my uncle. His name is Uncle Vito. That's what we call him, Uncle Vito. He's with the family. Yeah. Would you like me to get him to go down there with you? He'll make a deal that they won't refuse. But no, Uncle Vito will help you out. You look so much better. So good to see you smile.
Oh, me too.
Again, after 5 or 6 cold showers today.
I did. I had 2 showers, and I took a bottle of ice water and poured it on my head twice.
I tell you what, Deb, this is going to sound maybe stupid, but whenever RV lady said something, it kind of validated what I was thinking. I said, Debs is making a video naked. And then you did the second one.
I had to show everybody my dress.
Because we thought you were...
The first video was just total emotions, bummed out, crying. So I didn't care. And then I realized when she said that, I'm like, I'm going to show that I am actually wearing something, you know.
I thought maybe you had some kind of whatever your summer type dress on.
Yeah, that's what I have. It just is something that goes around here.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure. You know, you get to such a.
I stand up or something and show that there's coverage there.
Yeah.
Oh, Jimmy, it's good to see you, sweetie. You know. I'm glad you're at the. I'm glad you're at the cabin. At the nice place to be.
Oh, it's nice, but there's been so much work that needs to be done, and I have it's kind of warm, believe it or not, for Colorado. I don't know. The whole country seems to be. I hear it's over 100 degrees. It's 100 degrees in North California. I heard.
It was hot today, Jimmy. It was hot today. I did framed out and installed the new garage steel door today. Got that done.
Yeah, well, that's good.
And that heat was incredible today.
Oh, I'll tell you something that just made me sick. I probably shouldn't even say it. Right on the side, just that way, right outside of my wall, I'm getting ready to have a fence put in, a little kind of a dog run.
Mm-hmm.
And my little rat terrier, my little brown one, was outside walking around with me, and he just starts barking and barking and barking, and there was a little hole in the ground, and there was some ground squirrels in there, kind of like, they look like chipmunks.
Mm-hmm.
And rat terriers, you know what rat terriers do? They kill varmints like that, and I mean, he tore into them, and it made me sick. Just.
Are they that fast, Jimmy, that they can grab them? I mean, are they?
Oh yeah.
They can kill 2,000 a day. If there were that many around. And hello, Corey.
Hey, Jimmy.
Welcome back, Corey.
Hello.
Hello, Corey.
We're at the cabin, y'all.
The trolls made a request for me to leave, so I left. Well, one troll did. I left.
Honey, I give you permission to stay as long as you like.
Yeah. I plan on it now, because that troll's an asshole.
Looks pretty at the cabin.
Yeah, Jimmy, thanks for the tour last night. It was really fascinating to see your place, and especially your backpack out there.
Oh, I was hoping that I could watch what I was trying to show you on Terminus when it was over, but he didn't put it up because I figured it'd be so dark. I didn't know what it would, if you could even, because the camera on this Lenovo is really not that good. And I just want to give you a little idea of what this stuff looks like. I don't know.
Yeah, you want to show people now it's daylight now, Jimmy. People might get a better idea now.
It's a nice place.
Hey! Can you see that on the table right there, that box that says Wolf on it, Winchester? I know this will be exciting. I don't know if you can see it or not.
Yeah.
You know what that is?
Ammo.
That's 1,200 rounds, yeah.
Wow.
Just got shipped in.
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of ammo.
And I got another 1,400 rounds coming probably on the 30th. I'm getting ready for the end times, y'all.
I appointed Jen as our official get ready for end times person now. So.
Yeah. But when you got all that booze back there, bring it on.
Yeah, you're gonna need you'd need at least one person that's at the bar, you know.
That's a great currency to have when this shit hits the fan, right?
If it does hit the fan, I'll start drinking.
There you go, Deb. Go down with the ship, you know. At least go down with your boots on.
Yeah, I'm bringing a little bit of liquor in my trailer just in case I have company.
Welcome back, Lucky.
Yeah.
Hi, Lucky.
Oh, hey, Lucky. I didn't even know he was in here.
Well,
he's been hanging out.
Folks, it's 4:30 a.m., so I'm going to make a jump.
Okay, girl.
Boondock.
And Nicole?
Thanks for coming in,
You didn't get to
Nicole.
say hello.
Hi, Jimmy.
I had cake for you,
Yeah,
Nicole.
give us 15 more.
Hi,
minutes.
Nicole.
Give us 15.
Boondock, I just subscribed to you.
Jimmy has cake.
Well, it's about damn time.
I know. I can't believe I wasn't.
Look at it. Got dirt all over me. I ain't used to working.
Well, Jimmy, I was dripping today out there and doing that garage shop.
I'm just kind of amazed that Jimmy has cake. I've been waiting forever.
It was hotter than hell out there.
I do have some cake. It's that way. I even showed Rosie last night some of my diabetic stash. I don't know if you can see it, Rosie. My piles my big piles of junk.
Your prepper
That's
supply.
really.
Let me see your candy.
Prepper cake.
See my candy? You know, I think I ate it all.
Doesn't diabetic candy kind of give you the cramps?
Diabetic candy, that shit'll kill you. You don't want to eat that. Now, this is my kids is probably all messed up. I mean, it's just this is hell, you can't see a damn thing. The hickory cabinets, and Nancy likes to collect something called Shawnee and what the hell's that? McCoy, if y'all know what that is. But
I just love the cabinet.
Here's this is for I don't know who this is for. Here's some raisins and donuts. If y'all want some of them.
Well,
let me show you something.
Your camera's off.
Hey, it's Twinkies.
I'm showing you my stuff. Hey, this is the most important one of all, you know.
Put your camera on.
Yeah, they last forever.
God, you're all ready, Jimmy.
Yeah, you gotta click my picture on the head.
Toast plus cupcakes, yeah.
I don't know.
They last forever.
Want to see my refrigerator? Where's that son of a bitch? Oh, there. Hey. Hey, look, and Rosie's going, will you get out of here? I don't see all this bullshit. I'm just walking around having a good time.
You're definitely prepared. You got the cupcakes and
I want to watch a movie. I got a few movies there.
Yeah. I will see you all soon.
His DVD. Okay, Nicole.
Bye.
Thanks for coming in, babe.
Bye, Nicole.
Yeah, so much for me.
Bye, Nicole.
Bye.
Nice evening.
Love you.
Bye, Nicole.
Bye.
Have a nice evening.
Bye.
Have a good night, Nicole.
Bye, Nicole's boobies.
Bye.
Oh, shit, I forgot to turn the damn lights off. Get up and do all this laboring and physical shit. Let me see something.
Jimmy, I gotta tell you the best news last night was about your mom. I'll tell you the truth.
Oh, she's all alone. I mean, this is the first time in a long time. She's ambulatory, walking, can drive, can walk.
Just tell people your mom is a lot better now, you know, turn the corner.
She's a lot better. She's over the pneumonia and I think the allergies and all that stuff. So
bless her heart.
I'm pleased. And I stay in touch with her. I mean, it ain't like, you know, I mean, I'm right there writing her letters, talking to her.
I couldn't believe it when you told me that you and Nancy just go up to the cabin. I'm okay. Here's the hell. Wow.
She knows. I think she knows we kind of need some our own space for a little while. But she knows. I mean, out of the last 3 months, I've only been away from her for 2 weeks, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not used to that. I'm used to. I don't know. I kind of split our time, but I mean that's my mother. You know, I have to take care of her the best I can. So
you're a good son.
I don't know.
You're good.
Holy cow! I don't even have the celebrity pool over there. Not the celebrity pool because Deb's in here. It's y'all know what the pool is. Never mind.
Yeah, I call it the green room over there.
Yeah, the green room. That's it. That's good.
These are the future YouTube stars in waiting over here.
Yeah, yeah. There we go. Let me get these yahoos up here. I can't see nothing.
Seems like everybody was
sick of working.
Everybody was hot all over the country.
I'm burning up. Let's see. Here we go. I feel like I hear like I'm underwater, and like when you have like your breathing apparatus on and the bubbles going up.
I can hear it.
That's what I keep hearing. Do y'all hear that, or is it just the rocks in my head moving?
I hear
it's air.
I was wondering what that noise is.
It might be a fan.
Yeah.
Sounds like somebody scuba diving or something.
It could be a fan.
Okay.
And listen, with this heat, you gotta have a fan.
Maybe somebody's got bad gas or something.
Yes,
maybe it's my stomach churning from eating all them damn. Uh-oh.
Jimmy, did they deliver up to the cabin? Any food deliveries up there?
They do.
Wow.
Yeah, they do. They just, I don't know. They brought me a bunch of stuff today. Yeah, what do you call that? The FedEx and UPS and yeah, they come up here. I got a bunch of junk down in the mailbox I need to go pick up I'm just too tired to go down there to get it. So I don't want mountain lions, and grizzly bears, and gun gorillas and grizzly boogers and shit chasing me right now. You know, I'm too tired. I'm not used to all this.
Just take that 50 caliber with you.
I wish I had a 50 caliber, but I got something else I could put on them.
Well, Jimmy, at least the important stuff got delivered. You got
Yeah.
Winchester stuff.
Yeah. That's I think 1,200 rounds or 14, and then I ordered another 1,000 rounds of 5.56 green tip. It's I don't want to really get off into it. It's kind of light armor piercing.
Yeah, armor piercing
stuff,
yeah.
and I bought 250 double-aught buckshot for Nancy's 20 gauge. I bought me 250 12-gauge double-aught buckshot, and tomorrow we may go buy a AK-47 or a 30-06 or another AR-15, and then that'll finish my Rambo stuff out for this year.
Yeah.
Never mind. I know y'all hate all that.
No, I like that 20 gauge.
I like that.
Fascinating.
I think
when you live up here, where we live. I mean, bears, a mountain lion. You better have something. I ain't worried about the people.
I would be open carrying that AR-15 all the time.
Oh, that AR-15 is bad. That's like a precision jet. It's fine.
Ammo's a good investment.
Sorry, Lucky, I accidentally muted you over there, so you can just hit your thing again. Sorry. I'm trying to detect where the noise. I've gone down everybody's thing, and it's nobody in here. It must be something on YouTube that, 20,000 leagues under the sea tonight or something.
That's exactly what it sounds like whenever you're diving in the bubbles.
Captain Nemo is somewhere.
Captain Nemo.
He probably is in a side chat or something.
Or Jacques Cousteau's son or something swimming by in the neighborhood, yeah. Why can I not get this to work?
Well, it sounds like we had a productive day today anyway, Jimmy.
Yeah, it was very, very productive. It's going to be productive tomorrow, too. It took me an hour just to get my stupid Jeep cranked. It's been sitting out there. My battery, I put my tester on it, and it was down 70% low. I said, oh, God, that one's going to be dead. It's just been sitting out there. And like an idiot, I don't give it a trickle charge or nothing. Just let it sit out in the elements. And so now I put the key in, and it just goes, stupid, nothing. So I had to work on that today. But
Did you mute me for a reason?
Huh? Did I do who?
What did you say, Deb?
She's muted herself.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't.
Oh, well, it was just.
It said Rosie muted me.
Oh.
No, I don't have you muted.
That's weird. That was twice.
I see a mic button.
I actually think it's something on your thing. Actually, it's unresponsive.
Yeah, I see a mic on her. Oh, it's going now. That's bad.
The other noise is kind of gone. When I take, let me try something a minute, Deb.
Hey, Corey, are they still talking shit?
Hold on, let me look.
I don't keep it up.
What's going on?
About, so I only can see the hangout and this art.
It's kind of boring there.
I've never looked at it ever, so.
I kind of keep an eye on it. It's okay. It's all cool.
Blacktop's got a pet frog.
Yeah.
Don't even mention frog.
That's my killer right there.
You can't let Logger Frog give all frogs a bad name. Can't do it.
Jimmy, is your YouTube's? I think we might have lost Jimmy on the connection.
Do I?
I thought we lost you for. I thought I got the feedback for your thing there. We're okay. Don't even mention frog to me. After that, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I think I've been on 5 of the last 6 logger frogs. I'm getting tired of it.
I'm way behind.
I'm shocked you even watch them, Rosie.
Yeah, I'm checking out. Jen will tell me when he's got one up. So. I just play with his mind, and he wanted me to mention him on my channel and stuff. I just kind of play a game with him. I enjoyed it. I thought today's was pretty funny. You know, music and with the end with Amanda May being on the rug on the floor. I thought that was really funny.
I didn't watch any of it.
You know something? At least he put something into it. I mean.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you put your face out there. You make a video. Even these hangouts. I mean, you better be prepared for something. I mean.
Yep.
Ain't that the fucking truth?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Woo.
Don't let the civilian come out. That's why I wear my cross on my neck.
It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be funny when we run into him out there on the beach on the sidewalk in San Diego.
Let me tell you, Mel, that just woke up the side chat.
Funny, I can see the side chat on the big one, but on this one here, I just see all picture.
That's okay.
I split my screen, so I have the chat from the YouTube channel on the left, and then I have the Hangout on the right.
See, I tried doing that the first time I ever did a Hangout, and it would only let me click on one or the other, so I just said, fuck it. So I just watched the Hangout.
That's a pain in the butt.
Have your husband sign the permission slip, and I'll come over and show you how to square it all.
That's funny.
I know.
I see a bottle of Johnny Walker Blue, or is that green up there?
That's a blue, plus there's a green, plus there's a gold, plus there's a black, plus there's a red.
Well, the red and the black, that's pretty common, but the blue and the green, I was at a restaurant, and it was like $28 a shot.
Yeah.
$28 for a shot?
Oh yeah, the guy next to me got it with tonic.
Yeah, it depends on where you're at. I've seen it for $35 a shot. I've seen it for $45 a shot.
God, I can't believe with tonic, they should have 86'd him right out of the bar, you know?
Absolutely. I wanted to smack him upside the head just for sheer principle.
I just can't believe that somebody would mix that with, you know, just give it to me neat.
Oh yeah, tonic and a lime.
Yeah, I've had one.
Oh my God.
I opened that bottle of blue just for one night when my boys were here and my son-in-laws, and we each had a shot out of it, and I had one shot. I just say one thing about that stuff. There's no afterburn, and it's got a nice taste to it, but it's expensive.
Yeah, it's expensive as the devil. I mean, good Lord.
See, I would like that. I don't like that burn. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I like a rye whiskey too. I like a rye.
Well,
like the little
a lot of bourbons and higher end bourbons. If you don't have the burn, it's not a bourbon.
Yeah, it's not a bourbon. Yeah, exactly. You know, like and a good rye whiskey. If you don't have that little spice and the core tipping on the back end, and it's not, you know, it's not.
I don't know why I like whiskey. I like whiskey. I don't know why.
I do too. That's why I don't buy it.
You're American girls. That's why you like it.
Is your white dog burn, Rosie?
No, it's smooth as a baby's bottom, Charlie.
Yeah,
it goes down smooth.
Wow. Is it the honey that's in it?
Don't have any honey. I guess it's just, Jen says it's just made with love, so I guess that's...
It's when she's got the bikini and when she wears that and she puts that stick in that drum there and then she's got the music on and she's a dancing.
My stuff must be crude because it burns.
She uses the same spoon as she uses to smack her ass. That's why it's
There you go.
This is the one. That's when Jen first moved here back in April of last year. There it is, right there.
That's the flavor right there.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, those good times for sure. What was it you used to say about Jiffy Pop? It's much fun to make as it is to eat. Well, that's like moonshine. It's much fun to make as it is to drink. So, yeah.
I looked at a still, Rosie. The brew club that I belong to, the guy also owns a store that he sells supplies and whatnot. He's got a still in there. It's obviously much smaller than what you have. And it was like $300, and I keep looking at it like, man, I love. Dude, but then I would have to get like barrels and stuff like that. I would have to
yeah, barrels are okay. Just it's fun to just try it one time, and you can buy some of those charred oak barrels for not a hell of a lot of money. Like Barrels Limited Ltd is a good place, and it really gives you a lot of pride when you make your own, and it's pretty amazing. We just use that sweet feed back here that does a really good job. Hey, Debbie Lynn in the house, girl.
Hey, Debbie. How you doing? How you doing?
Hi.
I kind of lost y'all the other day. I kind of lost you right now. I'm trying to find out how to get back to y'all. I'll be honest with you.
Just check your mailbox, girl. I sent you that invite in there. So that link should always work. I got Jimmy Rance here, special from the cabin tonight.
Yeah, live from the cabin.
You got the full workout today.
No oxygen. This is what Jimmy Rance looks like with no oxygen.
Yeah. You got to get yourself a little mask there, Jimmy. A Michael Jackson special you can wear around a little bit.
Need to do something. Man, I need some of that moonshine you got there.
Oh, there you go.
Get me going. Or a sack of that dog feed you have back there, whatever that is, that oatmeal raisin. What is that, Fruit Loops or something? What?
I made the mistake of saying it tastes good when it puffs up real good and it's done cooking. And make a good breakfast cereal.
Yeah.
Oh my
God.
Hey Jimmy, how much higher is the cabin altitude compared to the city house?
About 2,000 feet.
Wow.
I'm about I know that don't sound like much, but it really is. It really is.
Yeah, if you're on a base of 6,000 feet and then you add 2,000, yeah, you're getting up there.
Can you feel
Well, no, it's over 2,000.
Can you feel it in your ears? Ear popping?
No, it doesn't affect my ears, but I feel when you get up into high elevation at first until you kind of acclimate, because I've been at the city house, like I said, for about 3 months, except for maybe 2 weeks. So I'm going to have to reacclimate, because I could tell when I was just working out in the yard today, and my yard is like, I'm on the side of a mountain kind of, and it's tough. It's tough walking. Probably at about some areas a 15-degree incline. That may not sound like much, but it is. I'm just tired. I'm just really tired.
That's a lot.
I don't know.
Walking around.
I thought I'd come in here and burn my bandwidth down.
There you go. Walking around at that altitude, Jimmy, just adding some more, altitude to that. Yeah, plus you were working outside today and doing all that stuff.
All day. Almost all day. If you guys have any computer or cell phone or television, if you're on satellite, any kind of problems later tonight or tomorrow, that's because we have a coronal mass ejection, a solar flare that is Earth-facing, and it was launched about 2 days ago, and it should be here tomorrow. you can see the aurora borealis from Colorado. I mean, that's very rare. Maybe once in every 10 years, you can see the northern lights. You ought to see what it looks like at the Denver airport.
Or Alaska. Is it Canada or Alaska? I've heard of that before.
What's that?
Really, what you just said is supposed to be like really pretty.
The aurora borealis.
Yeah. You can really see it really nice up in Alaska.
This is a little different than the normal northern lights kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, Jimmy,
you're talking about magnetism at its finest.
What's the implications of this solar? What do you call it? A solar flare? What is it? What's the implications for us? I mean, what's it mean?
Well, it was very. This was a kind of a rare thing because, well, it's kind of there's a video out there about this particular one from a group of scientists that studies these coronal mass ejections, and there was it's hard to explain this, but if it would have held its original strength, it would have knocked probably the entire grid down for whatever side of the Earth that it hit. It was that powerful. But luckily for us, it is weakening, and that's really good. Because I'm going to tell you something. People just laugh it off. But let one hit us dead on and watch and see what happens. We will be sending smoke signals to each other. All this will be over with. So it's supposed to arrive tomorrow night. You can check it out. It's all the science is there, the physicists, the geophysicists.
When is it?
It's all over tomorrow, Thursday.
Tomorrow, a big solar flare?
So it already started. It started already. But it takes a while to get here.
Yeah, it takes a little while to get here. I forgot how fast it was moving.
Well, that's
fun.
That's I guess a good time to start drinking. So you all were talking about booze and everything. So I decided to go out to the garage and get me a drink.
I don't think we're going to have anything to worry about. I think it's going to hit us it's probably rated a 3 right now, and which is good. It's good. That's good for us. May do some damage possibly to some satellites, maybe not. I don't know.
Well, I'll see for that anyways, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last major event we experienced was back in the 1800s. I think it was like 1860.
Yeah, the Carrington event.
Right, the Carrington event. And that actually made the telegraph lines on the poles spark and catch fire.
Sure did.
What did it do? Absolutely. What did it do, Blacktop? I mean, explain. I mean, I don't know a lot about this.
Yeah,
this is a release of solar.
In layman's terms, basically, a solar flare is kind of like a nuclear device or an EMP being fired onto the planet. It's a radiation wave that affects electronic devices. Go ahead, Jimmy.
No, I was just saying it's fast-moving protons that's heading to the Earth at such rapid speeds. I forgot. I mean, they travel like 14. I can't remember if it's 1,400 miles a second or 1,400 miles an hour, or I forget. I'm too tired to think. But I tell you what, if we get hit with the right, the sun has eruptions all of the time, and it's just this big mass energy being released, this magnetism, these protons, and this energy, and it's heading to the Earth. It's so fast. Sometimes it'll miss the Earth and go by it. But this particular one, when it went off, it was headed facing the Earth. So it just depends on where we are in orbit compared to where the solar flare went off. And if it hit us directly at how violent this particular one was the other day, I'm telling you, it would shut this whole grid down. But thankfully, it is weakening. But they were really scared yesterday. They thought, oh my God, this thing bounced from a 4 to an 8 back down. If it would have held, it would it'd be over with.
Well, what happened in what did you say, Blacktop 8, the Carrington event? What happened now?
Well, back in the late 1800s or right around 1860, somewhere around there, nobody was looking at the sun waiting for something like this to happen. And I think it's actually modern technology and modern science that actually found out what actually happened back in the late 1800s. But what ends up happening is the sun gives off this radiation burst, and then it takes several days to reach Earth, obviously, just as, the light travels faster than sound. And like Jimmy was saying, it has to do with the fast-moving protons and this and that. But as we all know, with atoms and electricity, electrons and neutrons, with magnetic polarity and everything else, this is all very important. Our alternating current and our electricity that we use on our grids throughout the country is all based on this same science. So when this happens and it hits the planet, it affects everything. It affects radio waves. It's kind of the reason that you hear a lot of preppers talk about Faraday cages and EMP fields. It's all right in the same basic type of science from what I believe. I'm not a scientist in any way, shape, or form. Hell, I'm not even a prepper. I'm the guy that's going to have my best bottle of bourbon, looking up, waiting for it to come. But Jimmy knows what he's talking about. It's just, this burst of energy from the sun that's now heading towards us like a radio wave. It's kind of like a radio wave from the space station that has a delay. And
okay, so what happened in what were the effects in the 1800s? What was so unusual that occurred?
It excites the protons in certain elements.
It fries all circuits.
Right, and it'll fry the circuits. Now, the biggest fear is that it's going to wipe out our communications and our power grid. But in addition to that, every device, like an EMP, that uses any kind of computer systems, it could fry it, which means no tractor trailers, no transportation of fuel, no nothing. I mean, unless it's in a shielded environment, it could technically wipe out everything.
Yeah, Faraday cage environment. That's right. You're right.
Now, the other problem with that is with it wiping out everything is that panic and fear takes over at that point.
Yeah, just wondering, you were talking about the telegraph lines or something that happened in
we didn't have the power lines like we have now. We didn't have cell phone towers. We didn't have, it's not a matter of if it's going to happen. It's a matter of when. It will happen.
Yes, you're right.
Even the top paid scientists, and I'm talking higher paid than Google executives, are saying the same thing. It's not a matter of when or if. It's a matter of when. It will happen. And just like 90% of the bridges in the United States can't even handle the load that they're actually carrying. Trucks are going over these bridges and they can't handle this kind of weight for this length of time that they've been doing. Our grid and our systems in the United States are still based on 1950s technology. Some of the telephone poles outside your house have been outdated for 20 years.
I want to show you guys something. I don't know if you're interested, but if you are, I'm telling you, this place right here, I really wish you guys would just watch this just for a second. I mean, this just happened. These are the scientists. These are the nuclear physicists, the quantum and theoretical physicists and astrophysicists and people who study gravity and magnetics and the sun. This is a huge threat to the Earth. This ain't bullshit, folks. This is natural. This is natural law here.
Sounds like
working.
Something.
It could be. It could be because, you see, I mean, I know people don't like hearing about it, but if it happens and the trucks aren't rolling down the road to resupply the grocery stores, the refrigerators are shut down, so all of your food is rotting, literally. No cell phone, no communication, no computers, no nothing, no power, no air conditioning. Your car will not start. You're stuck. So if that happens, and this could happen from a solar flare, we're not talking about bombs. We're talking about nature. what nature can do. I wish y'all would watch just a little bit of that, and it'll give you a good idea.
Well,
Given
that, Jimmy, I wonder why people, manufacturers and stuff don't do more to install systems that would be impervious to this kind of. Well, there's just something that would, impervious to this kind of thing.
It's not
I wish everyone.
Like a shielded cables and things.
The military. The military has a lot of its stuff hardened, like NORAD that tracks on submarines and incoming ballistic missiles and debris in space. They're hardened. You can believe that a lot of the top politicians, the high rollers, their bunkers, I mean, they're totally hardened. They have militaries underground. Their systems are hardened. So they'll be okay. The problem is if all of our transformers, which all of our transformers would get blown. Now the grid's down. The problem is the parts that we use to make transformers, they come from China. If the grid goes down because of a solar flare, what'd you say solar flare? Let's don't get into war and nuclear bombs. You're talking about 5 to 10 years. You're talking about 80 to 90% of the United States population dead within the first year, according to the statisticians and those who study this sort of thing. The elderly, the sick, people can't get medicines. Everything's just going to be crazy. It's not fun to talk about. Hospitals will be doomed. And let me tell you the real danger. This is the real danger to us. Are all of the 104 or whatever it is nuclear power plants we have in America. When the backup generators stop, we're going to have those spent fuel rods are going to get hot, and we're going to have Fukushima to the 1000th power. The northern hemisphere will be totally dead
Kiss our ass
from
goodbye.
the radiation. I know it's really boring to talk about this, folks, but this is real.
I don't agree with that aspect of it. I think there's enough backup power. I think there's enough alternate energy. I mean, not for nothing, if we drive all the Priuses to, we could,
there's not.
We could do something. I think there'll be half of the country gone. I mean, that definitely.
It's too massive.
I think a good portion of the other half will kill themselves and each other.
Well, the fact is that certain people, a certain group is already going underground for decades, building underground cities, self-sustaining underground cities. They will live underground, and they will lock the door behind themselves and leave us outside.
I agree with you, Jen, but the human race is not meant to live underground.
Right.
No, I'm not saying you have. I'm not talking about a nuclear war. I'm talking about a coronal.
And this is the thing.
Yeah, but
you don't have to go underground.
You're talking about radiation. You're talking about our own power plants failing, which they're scattered across.
You're going to die.
They're
I don't care if you go underground or not.
If you look at the jet stream, anywhere, if you are within 200 to 300 miles of any nuclear facility, that is the dead zone. That's not even the affected zone. That's the dead zone. You will not survive.
Well, I'll tell you what. If we have any type of coronal mass ejection, regardless of a power plant, we're going to lose 80 to 90% of our population, guaranteed. They'll be without rule of law, civil unrest like you've never seen. There's no food. Everybody thinks, I'll just go out and kill a deer. Oh, really? There's 300 million people and 30 million deer. Do the math. It ain't going to work.
No, not even squirrels, Jimmy. You won't even have a
squirrel. It ain't going to work.
I live in New England.
What?
We didn't even have trees back in the colonial days. We wiped out all the trees here. To try to go out to the woods and find a 100-year-old tree is tough work. We didn't have turkeys here in New England because we wiped them out. We didn't have deer here in New England because we wiped them out. It was hunters, conservatives that actually brought the wildlife back into New England. But you can prep for everything. It's natural disaster. It's not going to be war and everything else. I mean, let's look at the weather patterns and everything else that we're seeing. It's going to be natural disaster, and it's going to be worldwide. I mean, people don't understand that. I'm not totally sold on the whole nuclear power plants taking out the world.
Right. Even if it doesn't, but I'm telling you, go live around Fukushima. You know how many dead folks are around there? Could you imagine over 100 nuclear power plants? And see, and what's bad, like especially if it's an EMP, it doesn't just know the borders of the United States and stop. It's going to carry over into Canada as well, also as Mexico. It's unbelievable what's going to happen. You can't even fathom what's going to happen.
Absolutely.
We don't really know. It's going to be bad.
Jimmy, with open trade and everything else, I mean, not for nothing, we're getting milk in the United States that is infected with radiation from China. Most of our tilapia and fish comes from overseas.
Yeah, I'm talking about something a hell of a lot different than that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this stuff's going to happen. I mean, what happens if we can't import food into this country any longer?
We're going to die. Those who are not prepared are going to die.
I have a question.
If you run out of food,
yeah, I have a couple questions too.
Dysentery, disease. It's going to be crazy.
This country throws out half of all food.
I have a question.
That's true.
But
there'll be no food to throw out. It'll be gone.
For how long time period shall somebody prep? 1 year, 2 years?
As much as possible.
As much as possible. If something happened, really, Nancy and I could probably make it maybe 2 years. That's it. 2 years. That's it. But it would depend on if we could have like we buy non-GMO seeds. But again, it just there's going to be so many gangs and marauders and jackboot thugs and militia groups, and they're going to be.
We're not home. We're in a Walmart's parking lot, camped on their Wi-Fi.
Hey, there we go. There's the Striking Viking. Trippin' Sister, you got my link. All right. Welcome aboard.
Hang on.
Jimmy, we will have to have a chat just about that.
Well, Jimmy was going to do
yeah, whenever I do my prepper thing, we'll get into that. We'll have professional people. I'll bring some physicists on here that'll tell you what'll happen.
Because I have a lot of questions, and you know that I'm into this whole subject for a long time, and
no, but it's going to be close to.
I have a lot of questions.
Well, I just want to close with one statement, and that is, well, actually two. First one is, this is why today is very important. Enjoying life today is very important because I don't know about anybody else, but tomorrow is not guaranteed.
Yeah.
Period.
You're right. Yeah. You're very right.
You can worry about 10 days from now, but if it affects today and it lowers your standard of life today, then what's the sense? That's all.
I prep today so I can be self-reliant for tomorrow.
Well,
I prepare today to try to be self-reliant tomorrow.
Yeah,
prepping is the solution, not the problem.
Everybody dies, you want to be all alone?
Yeah, just Patty, you're just in time. We're discussing end of the world scenarios here.
Sounds almost like the time of trouble.
Well, I had heard that, but I didn't see.
It'd be awful to be alive then.
Yes, Chris.
This is, this may not be, a lot of people look at this as like, hey, this is the end. I wish people would look at it as this may be. I hear something. Is there a radio?
I think. Patty's got some feet, maybe the YouTube side is up.
And I suspect.
I don't have YouTube up. I'm just through my Gmail thing. But
okay, I think I hear Chris.
He's on the phone with his mom. She just called him.
Oh, okay.
She's 92. Sorry, y'all.
Well, put her on.
Yeah,
Put
pull
the
it
phone
on.
up here.
I'm just gonna. I'm gonna. You think he's gonna be long, Patty?
I'm gonna mute my microphone.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Come back anytime when you unmute. So I wanted to ask you too. Your blacktop. When these vents come down,
How do I mute my
what's the
microphone?
duration of the radiation hitting the? What's the duration of the radiation hitting the Earth? How long did it last? These solar flares.
Oh, that's going to dissipate very quickly. It's not like it's just going to hang around. It's moving so fast. It's about, once it goes through, it's like over with. Okay. But the damage has already been done.
Yeah, the aftermath.
It's like a hurricane. When the winds blow through, it's over. But the damage is done.
When this wave is passing through space, it's in a vacuum. There's not much to disperse it or absorb it or deflect it until it hits a planet. Then it deflects it, it absorbs it, some of it goes past us. It happens very quickly. But it'll travel through space for a very long time.
Oh, absolutely. I want to see something, y'all. I have to know this or I will not be able to sleep. Let me see if I can find this. I have to know this. Y'all go ahead and do your thing.
Okay.
I mean, I talk to a lot of professional folks that are a lot smarter than me about this stuff.
Well, blacktop, it sounds like roulette or something like that, like Russian roulette. You never know when the one's in the barrel that's coming your way or something. So
live your life to the fullest.
Yeah. Live your life to the fullest.
Yeah, and so I was going to say, instead of looking at it as the end of the world, look at it, it may be the beginning of a new. I don't know.
Right. A new chapter begins.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of weird when you think about it.
I'm not going to hide from...
There's not a person on the panel that's going to live forever. None of us get out alive. So
that's right. Yeah. But I'm going to try to do my best.
That's when the bourbon tastes finished, right, Blacktop? When the stuff's hitting the fan.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Hey,
I want you all to come to New England with everything you own. I might need the supplies.
Yes, Jimmy.
Okay, I'm looking right now at NASA, and I think NASA kind of knows some shit. The solar heliospheric observation. A solar flare travels 1,300 miles a second. That can out-drag a Chevrolet. 1,300 miles per second.
And what's taking us so long to get here?
Because it's a long way out.
They actually have rumors that NASA knows even about a comet that is supposed to hit us.
Yeah, I've been hearing about that. I haven't really checked into that, but I've heard a lot of chatter about that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Huh.
Yeah, that was by NASA solar physicist Alex Young, 1,300. Oh, that's not the most powerful. That's a slow one. Okay.
Hi, Martha on this side. Sent you a link if you want to come in. But wow, that's pretty cool. I never heard about any of this stuff before.
Oh yeah, Rosie. I mean, this could be. I mean,
epic proportion.
Just wait till the supernova just gobbles us right up.
It's beyond comprehension.
The solar system headed our way right now. I mean, it ain't gonna affect us in our lifetime, but
let's hope it's a couple hundred years from now. I hope.
It's really interesting.
Here's the thing, NASA is working so hard on finding other planets that are sustainable for life. For a reason. They know that something is going to happen with this planet. They know.
Well, it's history that tells them that the more technology we get, the more we know about this planet. I mean, there's people out there saying now that it's possible that the human existence is only 6,000 years old. 6,000.
Well, they're full of shit if they think that.
With carbon dating and everything else that we were wrong.
Wow.
We're way older than 6,000 years.
And I agree with you, Jimmy, but think about what we knew 20 years ago. We knew without a doubt 20 years ago certain things. Just imagine what we'll know 20 years from now.
I know, you're right.
That's scary. That's scary.
I'll tell you what we know. What we think we have the truth. No, we don't. We have what we think is the truth. I don't know.
Let me ask you a question.
We don't know anything.
We can talk about what NASA knows, but we have to remember that NASA now is a publicly held company. I mean, it's really NASA was actually out not too long ago.
They are still doing all these black book projects at NASA.
Can I answer Think Big over in the sidebar, because it's about to screen? He says, would I name the survival food? I have a lot of different types. There's Wise Foods, there's Mountain House, Chef's Banquet, I buy Legacy, you can buy MREs. There are just tons. Personally, I like Mountain House. These are dehydrated foods. You don't want to live on them, though, but they'll keep you alive.
That's what we ate when the hurricane came. Was the
What was that like, Mel, when the hurricane came?
Awful. We went almost 2 weeks with no electricity, and I had a 1-year-old.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's always in summertime when it's hot and humid and
I
miserable.
think it was like July or August when it happened. It was in 05, 04 or 05.
Yeah, because Katrina was 05, but I know 04 was an active year too. There was some stuff going on.
I think it was, yeah, it had to have been 04 because I hadn't moved yet. So yeah, trees knocked power lines down. You couldn't get ice anywhere. Like we had to walk to the grocery store and there was no ice at all.
Right.
Everyone had bought all the ice, but we just stood in the grocery stores because they had AC. Because it was, I mean, in Florida.
Feeling well. That's why I tell Jen's in charge of prepper stuff. That's her job. So.
But the Red Cross, they had MREs, so that's what, I mean, you didn't have a choice, but you had to eat it because that's all that. And we had just gone grocery shopping like 2 days before, so my whole refrigerator was stockpiled and all the stuff was thrown away.
What a loss.
So what happened to FEMA? Where was FEMA?
FEMA, I don't know. I just remember the Red Cross came, and you could go get the MREs. And we got packages of MREs until they we got electricity back. You couldn't even get gasoline. You couldn't even get gas. That's why you had to walk to the grocery store because you couldn't even get gas. Gas stations were closed. There's no electricity.
Well, according to Jimmy, that's just like a Sunday school picnic compared to on a much larger scale when the shit hits the fan. And ain't gonna be any trucks rolling, no grocery stores, no nothing. You know, that shit'll be out the first half day. That'll all be emptied out.
Well, look at there was a tropical storm, I believe, was it last week or the week before in Houston? Within 3 hours, all of the food in the grocery store gone. Just think if you happen to just be the straggler and there's nothing. What if the power's down a week or two? When I went through after Hurricane Katrina, we didn't really have our stuff together until 6 months. No phone, no computer. We had power, I think, in 2 months. We ought to try this sometime. I mean, I've lived through this shit.
My husband had to go, because he's in the Coast Guard, he had to go out there for Katrina. So I remember he was out there. I mean,
it's bad.
Had to do a lot of, water rescue and stuff. So.
Yeah, I'm starting to think it's, we're starting to take it more seriously now, prepping up. I mean, since I've been hanging out.
People better wake up. People better wake up. That's all I have to say. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. No, you're right. We're not going to live forever. But why go out there and just go, just take me?
Yeah,
the government will save me. No, they won't. The government don't give a damn about you. If the government prepares and preps, you should too. And more than 72 hours. Yeah. It's no big deal. I mean, you know, just buy a little extra food. What's wrong with having a little extra food?
I agree. That's what I said. You know,
Well,
it's time for us to get off of our dime.
What about this thing that Obama signed in, the Resource Act, where they can come in and confiscate everything you got?
What?
Well, that also falls under Agenda 21, where the United Nations Charter that Clinton signed, Bill Clinton, as well as George, what's his name, the Daddy Bush, he signed it. They have the rights to the water. They have the rights to the land. They can confiscate anything they want to do. It's just an executive order. They can do whatever they want to do. I mean, that's why I put stuff underground. One of these days I'm going to do a cache, and I'll let you see. I'll actually bury one and show you what I have in it, how I make it, and throw it in the ground, and how I do it without using any kind of electronic technology. So you don't want to depend on GPS because that may be gone.
Right.
So, I don't
Because
know.
I've been watching stuff, and I just yesterday watched a thing about that there's even a part of the law that even says that when you have money in the bank, the bank owns your money, and the government can go in there anytime and confiscate your money. So you don't even want to have no money in the bank.
Man,
Is that right?
People.
Is that right? Have you heard anything about
Well, there'll be more valuable currency than money. I'll tell you that. If the shit hits the fan, you know, you can't
Gold
eat
and
money.
silver.
You
Hey,
know,
but let me tell you something. And they talk about gold and silver. If the shit hits the fan, you see that ammo on the table, it'll be a hell of a lot.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, real.
You can
usable
hunt with
shit.
that. Yeah,
Real
you can't eat
usable
gold.
shit.
And I'm going to tell you something else. And I heard this, you know, I don't know, and maybe this is wrong, but I heard from a lot of people that I consider very, I don't know, pretty wise, that gold, the value of it, they would deflate it. They would just deflate it and keep it down. That it's not going to have it'll have worth, but it won't
Yeah,
have
Jimmy,
value.
I just don't. I don't think that maybe I disagree with you a little bit just on the economic side of it. I don't think they would be powerful enough to keep it down in the face of gold being a traditional sort of safe haven that through history, 5,000 years of every time the shit hits
You're right.
Well,
You're
with the
right,
food,
but
the ammo on
I
the
don't know.
table, in the immediate sense, the stuff you have, the ammo, the food, that's going to be the goal. At least in the early days, the thing is everybody's, you know, millions of people will lose their bearings and not know what the hell to do. And as you said before, if stuff does hit the fan, a lot of people will just die in the first, 3 weeks or something like that. They will be
That's going to be awful.
totally helpless,
There's a book. The reason I said what I said is, and I wish I could remember the name of the book. There's a book out there about this man who's supposed to be some kind of big-time economics, I don't know what he is, a speculator or whatever he does. And he wrote a book, and I'm trying to think of the name of it, and I can't remember. It's something about like how the death of money. I think that's the name of it. And he talks about this. I haven't read it, so I don't know. The death of money. All of this is going to. I mean, money's nothing but an exchange of value. That's how you define money. It's an exchange of value, and a dollar is only a promissory note. To me, it's just a piece of cloth.
Yeah.
And it's not really worth that much money. The dollar today is not worth 100 pennies.
Yeah,
No, compared to
on the dollar, silver or gold, yeah, but food, ammo, yeah. Bars of soap, yeah, those kind of things, a little stash of liquor, those kind of things.
Liquor's great for bartering.
Soap, toilet paper are all going to be in gold and silver. The Death of Money
You're
was
right. I
James
agree.
Rickards, and he was brilliant. I mean, he was a brilliant author. James Rickards was a brilliant author. He also states that even in an economic collapse,
That's him.
if it's worldwide, gold and silver will be useless.
That's his name. You're right. It was that Wickard guy, or whatever. Is it Wickard or Rick Word or something like that? That's the guy that wrote that book, I believe. The Death. I think it's called the Death of Money. I think maybe you've heard of it. I don't know. I'm thinking about reading it.
International money system.
And because he has 2 books out, I think, and the last one is the Death of Money, I think. Let me see. I got to check it out. I won't be able to sleep unless I check it out.
But the thing is,
I love reading.
As time goes on, every country is becoming more and more intertwined with each other. Granted, there's conflicts and everything, but the money system, if we stop buying products from China, China's economic is going to go down. So if we have a massive geological or weather event that wipes out the United States, every other country in the United States is going to hurt by it. We're not going to buy oil. We're not going to buy gold. We're not going to buy products from these other countries because the dollar that we're trading, granted 17 or 18 trillion dollars in debt, is going to be worth nothing. So it's going to affect every country down the chain. If it happens to a quarter of the country, if it happens to, let's say it happens to the United States, China, and Russia, we all experience some sort of huge economic event. It's going to affect Canada, it's going to affect Hong Kong, it's going to affect Australia, it's going to affect every other country to the point of collapse.
I agree.
It's a domino effect.
Yeah.
So you can have all the gold and silver you want. If there's nobody to buy it.
Well, that's where we disagree, Blacktop. I think there'll be plenty of people willing as a medium of exchange to still take gold and silver only because of their ingrained nature in 5,000 years of trade, that they've been the only thing that's come through shining over that whole period has been gold and silver. And I think people's mentality, like even now people talk about, oh, you should have some silver put away and some gold. It all feeds that continuing sort of aura that surrounds gold and silver as something valuable to have when things hit the fan. So a lot of people won't think twice about taking gold or silver to trade for. Maybe in the later days,
people probably won't give up their food. They'll be like, hey, I don't care how much gold you have. You're not getting.
Well, you never know. In the early days, people would still be optimistic. And
yeah, but back in the day, they would nip off little pieces of silver because they would melt it down and they would have somebody to trade that with. It's not going to be an open commodity. Right now, even silver, if China changes their manufacturing process, silver will tank. I mean, it's at like, what, $16 an ounce right now. If they change their manufacturing technology that doesn't require silver, or they come up with a new alloy that has the same electric
that's true too.
Well, that's the same thing they said about when silver was taken out of film, that it would be the end of silver, and we're triple the price we were when Kodak put out the glass. I'm just saying that I'll bet on the side of 5,000 years will be my thing, and I'll just take a shot. As far as China goes, you have India as an offset, and the Indians are great hoarders of silver over there. And anything the Chinese don't use, I think there's offsets in the world. But I don't want to get into economics. I'm interested in the prepper thing, Jen, and we've talked a lot with Jimmy about prepping and all that.
A lot of people. I mean, I agree with you that history has a pretty good record of how gold has really gotten them through. Like the dollar could be worthless, but if you own gold, you can go to any country in the world and it'll have some sort of worth or value. Today, right now, as a global an intertwined, whatever the word is, network. But if we are in a grid down Who gives a shit about money? There's
Yeah, how are we
nothing to buy.
China anyway?
Yeah, but I think, Jimmy, the problem is people won't realize, I mean, if your theory is true and the stuff really hits the fan, there will be no newspapers printed. There will be no news disseminated. There will be no, so nobody will have an idea of the scope of what's unfolding around them. So in that type of situation, don't you think people's natural tendency to still think that gold and silver may have value would still, you know, if you don't understand the scope of what's going on, then you know, I can still see it having value in there, but I see people being totally in the dark that they may think it's only their neighborhood or their state or their city or something weird happened to them. You know, I understand what you're saying, but to me, the lack of information would be the most brutal thing of all. Yeah. In that,
if the power grid goes
thank you,
down,
Top, because I'll tell you, we live in an information age where we can just Google stuff instantaneously, and when you have no idea, you have no internet, you have no idea what the hell is going on. That's really frightening to me to be in that type of situation.
I have the Encyclopedia Britannica as one of my prep items.
Yeah, well, that'd be very good.
Books. Nobody talks about books and education. They want guns, they want ammunition, and they want.
I talk about books.
But the person that can manufacture something that filters water or grows a better crop is going to be the one that's a valuable individual.
Yeah, well, I think plenty of girls will be willing to share your bunker, Blacktop.
You better have some medical books, and you better learn about hygiene. Because I think there's no more soap, there's no more shampoo, no more deodorant. I have books that teach you herbs and
I know how to make
vitamins. Vitamins. Yeah. Vitamins. People forget about vitamins.
I make my own candles.
Yeah, but
you
need to have the equipment to make fire.
Oh, I have it.
Where do you get the lot?
And then if you bug out, you might not be able to make fire because fire might give your location away.
Well, there are ways that you can build fire underground. I forgot the name of it, but there is a way where it won't leave any smoke trail. I was going to talk about that.
It's called a Dakota hole.
The Dakota hole, thank you. That's it. Yes. Oh, Rosie, you know, like what you were talking about, just to address, and then I'll shut up about it.
No, it's fine. This is a good topic to be on, Jimmy, because we need to know more.
And I don't think people can really perceive in their mind how bad humanity, when man goes back into tribal mind, the reptilian brain. I'm talking about dog eat dog.
You need antibiotics too.
And you can get that at a pet store where you do not need the stuff that they sell in the pet stores, the antibiotics and the mycins and penicillins and ampicillin, amoxicillins. They call it something different. Same stuff, the same pharmaceutical companies make it for human consumption. It's the same. So go stock up on some of that. But my ammo and my weapons, I'm telling you, not only is it it allows me to try to protect myself, my family, my property, whatever, but it also allows me to kill game with it if there is any game out there. But the gold's not going to help you. But if I drop a weapon down on you and you have gold, your gold's not going to outdo my AK-47 or 44 Magnum. I mean, I'm talking about in a world of extremism, a world that is
I agree.
You cannot fathom. But monetarily, you're right.
It's basically going to be like the Purge, basically. Could you imagine all the
on steroids?
All the prisoners escaping?
You're right.
I really think in that kind of environment that they would just go in and shoot all the prisoners right off the bat.
We've already got 2 that have escaped, and they've been escaped for 2
Oh, I know, but that's happened through here.
They actually have orders. I talked to somebody that is a prison guard, and he said they have orders that in case of that scenario to shoot everybody.
Yeah, just get them all done. Yep.
Yes.
If you are a prepper and you're looking to survive, hunting and fishing is not your best bet. It is trapping, because trapping works for all, human or otherwise.
Charlie, I just got to mute your mic for 1 second, okay?
Couldn't you go out on the water though?
Okay,
I mean, wouldn't it be safer to? Because I mean, my husband drives a boat.
Yeah, the water would definitely be a safer place to be for sure.
And that's where everybody else will be.
Well, they don't all have boats though, so that's the difference.
Or know how to drive them.
Now the problem is.
You got to know what you're doing on that ocean.
Yeah.
Well, my husband does. That's what he does. He's
Read a
done
book.
that for 15 years. But I would think to get fish, shrimp.
See, you would be living like Kevin Costner in Waterworld. You would be living on that thing, and then the pirates come, and you gotta fight the pirates and all that stuff. Yeah.
They're already saying that in the next 20 years, the oceans will be outfished.
Well, they'll be dead. The oceans will be dead. They're already halfway dead.
Well, I'll tell you what, Blacktop, in that environment, if the shit hits the fan, the ocean populations will be rebuilding so fast because there won't be any food distribution systems. There won't be any way to convey fish to market anymore. That'll be, I just don't think there'll be the commercial fleets out there anymore. There'll be the whole chain of distribution is just totally destroyed under that type of
But it's really, Rosie, it's really not the fishing, it's the pollution and the change in the temperature of the water that's hurting the...
Oh, I know that, but I'm talking about in the shit hits the fan, non-environmental.
When the shit hits the fan, everything that we're trying to get rid of is going to end up in the ocean.
The Pacific Ocean has already for hundreds of miles no life.
Look at Baltimore.
Well, I feel like we're just confusing events here, like with what do you call it, the EMP, and then I gotta keep my sort of mind straight on these things. Hey Patty, hey Chris.
But yeah, we can eventually just have a hangout on what we need to do, what to have, what is the most common sense.
Like Rosie does.
I told Jimmy I'd be happy to sit back and just run the board. Yeah. Patty, I'm so glad you got my link to join. It's so nice to see you and Chris tonight. Woo!
Thank you. We just got off the phone with his mom, so.
Yeah, I hope mom's okay.
She's 92 and ornery, but she's okay.
I like to tell people that at the age of 92, her mobility is severely compromised. Funnily enough, her tongue is as sharp as ever.
That's
God love her. It's great to see you guys, and I'm so excited about the New Hampshire's still on, right?
Yep. I'm just waiting for my computer to get here from Purelator. It's coming from the United States to Canada, so I'm waiting for it. It's supposed to be here Friday, and then we're going to go tomorrow, get our laundry done, and Friday we'll dump our tanks and all that good stuff and get ready to get out of here.
That's
Hopefully
exciting.
by Sunday. Hopefully Sunday or Monday we'll be pulling out. So.
That's really exciting. I want to ask you this, Patty. I don't want to stick my nose in, but something was going on with the girls that were renting your place. There was some kind of little drama or something going on.
Oh my gosh, these girls! I tell you, they're in their 20s, and this is their first place, and one of them is OCD. And she told us that after we rented to her. Anyway. And so every little thing, they were calling the agent or calling us or whatever. And I just decided, you know what? We hired this agency. She can deal with the headache. If somebody's dying, call me. Other than that, have a nice life,
Oh, I love that attitude.
Golly, man.
Well, just trying to figure what were they complaining about? Some of the stuff that wasn't.
Well, they I guess when the blinds were cleaned, because we have blinds on all the windows, and we replaced all of the blinds because we didn't want to clean them, so we replaced them all except for one set.
Oh,
when they were clean, there was a little spot of water that dried. Honest to God, y'all, I'm not lying. And they
not a word of a lie. Not a word of a lie.
They called us. I couldn't believe. I thought it cannot be happening.
They took pictures.
They took pictures
and
of
sent the pictures
to the agency.
of the spot to the agent.
Wow, unbelievable. It's nice to see you guys. Anyway, we're at end of the worlding tonight and prepping and all that. So you're just in time.
You know, Rosie, really, like, if we do these hangouts, we're going to have to be specific. You see, because this prepping covers so many disasters, so many different events, so many different everything. You can't. We have to do first grade before we get to the 12th grade, and that's how I'd like to structure it if I do it. And I'd like to get some professional people.
Well, I'd be happy to run the board for you, Jimmy, and just sit back and do the.
But I'm going to have to do it at the city house. Rosie, I'm going to step out because I don't know how much bandwidth. I bet I've already burnt 3 gigs just in this short time that I've been in here. So,
okay,
but I wanted to pop in and say hello to everybody. So
wonderful, thank you.
So good seeing you.
Good to see you. Love you.
But I wanted to. Thank you, Jen. I wanted to ask Black Tuck because I'm curious. Do you have a science background or degree in any type of, I don't know, whatever? I was curious about that. If you want to answer it.
I am more of an engineering background.
Okay. I didn't know. I had no idea.
But it's always been a subject that has interested me. So things that interest me, just like YouTube and video editing or cooking, I research it. So it's just general knowledge. I'm not saying I'm a professional in any subject.
Yeah, I didn't know if you had any type of physics background, geophysics, or anything like that. I wasn't sure, but I just thought I would ask. And Jen, please read that book. It's just a fiction book, 1 Second After, by William Forstchen. And in fact, some of my very best friends, this is no big deal, that live in North Carolina, are very good friends with the author of that book.
Yeah.
One last thing before I leave. I wish all of you that live in the United States would call your congressman, ask them or demand that they pass something called the SHIELD Act. The SHIELD Act. That is to help protect our grid. Newt Gingrich has been trying to get this through I don't know how many years, but it would be a good thing. It costs a lot of money to do it, but it would be even more costly if our grid went down, I promise. On that note, I'm out, y'all.
Okay, have a good night.
Jim, nice talking.
Bye-bye, everybody. I enjoyed it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, Jim.
On that note, you know something, I don't have a science degree or anything else, but I'm willing to listen and learn from everybody on the panel and everybody even on the side chat, as long as it doesn't have to do with where to hide your penis. So, you know, Jimmy, I respect Jimmy, and he's got definitely a lot of knowledge in the field of prepping and just being prepared in general. I just wanted to say that because he kind of asked me, you know, who am I, and you know.
Yeah, I think that we can learn a lot from him, and so that we were actually planning on having a series of hangouts where we were going to discuss and have some other professionals come in that will talk about what to do and kind of explain things to the people that don't know exactly what to do. I mean, I've been watching videos and stuff for 2 years now, and I've got some dehydrated food and stuff bought a couple of years ago. And I've got like this fire starter here, got this magnesium stick here and here. So I kind of got started in it, and then I stopped.
Well, Jen, if I could say something.
Yeah.
It's it's not more about what you have, it's how to get what you need. So a magnesium stick is great, but what if you lost it? How are you going to start a fire without the magnesium stick? A lot of people talk about having preps and spending money on food and spending money on knives and guns. But what if you lost all that? What if you had to bug out with a backpack and along the way you lost your backpack? Whether it be from robbers or just unsavory people.
Yeah.
Knowledge is the #1 key to survival. Knowledge is the #1 key to success.
Correct. Yeah, I agree.
The guy that drives around in that $200,000 Rolls Royce is a smart dude. I mean, it has to do with knowledge. The people that designed YouTube, designed Google, designed other avenues to make millions are generally educated and well-traveled people. So the only thing that can help you in a catastrophe is education, because education gives you confidence, and confidence helps you survive.
Right, being able to go out Mother Nature, knowing what to eat, where to find food, and all that. Yeah, it's. I agree.
Patty, you posted something on the side earlier about money out of the banks 4 years ago. What was that?
Yeah. Well, we were just watching the way things were going, and we decided to shift our finances and stuff and take it out of the control of the banks. Partly because we saw an article or something. What was it you reading about California?
Somebody that we know fairly well down in Texas had sent us an article in California that passed a new law back in about 2009 that what the banks were doing is if there was safety deposit boxes and there was no activity on the safety deposit box for a period of 18 months, they would break open the safety deposit box, take the valuables out of the safety deposit box, regardless of whether they were bonds or gold or jewelry, whatever, and then if you wanted them, you had to go to court to get the assets back.
Wow.
And it was completely legal.
Yeah.
So a number of other states were talking about emulating the same practice. And we believe that we're probably the best ones to control that which we have and that which we own, and not to allow other people to control our economic destiny. So we started taking a few steps to ensure that if things do go south, for whatever reason, be it natural disaster, insurrection, be it an act of government, be it plate tectonics from the Three Gorges Dam, they start getting massive earthquakes and causing problems throughout the United States, that if that takes place, that we have what little we have, secured. And we've done the same thing with stocks of dried foodstuffs. We try to make sure that we have, stuff set aside, because anything could happen with the Midwest and the South. There's been a tremendous amount of rain lately that's closed the roads, and it's caused, difficulties for people and shortages in certain areas. Well, it just makes sense to have something set aside.
Yeah, yeah, and and one of the things that happened recently, and I know you guys saw about the flooding that was going on in Texas and Oklahoma and all that, and we had some friends, a husband and wife. The husband is a sheriff in Oklahoma. The wife happened to be away at a conference in Texas. She's trying to get home, and everything was flooded, and then the city was flooded. And the only road that they could get through was the one that led to my house. I happen to have all this food prepared, all this water and stuff stored up, and so I get this text message, we can't get home. Our house is flooded. Can we please go to your house? Your road is the only one that's open. And here we are in Canada. And I said, sure, because I have a lady that's been living in my home there for the last 10 years. And so when people need to come through, you know, and they're in a crisis situation like that, she's like the den mother. That's what I call her. You know, she'll let me know, or they'll call me and say, "Can we please come to your house?" And I say, "Sure." You know, we've got some food there. Now they can't see everything we have, but you know, we can help them. So we were able to help that couple. They only stayed overnight and tried to get back home the next day, but they had some flooding and stuff going on where they lived out in the country. So, but yeah, we're just trying to be as off grid as much as possible. And everybody's situation is different, right? The way Blacktop may prep is different from the way I have to. A lot of it depends on where you live, you know, what you have available. Here, being in Canada, water is not an issue. Right. Trust me, we get rain 6 months out of the year where we live here. Water is not a problem. But if you're in Oklahoma and Texas where there was a drought for 5 years, then you know you had to store water. That's a different issue there. So a lot of the prepping and stuff depends on where you live and what your situation is, what your family situation is. You know, where your family is. Do you have an aging mother that lives with you? You know, so you have to consider what your particular situation is, because there is no cookie cutter method to prepping. There just isn't.
Yeah. Can I ask you something, Patty? Because I know you know, I've snooped around your website links and all that stuff you do, and there's the definite, you know, religious overlay to a lot of your thinking and stuff, and I'm very curious, under one of these cataclysmic events, maybe not biblical events, but something like that, how does religion sort of jive with, you know, if you have the stuff and people are in need, say, around, and is it your imperative to survive yourself? Is it your imperative to sort of share what you have, and all of you just go out in a, you know, in a glory of starvation? Or do you ever think about those kind of things? In that, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I see Chris smiling.
I don't feel like I'm on the spot. I'm laughing because I'm thinking, she hasn't seen my double chin, or she wouldn't be talking about starvation.
You're beautiful, Patty. Come on.
But, well, because we're Christians, and I realize that everybody else has a different point of view, and hey, more power to you. Mm-hmm. What we've been doing with the people that we're in covenant with, as we've been training them for the last several years how to prepare for natural disasters, you know, of whatever might pertain to them where they live. And so, I mean, I can only talk to people I know, you know what I mean? So, and I have been encouraging them to talk to their family members. Now, of course, some of their family members are like, you are out of your mind. You know, they just think the world's just going to keep turning the way it's always been. And, you know, that's just not true. And I feel sorry for people who don't want to look at the realities of where we are today. Mm-hmm. It's a shame, but, you know, here we are. And when it comes to helping others and all that, that's the first thing. You know, I agree with what Blacktop is saying. Information is very important. Knowledge is very important. People need to know. It's just like you were saying, Rosie. If they don't know, then they can't prepare. They won't do anything. So I think our first responsibility, particularly us as ministers, is to let people know without spooking them, you know, or without pushing God on them, because we don't do that. You know, if someone wants to know about our faith, we'll talk to them about that. You know, other than that, we just don't. You know, everybody has a right to choose however they want to choose. But we feel that our responsibility is to try to help people prepare as much as possible. But you can't do that if their minds if they're not open to it, right? If they're not open to even talking about it, because they think nothing's going to change. Like Jimmy was saying, the government's going to take care of me. I saw an interview with a lady. She was so glad when President Obama got elected. She said, he gave me a phone. We got to keep that man in the presidency. And I'm thinking,
oh, the Obama phone lady.
Yeah. And that's it, right? I guess he didn't know she was moving in. One lady said, I'm not going to have to put gas in my car no more. I'm going to have to. Obama didn't know he had a mistress, you know? It was nuts. But some people just don't want to. They don't want to think about the fact that they really have to take responsibility for themselves.
Right.
So what we've been doing is trying to encourage people to take responsibility for yourself. Talk to your family. Tell them to take responsibility for themselves. Because no matter how much you love people, you can't help everybody. You just can't help everybody. And you're going to have to resign that, in yourself, or you'll have a guilt trip the first time you have to say no. And you will have to say no sometimes,
It's our firm conviction that you can still trust in the Lord and keep your powder dry.
Amen.
You're not going to be evidencing a lack of faith if you've got some beans and rice set by in the cupboard against hard times. It's as simple as that.
Yep. So there you go. We tell people, you know what? Pray and prep. They go together.
Amen.
They go together.
I'm just saying, I guess I'm not going to let you off the hook that easy, Patty, with this thing. Let's take it down to a derivative sort of level now and say that the stuff has really hit the fan. Would you think that your mission is to say take Christianity forward and survive, therefore, or would you feel like we'll just turn over all of our things because do unto others, and there's a greater reward in heaven? I'm just curious about how you face that type of, how you might face that.
I feel that I need to be balanced in that. I feel that as long as God has given me breath, I have a responsibility to steward the life He's given to me. And while I'm stewarding the life that He's given to me, then I have a responsibility to help others also. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So I live by that. You know what I mean? So I don't feel that it's one or the other. I feel that for me to be balanced in my life with God, I have to do both. I have to practice both, and I have to mean it. Not just do it, but I need to mean that. I need to want to help people. I need to love people. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. It's just basic principles,
And the other thing too, Rosie, is that you could look at it this way. If you wanted to open your bank account to everybody who doesn't have money, pretty soon your bank account is empty, and nobody really is all that much better off.
Right.
So to imperil that which you've taken the effort to put in place, in order to ensure that others are not in peril, doesn't help you, doesn't help them.
Yeah.
Okay. That explains it to me. I was just curious because I know you're both missionaries and everything and care a lot about other people, as many people do, but I was just curious from a philosophical sort of theological view how you would come down on some event where many were in need and you were smart enough to prep and all that. So, okay.
Well, and the other thing is, Rosie, is that my personal belief, and this is just for my personal life, I believe that, like I said, I have a responsibility to steward the life that God gave me. I also feel that He intended for me to enjoy the life that He gave me. So I'm going to New Hampshire, and He intended for me to help others along the way. Now, here's the thing. He knows which others He intended for me to help. I don't feel that everyone is my project, you might say, if I can use that word. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, I can't help the entire world. I don't have endless resources. I have limited resources. So I have to be wise in how I steward that. And it's not, so it has nothing to do with, whether it's a male or a female, or whether they're black or white or Asian or East Indian or whatever. It's about, what am I supposed to do today with what I have? Who am I supposed to help today with what I have? And that's what I do, and that's how I've lived my life since 1976. So
great. It's great philosophy. Great philosophy.
Now, you guys are in Canada, right?
Yeah. Right
okay,
now.
So I don't know if you have followed what had went down in Cyprus with the banking system.
Yeah.
Okay, so they were talking about the confiscation scheme in Canada as well.
That's why we don't have nothing in the bank.
Okay, and they were also already talking here in the United States about that as well, that they now actually have somewhere a law that your money is, when you put your money in the bank, your money belongs to the bank, and actually the government can go in there and confiscate your money at any given time.
That's
And,
why they're trying to pass these. That's why they're trying to pass these different policies and laws, making it illegal for you to have X amount of ammunition or X amount of funds, or before they didn't used to tax your money. If you had it in the bank, if you had $110,000, they didn't tax it. Now they want the banks to report it because they want to tax you on it because it's a money grab. And so we're just trying to live as independently of that. Because I'm not selling my soul for a piece of bread. I'm just not doing it, and I'm just not doing it. I'm not giving into the system. I'm just not doing it. So
they now have a law in California.
And I'm a veteran, so I'm not ignorant to a lot of things.
Thank you for your service to our country, Patty.
Thank you.
They now have a law in California where you cannot collect the rainwater which falls off your roof so that you can water your garden. That rainwater does not belong to you.
It belongs to the government.
Yeah.
That water belongs to the people of the earth. Right?
Yeah, meaning the government.
And if you are trying to grow a garden in your backyard, you're considered on the verge of being a domestic terrorist because you're trying to grow your own food rather than sell out to the system that they have in place.
Yeah.
Crazy.
They're trying now, or at least certain factions of the government are trying now, to put through a law that says if you have more than 1 week's worth of food on hand at any one time, you're considered to be a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
What?
Yes. Yep.
I'm sorry. My neighbors all have
laptop would jump up.
My neighbors all have pets, and you know something? I have more than 18 months worth of food just by that alone.
Yeah.
Well, you not just say that.
Listen.
You're a terrorist, Blacktop.
No, I'm dead serious. A friend of mine went to Vietnam for their honeymoon to see the sights. I didn't understand why they were going there for their honeymoon.
I've been there. It's nice, Da Nang.
Absolutely, but they were in restaurants saying that they could hear dogs barking.
Yeah.
That trucks go by like chickens here with dogs in the back of the truck.
Sure. It's regularly on the menu. It's just what that culture sees is food.
That's just it. It's culture.
Yeah.
The United States is a mix of all cultures.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it sends a signal to me that it's the culture with the most robust beliefs or tolerances are the ones that are going to survive.
Yeah.
Because I like Nomadic Fanatic, but like I said in the last hangout with Wayne, I'll eat his fucking cat if I had the opportunity to. If I needed to.
I remember that hangout.
I'm dead serious. That's a fat cat.
I'm not going to watch you eat it.
Now, I can tell you that...
Have you ever eaten a cat before?
No. I probably have when I was in Asia for 5 years, but I just didn't know it, so...
My
Did it make the food any less appetizable?
My godfather, when they were in Second World War in Germany, they all of a sudden had meat on the table, and everybody was wondering, where in the heck did you get that meat? And everybody at the same time was wondering, where did the neighbor's St. Bernard go? So they made stew out of the St. Bernard. So, I mean, they were desperate. They were desperate.
Yeah, you do what you
like
got.
IKEA. It's like IKEA. IKEA had this big controversy that they were serving horse meat in the meatballs. Does everybody remember that?
I remember that.
Horse meat is actually pretty good. I've had horse meat in the Netherlands many times.
But it was a huge, big problem here because our local IKEA had Swedish meatballs on the menu, and it was known that they contain horse meat.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody loved the meatballs. So what's the problem?
Right. What's
It's
the problem?
psychological. It's psychological, you know?
Absolutely. So what happens when your mind is going through major issues, through famine, through lots of things, lots of questions of whether or not you're even going to survive?
I don't really think it'll be a big problem. I think when people get hungry enough, their survival, that primitive survival instinct will kick in. You will eat your guinea pig if you have to.
But survival techniques are now getting on the phone and calling social services, wondering where your food stamps are coming from.
Well,
It is not. Let me go out and kill a squirrel. It's when the hell can I get my card recharged so I can go to Stop and Shop and get my food?
Yeah.
20 years from now, it's going to be even worse.
Well, this is what I'm saying, you know, about people needing to take responsibility for their life. And I also feel like that those of us that are on here, whether we're just learning about it or whether we've known about it for a while, I feel that we have a moral obligation, whether you're a minister or not, you have a moral obligation to educate people that you know and love. You can't make them accept what you're saying, but at least clear your own conscience by saying, I tried to tell you.
I warned you.
You either listen to me or I will eat you when the shit hits the fan.
Blacktop, I gotta eject you.
That's Donna Party. The Donna Party all over
I was
again.
gonna send you my address, but now
You talking to me?
I got a question for you. Do you think that by this happening, I'm Christian, so I remember reading Revelation. Do you think that this is going to be like the time of trouble? When
are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay. I think there's been a lot of times of trouble. You know, I think 70 AD was a time of trouble. And I also think that when you read the scriptures, you have to read them in their proper context and understand that these letters that were written to these churches were written, you know, a couple thousand years ago. Some of the principles still apply today. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we're in a time of trouble. People thought Nero was the Antichrist. I saw an article the other day that said Obama was the Antichrist. I saw years ago people said the Pope was the Antichrist. You know, and not understanding that the Antichrist is a spirit, it's a mindset. You know, it's a system that wars against people that want to do right by God. And so I think that, yeah, when this kind of stuff starts happening, and as one prepper said, wake up and smell the tyranny, right? When you see these kinds of things happening, yeah, you're headed for trouble. Any society that starts to systematically turn against its people, the society is up for some challenges, you know, and I don't think that anything is new under the sun. I think there are things in the scriptures that repeat themselves because, you know, we're a little slow on the uptake. Humans don't always learn as quickly as we need to. So we end up repeating the same foolishness that we did a couple hundred years ago. You know, just same mistake, different suit. You know what I mean? And so I think that Jacob had a time of trouble. Israel has always been in trouble. You know, somebody's always wanted to kill Israel. And then, you know, there's somebody wants to kill black folks. People want to wipe the Iranians off the map. There's a time of trouble all the time. The real question is where are we as individuals in the mix? That's the real question. You know, where am I in the mix? Where are you in the mix, right?
And who are you with?
Right. And where are they in the mix?
Right. I mean, not for nothing. Nobody's going to survive being the lone ranger out there. Right. It is community, and it is growing off of each other's strengths that are going to help you survive and help your family survive.
Right. And everybody has something to contribute. Everybody has something that they can contribute if they don't get what I call a bunker mentality, where it's all about them. They're just going to hibernate and get into their little huddle, and it's all about them. Well, they're not going to survive very long, And so you have to be willing. You have to be humble enough to realize you don't know it all. Somebody else has a skill or a trade or something that you don't have, that you're going to need, and you have something that they need. And so, I think hard times, if people process it properly, will bring us to a place of humanity.
Well, I got to tell you that I have a whole new respect for your guys' channel. Because every person needs to look at themselves in the mirror and say, what do I have to offer to other people? What skills do I have? If you want to think about the future or what could go wrong in the future, you need to look and say, if I had to knock on a fence or a gate or a door and say, please let me in, I'm hungry.
Yeah.
And the guy opens the door and says, or a little slide window and says, yeah, all right, that's fine. I've heard that 12 times today. What do you have to offer to our community? What are you going to say to that person?
That's right. That's right. You better say more than
I know how to eat. I know how to drink. I can poop.
Yeah.
Well, you know something? They're going to say, move along. Click.
We know how to do land navigation. We know first aid. We know how to grow our own food. We know how to hunt if we need to. We're both of us a pretty fair shot. And we can, expound on the word if somebody's spiritually hungry. But the thing is, that you can't be unidimensional.
Yeah.
The entire liberal arts media machine is geared towards making people unidimensional and hungry for the next thing that's coming down the path. And it's just distracting people from what being human is all about.
Yeah.
And so as a result, it's a matter of balance. I believe, or we believe, that people are responsible for their own well-being, whether it's being their own health, their well-being, their own spiritual well-being, their own mental well-being. You're responsible for that. Nobody can take the responsibility away from you, and nobody can instill that responsibility in you. But our job is to help move that process along.
Yeah.
I gotta say,
we're a dying breed when it comes to that.
I gotta say,
that's why I love their channel. The first time I ever saw them.
What is your channel?
Patricia Carpenter.
Yeah, you'll see our lovely faces.
Yeah, I'm going to post the link on the side over here.
I'm going to have to subscribe.
I'll grab the link and put it up there for you all.
This is a success story for what was it, Match.com? I've been following your channel.
eHarmony,
yeah.
I've been following your channel back before you had like hundreds of subscribers.
So, yeah, I was an early subscriber.
You guys have always been awesome people, and the fact that he is the Viking is just awesome. And then when you were doing the battery stuff with your RV and learning and traveling, I mean, you guys are really the poster child for what everybody should kind of have deep down inside them. And I respect you guys, and I thank you for having a channel and sharing your experience.
Oh, thank you so
That's
much.
very kind of you.
We don't get compliments too often, so I'm had to sleep on this one.
This is why I always, first time I hung out with them and saw their channel and commented on the videos. I don't have deadbeats on this panel, okay? So I always send Patty and Chris a link. Here's their YouTube channel if you guys want to check it out. It's good stuff. Their spirits are always upbeat.
Hey, Rosie's been throwing us the mad props since we put up our first couple of videos. Thanks for that, Rosie.
No problem. You guys are tremendous. You'll never know how enjoyable it is to follow yours. I can't wait till you're on the way to New Hampshire and stuff. It's very exciting. But I never suspected you had the prepper overlay with your stuff, because I always thought, I wonder how you jive that with, the Christianity and the all that kind of stuff. So you've certainly given me a lot to think about and enjoy hearing.
There's a story in the Old Testament about when Israel or Egypt was getting ready to go into 7 years of famine, and God told.
Oops, we kind of lost her.
You froze.
There you go.
Famine. So it's a perfectly biblical principle, that we're doing. So when people say, "Oh, you're a terrorist because you have more than a week of food," well, what can I say to that? I'm a Christian. It's a biblical principle, and so I think that when you see the handwriting on the wall, well, don't wait till then, But if you just happen to see the handwriting on the wall, then you have a responsibility to take care of yourself, your family, and your neighbors if they let you. And they have the same responsibility to take care of you. And that's where the whole mindset of community comes in. But you also have to keep in mind that not everybody has that mindset, and not everybody wants to be part of your community. And you can't force that on people.
No, heck no.
And that would be the people that if you don't have enough, you'll have to say no to them, because you did your best to try to help them, and you have to be able to say no to them and not come under condemnation for doing it. Because not everybody heeded the warnings that were given, even in scriptures. People perished because they did not listen to the warnings, And so,
Noah's Ark.
Noah's Ark.
Listen.
In
There's a very popular saying that my cup runneth over.
Yeah.
If you have too many holes in your cup, how can it run over?
Right, it'll run out before it runs over, that's for sure.
In our ministry, we have a number of people throughout the United States and Canada, and all of them have special and unique talents. One person is the vice president of a large concrete ready-mix firm. One person is an intercessor for international companies. They pay him to pray prophetically about their company and to give them information and advice. One person works with street people and prostitutes in the lower side of the city.
Another girl is a social worker. Yep. She works with substance abuse kids that have mental disorders and substance abuse. So when you take all that together, you have to know the people that are around you. What gifts and talents do they have? What did God give them to help you? And what do you have that you can help them with?
Exactly.
So that's just how we live,
You see,
I don't think God gave you any kind of talent. I think God gave you the knowledge to recognize your talent. I think we all have hidden talents, but you need to realize what they are.
Yeah, and sometimes if a person came up and say they were just rejected, all their lives, so they come up with this mindset that they're not really worth anything, and they have this deep, abiding insecurity that makes them not blossom, you might say. Then I believe, and this is what I've seen happen with a lot of people, I don't know, somehow God has just given me an ability to see things in people and help that come to the surface, the better part of them. And so that's what I've been doing here for the last 8 years here in Canada with the people that we're working with here and people in Africa and all that. And I can just see things. I can see the good and I can see the bad. And I can tell this bad thing right here is going to cancel out this thing right here if you don't do something about it, And so it's not running people's life. It's not living their life for them or trying to even live through them, but just showing them, there's a better way, helping them come to the place where they realize they do have, everybody has a gift. Everybody is gifted with something. Some people have an extraordinary ability to just listen to a person who is grieving or in pain or whatever. They don't really say a word, but because they're exuding all this compassion, that's a gift. They might not have any advice to give you. They might not have the answer to your problem, but this is the only person that would listen to you gripe for an hour about what was wrong. That's a gift, and not everybody can do that. Not everybody can sit there.
I agree. Yeah, good listeners are very scarce these days, for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I have one question for you guys.
Yes.
Can you tell me a story, or the truth, that was your biggest hurdle of being an interracial couple?
I think my biggest hurdle.
Well, the only reason I say this is we have people on the panel that come from interracial parents.
Yeah.
I married a Chinese woman. Yeah.
Okay, and hold on. I'm French, Italian, German with a dash of Jewish built in.
Good for you.
Okay, so I'm like, we are
You're
all
international. There's nothing wrong with being international.
We are all interracial.
Yep.
Granted, our skin colors might change, and if you watch some of my videos, my previous several videos have to do with putting labels on people and racism.
Yeah. You know, it's funny.
I'm biracial.
We were talking about that tonight, and
I know that.
I was telling our ministry team members, I said, I just wasn't raised behind that lens, so I don't have a point of reference for that. You know, I don't get it. You know, when I look at Chris is Chris.
Yeah.
I'm the same way when I look at people.
Yeah, that's exactly the way I look at you too. I don't even see color. I just see two.
He's just Chris, you know, and he tells people that when he met me, he didn't know he was going to be marrying a veteran. He didn't know he was going to be marrying a black woman, and he surely didn't know he was going to be marrying an American. You know. He's Canadian.
Now I would see you as a vocal and strong woman. I wouldn't see you as a black woman. I would see you as a vocally strong woman, a strong-willed woman. I wouldn't see that.
Oh, yes, she's.
I was thinking maybe it was because I thought maybe it was because I grew up in the inner city in Baltimore that I just had that ability to just see people as kind of people. Yeah, having been that. So I feel blessed in that way to be able to do that. Yeah, and I just I just love
more like that.
And that's why I asked the question. Is to hopefully spark a little interest or let people know that happiness is happiness.
Yeah.
There's no clause or condition to happiness.
Well, in response to your question, because it was a good question, and it's one that bears a response. Your question was, if I can remember correctly, what was the biggest challenge that we have faced being an interracial couple?
Yes.
Can't think of any.
I
can't think of any.
If we come up with one, we'll let you know.
I guess it kind of stemmed from living in an RV. There's challenges that we come to that I'm trying to prepare myself for because next year I'm looking to be full-time in an RV. So whether you're a van dweller, whether you're an RV, whether you're a T-girl, or whatever the case may be, there are challenges. And then when you put yourself out there in YouTube and on the internet, there's even more challenges, trolls, whatever the case may be. I mean, there's a lot of people that put a channel out, and just because they can't pronounce their words correctly, they're devastated and shut their channel down.
Yeah.
Here we are in a world where currently racism is like rampant between the police issues, between social issues, economic issues, whatever the case may be. Here there's a couple that we're getting to talk to that is rare. I mean, you guys are a rare couple that anybody on any of the YouTube hangouts or whatever get to ask these kinds of questions to try to educate people.
Well, you know.
Yeah, I guess I just would sort of assume that, you know, I have to honestly confess, I never thought white, black. I just thought Trip and Sister Patty's so funny, and Chris is such a foil to, you know, it's just like, you know, when the gray water tank backed up and all that stuff.
Isn't it crazy how opposite we are?
Patty had post-traumatic tank syndrome.
And the cemetery. The cemetery.
Yeah, the cemetery with a 2 for deal or something like that. That's priceless stuff. You know, I'll take that every day of the week when that stuff's coming.
You know, Blacktop brings up a good point when he talks about what we see in the media and what we see being promoted as what's normal in America and in Canada today. It's not exactly the way that it's being portrayed. There are people who have a vested interest in making things look as dire and as desperate as possible. And it's just not like that.
The big corporations.
Yeah. I'm sure there are incidences, probably on a daily basis, where injustice takes place throughout the world. But we choose to look upon that which we see and believe the best of others and present the best that we have to them. In other words, we let our beliefs shine out from who we are to everybody that we come in contact with. And it is not unusual for us to be walking down the mall holding hands and people stop and
look
stare.
at us. We're like,
But that's what I'm talking about.
Because they can't.
He's like, is my fly down? I'm like, that's spinach in my teeth.
But see now, in that situation, I'm the type of guy that would want to stick my tongue in your mouth because, you know, I want to make it as big of an event as it possibly can while people are watching. Now, in the side chat, people are asking the same question. It's not about a racial issue. It's about a social issue. It's about acceptance, even when you don't care whether or not you're accepted or not. It's just what you notice. My question was about what you notice as being the issue. Now, I spent my early years in Georgia where my whole graduating class was predominantly black. And I never even realized there was a difference then.
Yeah.
You
know what? Poor Chris. He you know, I guess I'm the only African American close person that he's ever had in his life. So I was trying to explain to him. I'm not from the South. I'm originally from Pennsylvania. So I was trying to explain to him.
Did you say Pennsylvania?
I'm originally from Pennsylvania. It's just I lived 20 years in Oklahoma, so that's the weird accent. Now I'm here in Canada, so now I got an even weirder accent.
She's learning how to speak Canadian, eh?
But so I took him down south. We went down south. Where were we? South Carolina?
We were in Concord, North
Carolina. And oh my word.
I wanted to get a haircut.
I tried to tell him. I said, it's a whole different world down here than up there in Canada. Up there, nobody cares. Down here, they care, right? So he was like, surely not. I'm thinking, keep living. So we go there, and we go into this barbershop. Now, I already know what's going to happen. We go into this barbershop. First of all, I have to go to the bathroom. So this is really getting ready to get interesting. And I'm trying not to laugh as I'm walking to the bathroom because I can feel what they're thinking, right? And it's just hilarious. And I'm looking at him. He ain't caught it yet. So it's time for him to get...
she said, I need to go to the bathroom. So I asked the barber, do you have a bathroom? He said, yes, I do. He says, it's right through that door over there. So I said, baby, it's right through the door over there. So she went into the bathroom. Well, they looked mighty uncomfortable.
Yeah, they probably thought you're some kind of freedom rider or something.
I'm in the bathroom cracking up, right, because I know what's happening. And then the other guy, he went to go give Chris a haircut, and he just starts talking. He forgot I was sitting there, I guess, or maybe he was just used to talking like that around, you know, people of color. I thought it was kind of funny. So when he got finished cutting Chris's hair, he asked him, he says, so what do you think?
He gave me the mirror, and he says, what do you think? And I said, well, hang on one second. I said, baby, I said, take a look. Tell me what you think.
And I told the guy, I said, well, I think you need to take a little bit more over here. Oh, my God. His face turned flush red because he felt like he was taking orders from a black person. Well, you're in business providing a
Oh yeah, yep.
Do your job. You know, we'll pay you. This ain't charity work, right? Just do your job. We'll pay you and be on our way. But Chris was just astounded. I said, I told you. It's a whole different culture down here.
Well, if you go through Missouri, I lived in Missouri for a while, and I lived out in the country. I'm not gonna say exactly where, but when I worked at Walmart, and in that particular Walmart, we had a black young gentleman that started working there, and he was the very first black person I've ever seen working there, and they made it hell for him.
Yeah.
And he quit eventually because he couldn't take it. And
It's awful in the South. My dad's been burnt with cigarettes when he was a kid in Tennessee.
The town that I lived in, it was 600 some people. There was a black gentleman that bought a house, and as soon as he moved in, they made his life so miserable that he moved out after a week. And they were so anti, and I was in shock. I was like, what is wrong with you people? Here, I came from Germany, and, you know, they all kind of identified me with, back in the days of National Socialism and everything. They thought I would go along with their crap. And I said, you know what, I don't have nothing against black people. I have actually friends that are black. I don't have nothing against nobody. When I lived in Europe, I've had friends from all different nationalities. I had friends from Vietnam. I had friends from Hungary. I mean, from all over the place.
I like to think that those pockets are, you know, every year they shrink a little more and a little more, and those places of, you know, places of prejudice just reduce, especially as so much immigration in this country and so many other problems beyond race and other stuff that people stop seeing like race stuff and they start to see bigger threats out there and perceived threats, and they just kind of, I mean, it's been so much better than when I was a kid growing up in Baltimore in the 60s and stuff and in the 70s. I mean, we've come so far now that, you know,
Rosie, it doesn't matter. There will always be racism.
Yeah.
It will never go.
Oh, yeah, I'm not stupid. I'm just saying, but
there's actually people that throw millions of dollars into that, financing this whole race-based thing.
But it doesn't matter.
Instigating things.
I know, but Jen, as years go by, our roots are becoming intertwined.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's just so much.
I hope so. I hope so, because
you know, I married a Chinese. Chris and Patty married. I mean, it's just like
it's the 21st century, for crying out loud.
Yeah, I agree. But Blacktop, it's just being intertwined, and I think it's a great thing myself. I really do, and I think.
Who gives a shit?
And I gotta say, Patricia and Viking Man, I love both of you. And God bless both of you. You're great.
Jen is part Norwegian, so she's.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
I thought you looked like a Hoovian.
I'm a Norwegian queen. I'm a Viking queen. So I admire both of you, and God bless you both.
Yeah, she was in one of.
I thought you had Scandinavian.
Yeah.
She's a shield maiden.
Yeah, she was on one of Blogger Frog's things with me, and he had a little Viking helmet with her, with a little.
Yeah, I got my own puppet.
So it was crazy. But yeah, so yeah, anytime I have a hangout, you're always guaranteed to get with Patty and Chris. I'll tell you that. You guys are awesome. Do you ever get bored? I want to ask this question to you. Now that you've been out for a couple How long now, Patty, have you been on the?
2 months. It'll be 2 months on Friday. We've been boondocking for 2 months.
Yeah, and do you ever get bored out there or run out of stuff to do?
No, we don't get bored because we own a business here as well.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. You're.
This works, and then of course I have the ministry, so I'm always talking to people online, or I'm studying or reading or talking to him, laughing.
And if you have an RV, there's always something to fix.
Yeah. Well, I see you doing that.
He's always secreting something. I'm always laughing at him. So we don't get bored. We laugh so much that we have to take a nap.
So when you guys hit the road, you're not going to be able to get mail, correct? So it'll just be internet for your business at that point.
We can get mail. Excuse me. We just have to find out where we can get it. Like some places, you can just have your mail forwarded to a post office, usually in a major city that will accept general mail, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yep. But what we did was what we usually do, because we're usually gone 6 months at a time. We're either here or we're there, or we're in Europe or somewhere. And we always get our checkups, our medical checkups before we go. You know, if we need any medication, we get 6 months supply before we go. You know, and yeah, and so our doctors, like when I went to see my doctor Friday, they know I'm the only patient they have that drives in from Canada to see the doctor. You know, take a 4-hour drive to go see the doctor. So they make special arrangements to see me while I'm in town and get all my blood work done and any test they want to do or anything like that, and make sure that I have whatever vitamin D I might need or something to last me for the next 6 months. And we communicate by secure chat. I communicate with my doctor, you know, if I have a...
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so... No, we don't get bored. When we do, every now and then we'll get bored, but it had nothing to do with living in the RV. We would just get an itch and be like, we should go somewhere. And then we would... Like I watched the biography of Beethoven. No, Mozart. Oh my gosh. And I kept saying, after I watched the story about Mozart, I said, oh, I want to go to Venice. He says, you mean Vienna? Oh, yeah, I want to go there. So we just went. Yeah.
Are you kidding me? You just...
No.
Wow.
I got a whole blog on it. We spent almost 10 days.
Yeah, I had to settle for the movie Amadeus. That was as close as I could get.
That was a good movie. Yeah, we went to Vienna, and then we left Vienna. We got on the train, and he said we should go to Salzburg. I said, what's in Salzburg? We don't know. Let's go. Okay, so we got on the train. We went to Salzburg, and then our anniversary is August the 1st, and his birthday is July 31st. And he says, well, for our anniversary, I'll take you to Vienna. And I said, okay, well, for your birthday, we'll go to Germany. So I took him to Munich. We just got on the train and went to Munich. Yeah. So when we get bored, if we get bored, we get an itch, we just say we should go somewhere. We
both Patty.
Yeah.
Patty, I heard you say you were from Pennsylvania.
Yep.
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Are you? I'm from Philly.
From Philly?
Yep.
Whereabouts are you?
Well, I'm in Bucks County now, but I was born in Baltimore, Maryland. I was there when I was little, and then my parents moved into Philadelphia.
Oh,
so I was pretty much raised in Philly.
You can hear that Baltimore accent coming out.
Yeah, I was just a couple blocks off of Broad Street.
Yeah, we were comparing which hospitals we were born in.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, Rosie, because our last names are Kelly.
Yeah, you left the O on the dock when you came in.
Yeah, you don't have the E on the end of Kelly. I have the E.
Okay, all right. So you lit out for PA, but Charlie, are you going to be going anywhere lighting out anywhere on traveling this summer?
Yeah, I'll probably head down to South Carolina, I believe. My brother-in-law, he's a priest down there, so we go down there to visit him, and we'll be going upstate, up the mountains. Matter of fact, I was going to leave this weekend to go up the mountains, but now they're calling for rain, and I was going to take a few of my sons, but the one boy would have to be back to work by Monday, so it only would give us a couple days up there where the wife and I like to go away for at least a month and a half.
Well, I would suggest you just turn around behind you, open the cabinet, grab a glass, and enjoy your evening. You know, your weekend right there, baby. You have no worries at all. End of the world, end times, you're right there ready to go out and stall.
And if you got some good wine, serve them communion.
Yeah, this is an unusual seat for him to be in. Usually, he's sitting where that cabinet's on his right, and you're just seeing a very small section of this huge cabinet going down 3 or 4 levels, just filled with everything under the sun.
Wow.
What a way to go. Let me say hi to Bree Brown. We have Australia on board. Good day. Good day. One of my sisters down there in Australia. Great gal down there.
How you going?
Good. It's nice to hear you on here. Finally get the... Bree's always complaining of the time difference down there between Australia.
Yeah, it's 20 to 4 p.m. on Thursday, the 25th.
Oh, what's my future looking like?
So,
tell us the power.
How does tomorrow look?
Tomorrow's weather's pretty fine. It could be raining.
Not you,
How's my future looking? I'm a day behind.
Not yours. Get to the important one. No, it's good to have you here anyway. I know you wanted to do this for a long time. I send the links, but you don't always get them down there. But it's good to have you on board.
No, because I usually get it.
We're going to be running about another 20 minutes or so. It'll be 6 hours.
Well, I'm going to say good night now because I got to go to bed.
All right, Jen.
Love you all very much.
Yep.
And I'll see you all in another hangout.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And we got David Coburn. David, you got your mic muted? Just taking it all in tonight, checking different hangouts. Huh? David just scoots all over the place listening to stuff in there. But, Bree, you back at the house again, huh?
Me.
I thought you moved out of there.
Hey, me?
Yeah, it's you.
Oh, I don't know if you're talking to me or somebody else.
You.
Bree, just come in.
Bree.
Yeah, I'm sitting up at the kitchen table using my laptop instead of my phone, so...
Yeah, Bree Brown has a nice channel. I'll put the link up if you want to know what life is like in Australia as a transitioning tea girl down there. She does great restorations on cars and stuff too. So you can tell a little bit about your channel maybe, and I'll go grab the link while you're talking.
Oh yeah, good on you. I'm a transgender like most of us out here. I do vehicles, landscaping, and bit of DIY type stuff. So.
And which area of Australia are you in?
I'm on the east coast of Australia, in New South Wales. You got Queensland, New South Wales, and then you head down to Victoria. I'm on the mid north coast, about 5-10 minutes away drive from the Pacific Ocean. So it's late in the afternoon here. It's starting to get cold. So winters are on the way. I try and do a daily upload. If not daily, it's every second day. I'm also on.
I've posted your channel on the side there now. So.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
But yeah, so.
Well, when you define cold where you are, I mean, how cold will it get at the coldest time, say in
today?
Mid to
Today
late
was
July?
today was about 21 degrees, which is 68.18 Fahrenheit.
Oh yeah,
for
that's
you
real
guys.
cold. Patty's up there like, really? 68 below zero.
I couldn't handle that.
Well, the only reason why I know is because I was talking to Debbie Lynn before, and she asked me what it was as well. So
Yeah.
she said it's pretty hot where she is at the moment. So
Yeah, it's hot here too. It's been 100 today. Putting it in a door, but I was on a hangout with somebody from Perth last night. Very interesting on the whole west coast of southwest corner of Australia. So welcome aboard.
no worries. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
After we got married, Patricia, I brought her home to Canada, and it was about 80, and everybody here, once it gets up over 75 for 3 days in a row, they're complaining about the heat. And they need a smack, right? But Pat was saying, oh, it's only 80.
I'm like,
it's lovely and cool.
Thank God it's only 80, because the day we got married, it was 109.
Oh Lord!
And he was.
Holy.
We
It was a little warm.
We took some friends of ours out, and I wanted to take him out so that he could see a little bit of where I lived before we got in the car and headed back to Canada. And it was so hot, I thought the guy was going to melt. I said, "Don't let him out the car."
It had to be a shock for you, Chris, to have that kind of heat, and a lot of it's like on the.
And then, of course, when I got here, it was a different kind of cold because it's wet all the time. In the winter, it just rains. And I had to get in the shower just to warm my core. It was so cold.
Wow.
Do you have to get a happy light because of the dark and stuff?
Yeah.
When I was in Astoria, I had to get it literally because of the rain and dark. I had to get a happy light.
And I was exhausted. And my doctors, when they got my blood work back, they said my vitamin D levels were so low, they had to put me on synthetic vitamin D to bring my levels up. Because I was exhausted, and I didn't know why I'm so tired. Well, because the sun doesn't synthesize here. During the winter, you just don't get enough. And it affects your energy level.
You don't want to do nothing. You want to just lay in bed.
You don't have any energy.
Yep.
Yep. So they gave me that, and then I knew what to do. I just take it in the winter months. In the summer months, I'm fine because I'm in the sun. But when the winter comes, I have to take that vitamin D, or I can't function. I'm too tired. So, and then he's just fine. He's sitting around in shorts and a t-shirt, and I have on a sweater, a scarf. And he's saying, "Poor baby," and he's rubbing my feet, trying to get me warm. I can't get warm.
I say, "Can I get you a blanket, honey?"
I'm like, the sister need a fireplace. I don't want a blanket.
An electric blanket or something.
He did. He got me an electric blanket.
Oh, that's awesome. Jeez, he probably died under that. Under the electric blanket. It just depends. I'm imagining you got married in Oklahoma.
We got married in Oklahoma, and it was 9 degrees that day. Yep. He said he'd never seen heat like that. I ain't never seen cold like that.
Yeah, it's like maybe once every year it might go up to about 103, 104 here in Northern California, but then it cools down so fast at night because the low humidity and off the ocean, that marine layer comes in. It'll be 50, 55 degrees by 9 o'clock at night. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Chris is giving the thumbs up there. Love it. Nature's there. Nobody has air conditioning here. You don't need it.
No, not here either, except the new constructions have air, but they don't, because it just doesn't get that warm here. But it's starting to. It's supposed to be 100 degrees on Sunday. I want to see this.
Wow.
I want to see what they do.
It's supposed to be 100. We'll probably be out, going around, seeing what's going on and that. everybody else going to be, hiding inside with the air conditioning on full
Yeah,
blast.
I was going to say the power company, what little there is to distribute, will probably go crazy. A lot of people don't have AC, right?
Yeah.
So, well, 100 degrees, you better have a fan or something. Whew.
Yeah, it's warm.
Or hang out in Walmart.
We spent the winter in Canada 2 years ago, and then we went down to Oklahoma. We were in Oklahoma in the summer, and the warmest it ever got was like about 107 or 108 for about a week or so. So that was getting warm, but the rest of the time around, 95, 98, 100, 102, not too bad.
We get out and ride our scooters.
Yeah. We'd head out early in the morning and try to get back before noon, before it really got warm. Eh?
Don't go back out till after 4.
After 6.
Yeah, 6, yeah, just dangerous heat.
Yeah, yeah.
Bree Brown, let me ask you, we were talking about preppers and prepping and all that stuff, and did they do that? Do people do prepping in Australia?
Not really. Up in Darwin they do, because you get all the cyclones up there and that. But Darwin's very defence force orientated. You got the army, the air force, and the navy all up there as well. So
they know what's going on.
Well, I was just wondering if the grid went down worldwide or something like that. Do you have people down in Australia that try to prep for that kind of thing that may occur? Maybe not a natural disaster, but
not really.
Okay, all right. That might just be, jump in, Blacktop. Help me out here. I'm trying to get the right words.
What do you guys think of us here in the States that are prepping and thinking of the worst? I mean, what is the general consensus?
We see programs over here on about prepping, and that sometimes it comes across. Some of it's a little bit too far fetched. The ones that want to protect their houses against zombies and whatever else, we sort of. But then you get the ones that like Jimmy Rance talks about. Like if something goes down, at least he's got food and water to feed his family. I can't see a problem with that. If you're going to stock up on water and fresh food and that for Hurricane Katrina and all that, well, yeah, go for it.
See, I'm from the different camp that it's not about stocking up on what you can store. It's about procuring the resources you need going forward, which is water filtration, things like that. You can have all the water or food in the world, but it's going to run out eventually. You're not going to be able to help the masses with what you have stored in your basement. It's about teaching people and educating people on how they can filter their own water.
Yeah.
But being out there, Australia. I mean, I'd love to visit Australia. Unfortunately, it's like a 20-something hour flight.
Just don't go to Wolf Creek, eh?
Yeah, it ain't gonna happen. I mean, anytime soon, it's not gonna happen. I'm gonna be out to your neck of the woods anytime soon. But it's like, it really is a world away. Australia from us is a world away. I mean, it's a totally different culture.
Yep. But saying that, each state and territory is totally different too. Just different rules, and the road rules change from different states as well. We're one big country, but we've got trams down in Melbourne where if you're going to do a right-hand turn, you got to turn from the left hand. You wait for the lights to turn, and then turn right from a left-hand lane. Us from New South Wales or any other state, we can't drive in Victoria because of their trams and that. We all get in trouble on that. But then you go to different states, and lifestyles are totally different. Yeah.
What level? I think what Rosie's trying to say is, what level of confidence do you have that Australia will survive a catastrophe?
It wouldn't.
And what level of respect or preparation does your country give to that, or your people?
We don't. Yeah, no.
Let the good times roll, baby. Throw another shrimp on the barbie. That's it.
We don't have shrimp on a barbie. It's prawns.
Prawns, head on.
Yeah.
Rosie, you are too funny.
I know, I'm awful. Oh Lord, she's such a dear friend down there, and I enjoy following her stuff. But it's so difficult when you know Nicole's in the UK, our friend over there, and then Bree's down in Australia. It's really nice when everybody can get together, but for Nicole, it's like 4 a.m. in the morning when we do the hangout, so it's kind of tough. So I'm always very happy when they come on and spend some time. It's been a great hangout tonight. It's been a blast. I mean, we've covered more stuff and brought some new people in, and Patty and Chris. I'm so happy that you came in. I just love your videos and your laugh and your stories and your ability.
I can't wait to watch them. I subscribed.
Yep. They're wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah, I suggest everybody sub it up and Bree for.
Yeah, I've been watching them for a while. Very good.
I've been watching them for probably an early adopter on there, one of the earliest ones. I got to see this, and it was amazing. So. Yeah, 5 minutes. Anybody have any closing thing? Blacktop, it was great to have you.
Thank you for the invitation, Rosie. We were in a meeting when it came through on my phone, so when we got finished with the meeting, I said, Rosie invited us to her hangout. So we came on as soon as we could, and then his mom called.
Chris probably said, "Oh no," you know. I've heard about some of these hangouts lately have been nuclear, you know. Just whoa. Well, I want to thank you for coming on. And Blacktop, great to have you. The real lady killer over there, but very smart, very intelligent. You're going full time next year, right?
Yeah, that's the plan. That's what I'm working towards.
Where are you going to head to? Are you going to be static, or are you going to be nomadic?
I'm going to be static. I have a career, and I'm actually doing it to get ahead of my retirement plans. I do not want to work until I'm 70 years old. So I want to be able to enjoy life from 55 on. So that's the plan now. I have multiple accounts. I'm putting money into a fuel account, which I have about $3,700 into, just to pay for fuel for the RV, and then so on and so forth. I want to be able to.
Where'd he go?
I think we lost him. I think you got to put another dime in. Anyway, Blacktop.
A little faster. I don't know.
Chris said he has to get the hamster to run faster.
I tell you, you got to do something. Use your prepper senses, Jimmy always says. But Bree, thanks for coming on. Try to get in here early sometime. And Mel, you're always very fascinating to me. A multicultural background, and I find it very interesting. She has a great Chilling with Mel, a really cool channel that she reflects on all current topics and stuff. And doesn't hold anything back, which is kind of rare. You don't sugarcoat stuff, and it's very interesting. What do we got? David there, David Coburn. You've been quiet tonight, David.
Mm-hmm.
Just listening, taking it in.
You're not collecting stuff to help them put another mashup video about me, are you, on there?
Oh, yeah.
Charlie, thanks for coming on tonight. It's always great. And
Thank you.
Mikey, I'm sorry we didn't get you on here earlier. So with that, I'm going to close out the hangout. Let me just say to the side chat, thank you for being a little less rude than usual on there. It was most appreciated tonight. So thanks again, everybody, and have a wonderful Thursday.
Bye-bye. Good night, Rosie.
See you later.
Night.